Order. It being 11:03 a.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Orders of the day, private members' business. Commencement of debate of motion M515 concerning older workers, standing in the name of Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring, seconded by Mr. Casson, moves that in the opinion of the House, the government should continue to recognize the vital role of older workers in the Canadian economy and ensure its labour market programs and policies encourage older workers to contribute their skills and experience to the Canadian workforce. Debate. The Honourable Member for Edmonton East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank you for giving me the opportunity here to debate this motion, M515. And it's worth repeating it, Mr. Speaker, and I'll repeat the motion, that in the opinion of the House, the government should continue to recognize the vital role of older workers in the Canadian economy and ensure its labour market programs and policies encourage older workers to contribute their skills and experience in the Canadian workforce. And it should be very apparent, Mr. Speaker, that I have a very much interest in this very subject here. Our government recognizes that potential older workers bring to the workforce their knowledge base and the invaluable capacity for mentoring that experienced workers provide our country. My motion speaks to the Conservative government's focus on providing appropriate labour market programs and policies so older workers can continue contributing their skills and experience. Mr. Speaker, I'm one of those who's considered an older worker over the age of 55 and indeed just slightly over the age of 65. And I note that many in this House would fall under the same category. We play a vital role in this House, bringing experience and wisdom to the deliberations. And as older workers are valued here, so too should they be valued throughout our great nation. Mr. Speaker, Canada has been through a difficult period, but with the prudent economic leadership of our Conservative government, we fared better than most countries through the global recession. While a forceful stimulus helped to reverse the decline last year, we'll be judged, as our Prime Minister has said, by our capacity to lead the world through recovery and beyond. The experience, knowledge, and talents of older workers are key factors in this recovery and Canada's continuing competitiveness. Given our demographic challenges and a slower growth in our workforce, Canada needs all workers active and contributing in the coming years. Given that Canadians are living longer and healthier lives than in the past, more and more workers are choosing to extend their careers beyond the once normal retirement age of 65. For some, it is a financial necessity, but others enjoy their careers, want to continue in them, or explore new and more interesting occupational endeavors. Mandatory retirement, for the most part, is a thing of the past, as older workers in good health want to continue contributing to society. For older workers who do not want to retire and are healthy enough to continue working to, say, 70 or 75, as do members of the other place and some members of Parliament, why not? Why not utilize their wealth of knowledge, skills, and enterprise? What if all Canadians took early retire, expecting the government to support them? Now, Mr. Speaker, I certainly have no objection to those choosing and seeking early retirement, but I do object to those who have a sense of entitlement, who believe they should stop contributing and let the government support them. That certainly is where philosophically we as Conservatives differ from the Liberals. Some Liberals even want to lower the old age security rules to allow immigrants to qualify after residing in Canada for only 3 years. 3 years of residency to qualify for a lifetime pension is rather unbelievable. We want to encourage older people to be engaged in worthwhile endeavors of their own choosing. In 1900, just over a century ago, Canadian men had a life expectancy of 47, while women could expect to live just 3 years longer. When the first old age pension was introduced by the federal government in 1927, payment began at the age of 70. Most Canadians would not live long enough to collect that pension, as the average life expectancy even then was 59 years for men and 62 for women. When the Canada Pension Plan was introduced in 1965, age 65 was the start date for benefits. However, it was common for workers to continue in the workforce until the age 70, when they qualified for the old age security pension. The starting date for that pension was reduced to age 65 during the period of 1965 to 1969. By 1965, the average life expectancy had risen to 69 years for men and 75 years for women. That's a 10-year increase for men from 1927. Today's Canadians today expect to live about 30 years longer on average than we did a century ago. 78 years for men and 83 years for women. That is another reason why Canadians are choosing to work longer. They know they can continue to contribute and still have time for well-earned retirement and leisure period when they are a little older. In just 33 years, from 1976 to 2009, the number of workers aged 55 and over has increased from 1 million to 3 million. And as the baby boom generation grows older, I would expect that number to continue to grow. Our government has seen the demographic increases and changes in Canada and has responded accordingly. We now have a Minister of State for Seniors who is tasked with supporting our aging population, whether it be on combating the ever-increasing scourge of elder abuse or support for volunteering through initiatives such as the New Horizons for Seniors program. Mr. Speaker, when we look at the broad labour market, older workers are doing quite well. So far this year, employment has grown by 1.1% for older workers compared to 0.3% for prime-aged workers. Clearly, older workers are valued in the labour market. Their wisdom and maturity a benefit for their employers. They, in fact, can be very resilient during recessionary times. Of course, the growth in the number of older workers is not true for all sectors. Older workers in forestry, for example, have experienced some difficulty and have needed assistance to retrain for other available employment opportunities. Seasonal workers in some industries in certain communities have had special challenges. However, our Conservative government has met these challenges head-on. Canada's workforce is known throughout the world as resilient. We have one of the highest participation rates in the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. We need to be inclusive in our labour market. The long-term benefits of releasing the economic potential of older workers and other groups such as persons with disabilities are enormous. While our government has been attentive to the needs of Canadian workers who experienced unemployment during the recent recession, we've also kept our eyes open for chances to develop skills for the future. Let me summarize for you some of the program measures and initiatives our Conservative government is offering. We've increased funding for targeted initiatives for older workers to assist unemployed older workers in vulnerable communities to retrain. It's a 5-year, $220 million cost-shared initiative with provincial and territorial governments. The goal is to help unemployed older workers in communities affected by significant downsizing, affected by closures, or ongoing high employment by preparing them for new and immediate employment. This funding includes $60 million under Canada's Economic Action Plan. More than 10,000 unemployed older workers have been assisted through more than 200 projects that have been approved to date. This is concrete help that is good for the workers as individuals and good for Canada as a whole. For example, a project was approved in Regina, Saskatchewan, that helps older workers develop new skills to help them find and keep jobs. This is a joint Saskatchewan-Canada initiative that will help older workers adapt to a changing economy. And as Saskatchewan Minister of Advanced Education, Employment and Labour, Rob Norris, says, older workers represent a large and growing portion of Saskatchewan's population. Their ongoing contribution to our prosperity will be a benefit to everyone. Participants get resume writing, interviewing tips, skills upgrading, committed mentors to help them choose their path. For those who are faced with finding new employment for the first time in years, these are crucial skills to be learned. As one participant said, this has strengthened my belief that I can and will re-enter the workforce. And Mr. Speaker, what I find astonishing is the lack of faith that some of my colleagues in the opposition have in older workers. While they say they support older workers, they have consistently voted against all help for older workers, including the targeted initiative for older workers. Just one of the measures our Conservative government has put in place to ensure our labour market needs are met and older workers can benefit from the economic recovery. Under labour market development agreements, older workers can also receive assistance. They are part of the unemployed workforce that is being helped with $1.95 billion in funding provided to the provinces and territories. Under these agreements, the workers must be eligible for EI to receive programming to help them get back to work. In Canada's Economic Action Plan, funding was increased by $1 billion over 2 years. More than 100,000 workers over age 50 participate in these programs each year. And for those workers not eligible for EI, we have labour market agreements that help unemployed workers, including older Canadians, to return to work. Again, our Conservative government provides $3 billion in funding over 6 years to the provinces and territory to help these workers return to the workplace. In the Economic Action Plan, this funding was increased by $500 million over 2 years. As well as our Conservative government has appointed an expert panel on older workers in January of 2007. The panel was to examine the long-term issues facing older workers, including any barriers or disincentives to their continued participation in the labour market. The report recommended an employability approach and advocated removing all systemic barriers. And my motion, M515, is right in line with the report's findings. Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government is interested in working with all the provinces and territories. We recognize there are regional differences in their approach. Our labour market development agreements and labour market agreements are flexible enough to take that into account. We may at times have different approaches, but we stay united on one basic issue. We welcome the chance for older workers to contribute their skills and experience to Canada's labour market. In doing so, they are increasing their prosperity and the prosperity of all Canada. And I would ask members of this House to support this motion. Mr. Speaker, there has been a philosophical shift in Canadian retirement aspirations. From the idyllic Freedom 55 of years gone by come the new realities of potential retirees taking three very important premises into account: health, wealth, and constructive occupation of time. Certainly most do not aspire to put up their feet and retire at age 55. Retirement without occupation of time is not freedom. For some, it can be drudgery. Older workers want their contributions recognized and the good value they contribute to society. So, Mr. Speaker, this motion is for me and for other older workers. I certainly do hope that this House and the good citizens of Edmonton East recognize that I can still contribute to society, and as long as I can, that I'm welcome to participate and continue. And I suppose, in a way, I speak for all older persons who can contribute. They want to continue to contribute to society, to their family financial well-being, and who want to be reminded that there is still true value for this contribution. And I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for York West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I must take an issue with a comment that the member made. He referred to the Liberal supporting changing the old age security for people who have lived in this country only 3 years. That is an outright lie. In this House and on this side of the House, we encourage our members to be able to express the feelings of people in their own constituency. That was a private member's bill. It is not supported by the Liberal Party. nor is it supported by the leader. It's clearly distributed by the Conservatives across this country to suggest that the Liberals are supporting that, and we're not. What I'd like to ask the member is if there's 1 million to 3 million Canadians staying in the workforce, is that possible that they can't live on the $12,000 that they would get on OAS and CPP?
Before I go to the honourable member for response, I'd just like to remind all members that there are certain terms that we do not use in the House, lie being one of those, and I anticipate that the member could make her point without using that word. The honourable member for Edmonton East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I think it's worth reminding the House of some of the initiatives that the Conservative Party has brought forward in recent times, and some of them have been extremely well received, and it certainly is indicative of the emphasis that the Conservative Party is putting on older persons and seniors issues.
We're certainly opposed to 428.
And first and foremost, we created the position of Minister of State of Seniors, and this is to bring the concerns of older Canadians to the Cabinet table and stand up on their behalf. The National Seniors Council was established in 2007 to provide advice to the federal government on matters related to the well-being and quality of life of seniors. We've also improved government programs in support of seniors. We've allocated $400 million over 2 years in targeted funding for the construction of housing units for low-income seniors through the Affordable Housing Initiative to be cost-shared with the provinces and territories. We've improved access to EI compassionate care. We've allocated $220 million over 5 years to the Targeted Initiative for Older Workers, which has thus far assisted over 10,000 unemployed older workers through over 200 approved projects. This is only a portion of what we have put forward for seniors.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And certainly older workers have that experience and knowledge and skills and should be encouraged to stay in the workforce as long as possible. But with that in mind, Mr. Speaker, the member obviously has not read his own government's 880-page omnibus finance bill, which just passed the House recently, where in fact the government was giving incentive for people, or is giving incentive for people to stay longer in the workforce. But experts have been quoted in newspaper articles as saying that this incentive is not big enough to make very many people take the option of staying in the workforce. So on the one hand, he wants to have initiatives to keep people working, but his government is acting in the opposite direction. So I'd like to ask him to comment on that.
The honourable member for Edmonton East.
Thank you. I'd like to mention other programs that the Conservative government has contributed to, and a more recent one is the New Horizons for Seniors program. And this program is particular. It offers 3 types of fundings for organizations: community participation and leadership funding, up to $25,000 in funding per project. It supports community-based projects across Canada. The projects encourage seniors to continue to play an important role in their communities by helping those in need, providing leadership, sharing their knowledge and skills with others. There's also capital assistance funding, once again for $25,000 in funding per project. Helps nonprofit organizations that need to upgrade their facilities or equipment used for seniors' programs and activities. It enables seniors to continue to lead active lives by participating in existing programs and activities in their communities. And a third and very, very important program is the one on elder abuse awareness. And this is an insidious aspect of social life today, and it's very important that the Conservative government has put forward funding in to address the concerns of elder abuse too.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for York West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I am pleased to be here this morning to speak to Motion 515, tabled by the member for Edmonton East. Aside from being a statement of general principle, M515 speaks to the larger societal question of overall respect for seniors. Mr. Speaker, my riding of York West is a riding that boasts a tremendous cultural diversity. And in traveling throughout the region, I've come to see and understand many of the customs and the beliefs that tend to distinguish each of these unique cultures. For example, in general terms, cultural conditions in many regions of Africa, in Italy, in Japan, and in many native Canadian cultures tend to view seniors as an asset to be cherished. For the most part, seniors with a background from these areas are seen as community elders, teachers, and as a linkage to the lessons of the past. When I speak to some of my constituents, they are confused by local trends that push seniors out of the workforce before they are ready to leave on their own. To these people, these elders, it sounds almost laughable to think of the implications. Can you imagine trying to explain the merits of casting out years of training, ingrained institutional knowledge, and real-life practical expertise in favor of the novice, the untried, and the untested? Sadly, this tradition of truly honoring our seniors is something that is fading from North American society in general, and even faster from the policy directions exhibited by the current government. While I support Motion 515, as it speaks to the idea that older workers can and should be permitted to continue to make a contribution to society through employment, I am saddened that a motion like this is even needed. When I spoke in the House last week, I made mention of the fact that, according to the Canadian Association of Retired Persons, more than 200,000 Canadian seniors currently still live below the poverty line. They struggle every day to buy food, clothing, and for the basic essentials of life. But more than that, because of the severe financial limitations, many of these seniors are removed from society and from their families. Buying a birthday gift for a grandchild often represents a decision to cut back on groceries. An unexpected miscellaneous household expense means taking on new debt. And the thought of a night out with friends at a restaurant or at a movie is nothing more than a dream. But, Mr. Speaker, this is the terrible reality that many seniors struggle with every day, living out their retirement years in isolation and in uncertainty. Imagine if you were one of those 200,000 seniors still below the poverty line. You've worked your entire life, you raised your family, you paid your taxes, and you contributed to your community. But now, when you need a small hand up, your government has no real interest in helping you. More than 620 days ago, the government said they would have some consultation on the subject. Well, what did they do? They declared a National Seniors Day. And they quite often talk about seniors in their speeches. But when it comes to action, this government does very little of substance. If you would like to have examples, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to cite the Nortel as just one. As most members of this place know, the former employees of Nortel are currently fighting to protect their pension benefits in the wake of their company's financial collapse. Many of these pensioners stand to lose between 30% and 40% of their retirement income with nothing but the stroke of a pen. After working for their entire life, after contributing to a pension plan, and after contributing to Nortel's asset growth, these people are now being told that they are at the end of the line when it comes to distributing the scraps from Nortel's table. When they looked to their government for help, the Minister of Finance said that pensions were not a matter of federal interest. Since then, the government has softened its rhetoric, but it has still been motionless when it comes to actually offering help and relief. You see, Mr. Speaker, what this government doesn't seem to understand is that retail politics might make good for a soundbite, but it doesn't solve any problems. Partisan politics can easily be condensed onto the back of a brochure, but it does nothing to help those over 200,000 seniors pay their monthly hydro bill. Whether we are talking about elder abuse, or about inadequate pension income, or about the former employees of Nortel, action is what is really required, not more words. So don't misunderstand what I am saying today. The member of Edmonton East deserves credit for Motion 515, and I intend to support it. But after all, M515 is a lofty and worthy statement of principle, if sound bites. Recently, the government spent more than $1 billion on 2 international summits, one in Toronto and one in the riding of an Ontario cabinet minister. More than $1 billion was spent to build a fake lake, buy glow sticks, buy snacks at fancy hotels, and there is more to come. I think that most of those 200,000 impoverished seniors that I was referring to could have thought of something better to spend that money on. Just imagine what $1 billion would have done to help many of those seniors with groceries. The government is currently planning to spend another $16 billion on new stealth jets for the Canadian military. Do we really need them now at a time where we're heading into some very difficult times here in Canada from a financial perspective? Is this the right time, and do we have to go forward right now? Could we not buy something more in keeping with operational needs and put some of that money towards old age security pensions or to increasing the GIS? These are important decisions, and these are decisions that show the real priorities of the current government. Beyond the rhetoric and the sound bites, Canadian seniors deserve much better. In effect, 515 says that we want to have proactive and positive government policies on seniors' issues. But unfortunately, the party to which the member is a member is not inclined to follow the lead from the House. We are each familiar with the vote taken last week on the long-form census. This House told the government in no uncertain terms that we wanted the long-form census questionnaire to be reinstated. But as always, the government continually disregards the will of this elected House. Likewise, I continue to expect that the government will ignore the will of this elected House, but I would point out that ignoring it, sooner or later, will come a time where you can no longer do that. The government was elected with a minority level of support. So if they are to legitimately govern for all Canadians, then Parliament must be part of that equation. And perhaps M15 will be a catalyst for that change. Perhaps 515 will help the Minister of Finance to understand that even some members of his own party are growing tired of the stalling, the excuses, the abdication of their moral responsibility to tend to the needs of all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to support 515 because it is a good motion, and I believe that seniors should be able to contribute to society for as long as they wish. But I would never want it to be the case that someone must continue to work into their retirement years just to survive or to pay their basic expenses. I believe in retirement, and I believe that after a lifetime of working, seniors have a right to retire with dignity. And that is part of the reason that I introduced my Retirement Bill of Rights last Friday. Seniors have much to contribute, both through employment, through volunteerism within our communities. Let's untie their hands and give them real choices. Despite their efforts to ignore the problem, pension income adequacy and coverage must be a focus for this government in the years ahead. I am hopeful that Motion 515 will help to illustrate this point, and I again commend the member for Edmonton East for bringing this matter to the floor. Let's hope that the Prime Minister is finally ready to listen. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This motion from my colleague from Edmonton East aims at older workers over 55. The purpose is to steer government programs and policies to incent older workers to remain in the workforce. This interesting motion concerns mainly a targeted initiative for older workers, which is attractive to Conservatives because it would make it possible to train older workers who lose their jobs and bring them back into the workforce sooner. This is certainly helpful, Mr. Speaker, but the government forgets that because of their age, precisely older workers have trouble finding a job, especially since their level of education is often lower, or because there are few jobs available in their region. In fact, Mr. Speaker, once again, the lack of compassion on the part of the Conservatives is shocking. They deny the socioeconomic challenges before older workers, especially since the economic crisis of 2008, and especially in regions that are hard hit by factory closings or the forestry crisis. As bloc critic for seniors, I'd like to remind you today that seniors are among the main groups left out of the last Conservative budget. In fact, they were doubly ignored. First, there was nothing in the budget to increase the guaranteed income supplement that helps older workers, the poorest of the oldest workers in our society. On April 22nd, I tabled a new bill, Bill C-516, which I hope we'll be able to debate very soon here in the House. Secondly, what do older workers find in the Conservative budget of March 4th? Not a word. The Bloc Québécois has been calling on the government for years to set up an income support program for workers over 55, who cannot find other jobs and are victims of massive layoffs. This program was well known until 1997 under the name POWA, the Program for Older Workers Adjustment, but it was abolished by our good Liberal friends. That wasn't a brilliant idea, Mr. Speaker. Why the Program for Older Worker Adjustment? Because there will always be older workers who can't find a new job, and an income support program is essential for those workers. It's a matter of social justice. Yet, during the throne speech in 2006, this very same government committed to create such a program and adopted a block amendment proposing the creation of an income support program for older workers. Since then, nothing's been done. In October 2006, the Minister of Human Resources announced a new targeted initiative for older workers. But that didn't provide for any increased funding for older workers' income support. The targeted initiative project was aimed at increasing the employability of workers aged 55 to 64 and to help them in areas such as the assessment and recognition of skills, updating skills, and experience in new fields. In the 2007 budget, the Conservative government didn't increase funding for income support for older workers, instead preferring to keep with the targeted initiative. Same thing in the 2008 budget. The Conservative government announced that the targeted initiative would continue to 2012 with increased funding of $90 million. The annual budget of the targeted initiative is now $50 million a year until 2012, with the increased funding of $60 million called for in the 2009 budget. The EI Commission indicated back in 2005 that training programs for those aged 55 to 64 were inadequate. But the Conservative Party did nothing to support incomes for older workers. And the Liberal Party, quite simply, chopped the POWA program. The important thing is to give older workers income support to help them transition from EI benefits to pension benefits. A group of experts was set up in January 2007 and reported in 2008, and they proposed some promising avenues which the government has since simply abandoned. For example, they recommended that severance pay not be considered remuneration for the purposes of EI. The Bloc thinks this is an excellent recommendation and that it should even be accessible to all workers, not just older workers. The experts recommended a complete overhaul of EI. And the Bloc has been calling for reform for years. On October 28, 2009, there was a vote in the House on a motion put forward by my colleague, the member for Bas-Richelieu, Nicolette Bécancourt, and the motion proposed that in the view of the House, the government should implement as quickly as possible a true income support program for older workers who've lost their jobs in order to help them transition between active employment and retirement benefits. The result of that vote, Mr. Speaker? Yeas 143, nays 137. Only the Conservatives voted against the motion. Try to make sense of it? I certainly can't. All the Conservative government's responses follow the same basic idea, which is a bit too simplistic. If you train these people, you'll help them get back to work, and that will strengthen the Canadian economy. But what happens if the training under the targeted initiative doesn't lead to a new job? It'll be back to the starting point for many older workers who will have to sell off their assets and investments in order to survive. Without income, some will even have to sell their houses in order to qualify for social assistance. Is that what we want for those who, for years, have contributed to building our society? No, Mr. Speaker, certainly not. If they can't manage to find another job at the end of their benefit period, older workers will be forced to apply for social assistance, which is now called employment assistance. But to qualify for EI and be helped, they will first have to sell off their assets, and that means that if the monthly benefit in their bank account, they're going to have to use up all their savings in order to qualify. For example, if a person has a house worth $80,000 or their car's worth more than $5,000, the government won't help them unless they basically sell off those assets. Not only will older workers have to sell off their property, in addition, at a loss, it's like owning a house will be something that they shouldn't even have. So, bravo for this initiative, but I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that in doing this, part of the picture is being left out. If this isn't accompanied by other income support measures for people who can't benefit from retraining, who can't find a new job, this motion needs to be, it may be a great motion, but it's incomplete. It has to be beefed up with some income support measures for older workers who lose their job. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in the House today to participate in the debate on Motion 515. The motion states that, in the opinion of the House, the government should continue to recognise the vital role of older workers in the Canadian economy and ensure its labour market programs and policies encourage older workers to contribute their skills and experience in the Canadian workforce. I have no problem with the motion itself. I mean, how could I? Recognizing and supporting older workers is not only laudable, but absolutely essential. The problem is that the rhetoric of the motion does absolutely nothing to take even a baby step towards that goal. It's as inoffensive as it is ineffective. So let me move beyond the empty words and address what needs to happen if we want to do more than talk the talk. To walk the talk, we need to have a close look at what's happening to older workers in today's labour market. Let's begin with some facts. In 2004, the Employment Insurance Commission released statistics for 2004-2005 indicating that older workers accounted for 21.3% of the long-term unemployed, even though they made up only 12.5% of the active workforce. While that study may be a bit dated, the reality hasn't changed. In fact, the recent economic downturn has only exacerbated the trend. Older workers are disproportionately represented among the long-term unemployed. This is especially true in communities like my hometown of Hamilton, where the manufacturing sector has been decimated. The same is true in cities right across the industrial heartland. Companies like Stelco, Lakeport, Hamilton Specialty Bar, Multiserve, and Siemens, and many, many others were institutions in our community. They were unionized workplaces where seniority mattered and where companies therefore had the benefit of the skills, experience, and expertise of their long-tenured workers. But a senior workforce also means that when plants close or downsize, 60% or 70% of the newly unemployed are older workers. One would think then that successive governments might have assumed some responsibility for addressing the unique issues confronting older workers in Canada. But despite often lauding our incredibly skilled workforce, they did nothing to ensure that these workers would remain a vital force in our economy. To this day, we do not have a manufacturing sector strategy in this country. We do not have an auto sector strategy. We do not have a green industry strategy. Instead, we allow foreign companies like U.S. Steel, Xstrata, and Bally to buy up Canadian companies without an ounce of a guarantee that they will protect Canadian jobs. It's absolutely disgraceful. And compounding the problem is the fact that the very government that did nothing to protect their jobs in the first place is the same government that is also doing nothing to protect the displaced older workers. These unemployed Canadians need to keep working. They need a few more years of income before they can retire. They can't cash in their retirement savings. That would be cutting off their nose to spite their face. And surely we can't expect them to sell their homes or take out a new mortgage. These older Canadians have worked hard all their lives. They've played by the rules, and now, through no fault of their own, they've become incapable of building a secure future for themselves and their families. It's time for the government to step up to the plate and offer real assistance to these displaced workers. Unfortunately, instead of setting up effective programs for worker adjustments, the Conservatives have been setting up barriers to re-employment instead. In the limited time available to me here, let me review just a few of them. They really are just the tip of the iceberg. First, there's a bias toward high skills in today's demand for labour. This is a huge problem for displaced workers, especially those residing in parts of the country where opportunities for re-employment are very limited. As a nation, Canada has never had a culture of workplace-based learning. This must change. If employers actually invested in the continuous updating of skills and education for their workforce, not only would they benefit from increases in productivity and profitability, but our country as a whole would benefit by ensuring that displaced workers would have the skills necessary to participate in the increasingly high-tech economy. I'm not suggesting that the onus for training should fall solely on employers. On the contrary, the government too has an important role to play in promoting lifelong learning. However, instead of taking that role seriously, the government is actually responsible for many of the barriers that undermine skills training. We know, for example, that 40% of working-age Canadians have limited literacy and numeracy skills, and that even these skills atrophy from lack of use in some workplaces. This has had a profoundly negative impact on the re-employment prospects of Canadian workers. Yet, what was the very first thing the Conservatives did when they assumed office in 2006? They slashed funding for literacy programs to the point where it now amounts to a measly $1 per Canadian. What a disgrace. By cutting their support for literacy, the Conservatives have cut the legs right out from under older workers, because literacy and numeracy are the cornerstones of successful skills development and retraining. Similarly, the government's employment insurance system does little to encourage workers to participate in skills upgrading. On the contrary, it sets up further barriers. I've spoken in this House many times before about the serious flaws in our EI system, and I won't reiterate them at length here. But I do want to comment on the training piece of it. All federal training programs in Ontario have now been rolled into the Second Career Program, which is partially funded by the federal government but administered wholly by the province. Smart move by the feds. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. It allows the Conservatives to duck the heat on a program that is failing workers by simply blaming the McGuinty Liberals. The problem with that strategy, though, is that laid-off workers are the ones who are paying the price. Last September, Second Career ran out of money, so workers whose applications were in progress were told that they were out of luck. Through no fault of their own, the doors simply slammed shut on them. Excuse me. Then in November, the government opened the door just a crack. It announced new, tougher eligibility criteria, but also advised workers that funding for the retraining would have to wait until the new budget year, which didn't start until April 1st of this year. There was no other issue over the past year that generated as many calls to my constituency office as the bureaucratic bungling of Second Career. People who'd been approved before September could suddenly not start their programs because the money had run out. Then, when the program was restarted, their prior approvals were disallowed because they didn't meet the new criteria. So they had to start the process all over again. But under the tightened program criteria, many then found themselves ineligible for the very program that they'd been admitted to just a few weeks earlier. That was 6 long months during which unemployed workers watched their EI run down without any opportunity to acquire the skills they need to return to the workforce. So much for the Conservative government's rhetoric that it will, quote, ensure its labour market programs and policies encourage older workers to contribute their skills and experience in the Canadian workforce. It's little wonder that older Canadians are so overrepresented in the ranks of unemployed. A couple of decades ago, the government at least offered some assistance for older workers so they could bridge to retirement. In 1987, the Conservatives introduced the Program for Older Worker Adjustment, which gave income support to workers between the ages of 55 and 64 who had lost their jobs as part of a mass layoff. The program wasn't perfect, but it did allow over 12,000 displaced older workers with poor re-employment prospects to bridge the gap between layoff and retirement. Unfortunately, the Liberals dismantled that program in 1997, and to this day, no better alternative has been put in place. Essentially, the Liberals wrote off older workers as inevitable casualties of structural change in the Canadian economy. We can and must right that fundamental wrong, but we can't do it with a motion like the one that's before us today, a motion that's bereft of any concrete proposals. If the Conservatives were serious about doing something for older workers, they'd offer them income support instead of platitudes. But as I've said, that proposition assumes that the government really is concerned about the future of older workers. And perhaps even that assumption is overly optimistic. When I observe the foot-dragging by this government on pension reform, I despair about the future of our country. Despite the fact that the NDP's motion on pension reform passed unanimously in this House as far back as last year, the government still hasn't implemented a single aspect of it. There's no improvement to the CPP. There's no super priority that puts workers' pensions ahead of other creditors in cases of commercial bankruptcy. And perhaps worst of all, we still have over 250,000 seniors living in poverty because the government has not raised the GIS to ensure that no recipient would be below the low-income cutoff. That essential piece of reform would cost the government a mere $700 million. Sadly, the government's chose its business buddies over the very seniors who built our country. In their last budget, the Conservatives spent $6 billion on tax giveaway for the wealthiest corporations, but didn't spend a dime on the poorest seniors. I wish I had more time, Mr. Speaker, but let me just conclude by saying once again, if this Conservative government really cared about older workers, then it wouldn't have asked the member for Edmonton East to table this motion. It would have tabled and implemented comprehensive legislative reform. And frankly, Mr. Speaker, hard-working Canadians deserve nothing less. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of State for Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to rise as Minister of State for Seniors in support of Motion 515. This excellent motion has been introduced in the House by my honourable colleague from Edmonton East. His motion reads as follows, that in the opinion of the House, the government should continue to recognize the vital role of older workers in the Canadian economy and ensure its labour market programs and policies encourage older workers to contribute their skills and experience to the Canadian workforce. Because Canadians are living longer, healthier lives, many are choosing to remain in the workplace longer. A recent article by Denise DeVoe of Post Media News quoted Tim McCarthy, who was a successful brokerage trader. Now, at age 63, he is into his second career at Home Depot as a flooring expert. McCarthy says, quote, when you have had a career that required a lot of energy and drive, and you stop, you can go downhill. I'm not going to let that happen, he says. It's important to do something that helps you keep your edge. Susan Ing of the Canadian Association of Retired Persons finds that people like McCarthy, quote, want to do it, they want to get out, and they want to stay involved. DeVoe's article also quotes Tisa Klaus, who at the age of 60 decided to open a small store as a second career and believes that involvement is the key to staying young. These older Canadians are an increasingly important segment of our labour force, Mr. Speaker. They have already contributed so much to our economy and possess valuable skills, knowledge, and experience. They are also a source of enormous potential and are invaluable mentors to younger generations. This government recognizes the importance of these older workers by ensuring that its labour market programs and policies do not penalize them for staying in the labour force if they choose to do so. Mr. Speaker, it is no secret that our population is aging. Currently, 1 in 7 Canadians is over the age of 65. But in just 2 short decades, Mr. Speaker, that ratio will jump to 1 in 4. One result is that we are about to enter a period of severe shortages of skilled labor, which will be experienced from coast to coast to coast. A 2007 study on labor force projections indicates that during the last quarter century, the Canadian labor force grew by about 226,000 per year. But in just 6 short years from now, that annual growth will be near zero. That is an enormous change, Mr. Speaker. According to the report, quote, the labour market shortfall will be enormous. The absolute size of the labor force will peak in 8 of the 10 provinces during the period leading up to 2016. The provinces will have difficulty getting the workers that they need. Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that our government is aware of this demographic reality. That is why in 2007, we appointed an expert panel on older workers. The panel produced a report examining both current and long-term issues facing older workers, including the barriers and disincentives to their continued labour market participation. We are pleased to note that the panel confirmed that our government is on the right track. For example, one of the panel's recommendations was to, quote, minimize work disincentive effects associated with the Guaranteed Income Supplement clawback provisions. So in Budget 2008, we acted by increasing the GIS exemption from $500 to $3,500. This means more money in the pockets of 1.6 million Canadian seniors, more choice, and more flexibility for older Canadians who would like to remain involved in the labour force. Mr. Speaker, it is more important than ever to encourage and support older workers who wish to remain as active participants in the Canadian labour force. As the expert panel on older workers indicated, quote, one of the major barriers to engaging older workers in the labour force was thought to be myths about the need to retire in order to more fully enjoy life and to make room for the younger generation. But our population is aging, and older workers are key to Canada's long-term prosperity. They represent a large pool of skilled labour, and many sectors realize that retaining them is essential. That is why we have taken action. A key component of our government's economic action plan is to create better and increased opportunities for Canadian workers through improved support for skills development and training programs. We are investing, Mr. Speaker, an unprecedented $8.3 billion in the Canada Skills and Transition Strategy, which includes measures for income support and training. Our economic action plan also provides about $500 million, or $500 million, over 2 years for the Career Transition Assistance Program, which will benefit up to 20,000 people. It offers extended income benefits to long-tenured workers who are paying for their own long-term training. These new initiatives are in addition to the increased support we are providing to the provinces and territories for skills training. Through labour market development agreements, the Government of Canada provides nearly $2 billion in funding to provinces and territories. These agreements create employment and training programs for the unemployed who are eligible for EI. In the Economic Action Plan, we increased the funding for labour market development agreements by $1 billion over 2 years. These agreements provide programming to assist unemployed workers, including older workers, who are not eligible for EI to get back to work. Mr. Speaker, we have also increased funding for the Target Initiative for Older Workers to assist unemployed older workers in vulnerable communities. This is a 5-year, $220 million cost-shared initiative with the provinces and territories. Also, as you may know, the Minister of Finance recently announced changes to the Canada Pension Plan rules to remove penalties on older workers who wish to keep working. Excuse me. This is the kind of action Canadians have asked for, and our government is proud to say that we have delivered this action and will continue to do so. A 2006 PricewaterhouseCoopers survey indicated that in the year the first wave of baby boomers hit 65, quote, 62% of Canadian private companies say that the shortage of skilled workers is already slowing the growth of their companies. Canada's prosperity, now and in the future, depends on a strong labour force, and our labour force is immeasurably strengthened by the contributions of older workers. Canada's older workers have accumulated the kind of wisdom and experience that we cannot afford to throw away. Therefore, I urge all members of this House to join me in supporting Motion 515. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Edmonton East for sponsoring the motion M515 today. And I'm just going to read the motion that in the opinion of the House, the government should continue to recognize the vital role of older workers in the Canadian economy and to ensure that labour market programs and policies encourage older workers to contribute their skills and experience in the Canadian workforce. It has been pointed out by other speakers, older workers are extremely valuable to our economy because they provide the knowledge, the skills, the experience that the workforce needs. And there are a number of industries where older workers have to face the possibility of having to be retrained because of technological changes. And I think it's incumbent upon the governments, both at the federal and the provincial level, to get together and cooperate to retrain these workers to keep them in the workforce. But having said that, I did mention to the member in the question period and in a supportive way that he should recognize that his government has already taken steps to encourage workers to stay in the workforce longer. The incentive being, just in this last budget, that if they stay in the workforce for an extra few years, they will get a bigger pension than if they take early retirement. And that's fine if that's what the government wants to do. But there are experts out there who have written articles indicating that while it's the government's intention to have workers stay in the workforce longer, what they did is actually not having the desired effect because they didn't offer a large enough incentive for people to stay in the workforce. The difference between what a worker would collecting early retirement versus what they would collect if they stayed in the workforce for an extra few years was very, very marginal when they did the calculations. So perhaps the member should take that back to his government, to his minister, to his caucus, and perhaps take another look at that issue and perhaps after a year or two of experience, the government will recognize that that initiative didn't work to keep people in the workforce, and they may have to increase the benefit for staying there longer. Older workers have had an increasingly difficult time over the years, especially when there are dislocations in the economy and jobs have been lost, that when it comes time to rehire them, they find a much more difficult time finding a job than younger workers. And this is a problem that has been around for a long time. It's been recognized by governments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been recognized by governments, and governments at all levels have made adjustments, as have businesses, to try to keep the older workers on the job. There is a huge resource with older workers because they have the training, they have the experience of many years working in their workforce, and to take a new worker, somebody just fresh out of school, and expect them to be up to speed and be able to have the same experience and skill level that a worker who's been working on a job for 10 or 20 years. You can look at any type of jobs, whether it's roofers or plumbers or any skill out there, carpenter, a carpenter who has been, the member for Winnipeg Centre will attest to that, a carpenter who's been in the business for 10 or 20 years is certainly going to do probably a much better job and a more efficient job than somebody who has just simply gotten out of school and is looking to establish themselves in that type of...
Excuse Order. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. The honourable member for Elmland-Transcona will have 6 minutes when the House returns to this matter. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-22, Protecting Children from Online Exploitation Act.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's indeed a pleasure to be here today speaking on C-22. Mr. Speaker, also to be with my colleagues here. My hope is that we have support within this House from every party, but I know that Conservative members of Parliament strongly support this legislation, Mr. Speaker. It's the right thing to do for protection of our children. And it's new, and it's an important piece of legislation. I don't think there's anyone in this House that would disagree with me that the development of the Internet and the World Wide Web has been incredibly positive for Canadians. It's a wonderful tool. However, as with most things that are good for us, there's a potential for abuse, and this is also true with these new and evolving technologies. While the Internet has provided us with new and easier ways of doing many, many things, it has also provided new and easier means for the offenders to make, view, and distribute child pornography, which has resulted in a significant increase in the availability and the volume of child pornography. The Internet has contributed to the massive growth of the child pornography industry, which is deemed to be worth more than $1 billion worldwide. It's estimated that there are over 5 million unique child sexual abuse images on the Internet. Accordingly to the recent report called Every Image, Every Child, released by the Federal Ombudsman for Victims of Crime, there are over 750,000 pedophiles online at any given time.
Shocking.
Tens of thousands of new images or videos are put on the Internet every week, and hundreds of thousands of searches for child sexual abuse images are performed daily. The continued advancement of Internet technologies not only makes these crimes easier to commit, but it makes them harder to investigate. There is an increasing burden on law enforcement to stay abreast of the changing technologies to effectively investigate the crimes. Child pornography is a particularly serious form of child victimization. Not only are the children abused and exploited through the making of child pornography, they are further exploited each time these images are shared or viewed. To refer again, Mr. Speaker, to the Every Image, Every Child report, I was shocked to learn that between 2003 and 2007, the number of online images of serious child abuse has increased fourfold. Fourfold. And these images are becoming more violent and feature younger and younger children. It's disgusting, Mr. Speaker. It is disgusting. Accordingly to the Federal Ombudsman's special report, 39% of individuals who access child pornography were viewing images of children between the ages of 3 and 5. And 19% were viewing images of infants under the age of 3. 19%. These statistics are nothing short of tragic, Mr. Speaker, and I'm confident that most Canadians are just as appalled as I am, as each of us are at this information. Our government is committed to ending the growing problem of sexual exploitation of children, and as part of these efforts, the Minister of Justice, who I'm so proud of, he reintroduced Bill C-22 in this House. We also have in the House today the chair of the Justice Committee, the member from Abbotsford, and I want to thank him for being here. The main goal of this legislation is to help Canadian law enforcement officials detect potential child pornography offences on the Internet. Bill C-22 proposes in precisely the same manner as Bill 58 did in the last session of Parliament to require those who provide Internet services to the public to do two things. One, It'll require them to report any information or tips that they receive regarding websites where child pornography may be available to the public. They'll be required to make this report to a designated agency. And two, it'll require them to notify the police and safeguard any evidence if they believe that a child pornography offense has been committed on their internet service. Failure to comply with these reporting duties will, in the case of an individual, a sole proprietorship, constitute an offense punishable by graduated fines up to $1,000 for the first offense, $5,000 for the second offense, and for the third and subsequent offenses, $10,000 or 6 months in prison or both. In the case of a corporation, the graduated fine would start at $10,000 max and increase to $50,000 on the second conviction and $100,000 on a third and subsequent convictions. The duties imposed by this bill, in addition to helping reduce the availability of online child pornography, will facilitate the identification and rescue of victims of child pornography, and it will assist law enforcement in identifying the offenders who create, possess, and distribute this child pornography. I'd like to make it very clear, Mr. Speaker, that this legislation was carefully tailored to achieve its objectives while minimizing the impact on the privacy of Canadians. Suppliers of internet services would not be required to send personal subscriber information under the statute. The legislation is also tailored to limit access to child pornography and avoid creating new consumers of this material. Hence, nothing in this legislation would require or authorize a person to seek out child pornography. Before I proceed further, I'd like to explain who's covered by this legislation to the House. I'm sure most of you are familiar with the term Internet Service Provider, or ISP. An ISP provides access to the Internet. In essence, it acts as an on-ramp to the Internet. That is the service it provides. An ISP is one example of a provider of Internet services, but the term is broader than that. A provider of Internet services means all those who provide an Internet service to the public, including things like electronic mail services, such as webmail, Internet content hosting services, and social network sites. Mr. Speaker, this bill is an example of Canada's commitment to fighting the scourge of child pornography and protecting children from online sexual exploitation. However, Mr. Speaker, the Internet is a complex instrument. We all know that. Our knowledge and understanding of the full impact of the Internet in facilitating the demand for and the distribution of child pornography is still evolving. The Internet presents a real challenge to the prevention and the policing of this material, due in part to the relative anonymity of the parties and the instant worldwide access by millions of people. Mr. Speaker, I would be remiss if I did not take this opportunity to recognize the great efforts already made by Canada's major ISPs to address the challenge of online child sexual exploitation. Most ISPs have adopted acceptable use policies, which outline the rules for using Internet account and the conditions of access, privileges, and the consequences of violating these rules and conditions. These policies allow the ISP to terminate accounts in the event of an unaccepted online behavior, and we thank them for that. I'd also like to mention that the Canadian Association of Internet Providers has helped develop standards for the industry, including an ISP code of conduct, to which many Canadian ISPs adhere, and we thank them for that. A further initiative that bears mentioning is the Canadian Coalition Against Internet Child Exploitation, which was created in 2003 by some Canadian ISPs and police agencies. The main objective of that body is to assist law enforcement officials in their efforts to address online child pornography. I'd like to speak specifically about one important initiative that has developed from this collaboration between the ISPs and the police. It's called Project Clean Feed Canada, and it aims to reduce accidental access to child sexual abuse images, as well as to discourage those trying to access or to distribute child pornography. To achieve this goal, cybertip.ca, which is the national tip line for reporting online child sexual exploitation, creates and maintains a regularly updated list of foreign-hosted internet service providers associated with images of child sex abuse, and provides that list to the participating ISPs. The ISP's filters automatically prevent access to addresses on the list by blocking these addresses. Most of Canada's major ISPs participate in Clean Feed Canada, which results in 90% of Canadian internet subscribers being protected. There are continuing efforts to reach the remaining 10% of Canadians. I'm confident, Mr. Speaker, that Bill C-22 will be a complement to these efforts, these existing efforts, especially Clean Feed Canada, by requiring that all providers of internet services report child pornography websites, which can then be added to the Clean Feed Canada list. C-22 will also ensure that all providers of internet services to the public will be held to the same standard of reporting when it comes to online internet child sexual exploitation. Some may criticize this initiative as having a limited impact on the business practices of providers of internet services who already voluntarily report cases of online child pornography. And in fact, it's true that C-22 was drafted in a way that closely mirrors the current practices of Canada's ISPs. However, I'd like to reiterate that this legislation applies more broadly and covers more than just your typical ISP. It applies to all, Mr. Speaker, all providers of internet services, and its impact will be arguably, it'll be much broader. I recognize, and I'm sure our colleagues do too, that more is needed to combat this disgusting social ill than just strong criminal laws. This government is committed to a broader approach that is effective to protect our children.
Yes, we are.
And that is why in 2008, our government announced a renewed commitment to work with our partners through the National Strategy for the Protection of Children from Sexual Exploitation on the Internet. This is a successful initiative which has played a very big role over the last few years in helping to make sure that the growing number of young people online stay safe and that we take action to crack down on the sexual predators. This Government of Canada is investing $71 million over 5 years to help ensure that the national strategy remains a success that it is today. With these great investments, our government is further strengthening our ability to combat child sexual exploitation over the Internet through the work of the National Child Exploitation Coordination Centre, which works to reduce the vulnerability of children to internet-facilitated sexual exploitation by identifying victimized children, by investigating and assisting with the prosecution of sexual offenders, and by strengthening the capacity of municipal, territorial, provincial, federal, and international police agencies. We're also further strengthening the ability of the Canadian Centre for Child Protection to help young people stay safe online through the initiatives such as cybertip.ca, which, as I mentioned earlier, allows the public to report suspected cases of child sexual exploitation that they may find online. Currently, most reporting of child pornography across Canada is done voluntarily. The vast majority of tips come through cybertip.ca, a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week anonymous tip line for reporting of child sexual exploitation on the Internet. Cybertip.ca provides a valuable function for law enforcement across Canada by screening, prioritizing, analyzing each and every one of the 700 reports it receives every month. These skilled analysts collect supporting information using various internet tools and techniques. And if the material is assessed to be potentially illegal, a report is made to the appropriate police services. By providing this service of reports and forwarding only the most relevant information to the police agencies, cybertip.ca saves valuable police time and resources. This allows police to devote their time and efforts to actual investigations rather than to the time-consuming task of analyzing all the incoming reports of child pornography. Cybertip.ca collaborates closely with many of the Canadian ISPs and the international partners, and they have a memorandum of understanding with most Canadian law enforcement agencies. As part of the mandate of cybertip.ca, they also collect statistics regarding online child pornography in Canada. Each month, cybertip.ca receives 800,000 hits on its website.
Wow, that's amazing.
800,000. And 700 reports of suspected child abuse images. Between 2002 and 2009, cybertip.ca had trudged over 33,000 reports, and approximately 45% of those reports were forwarded to law enforcement. Very effective. The material that is deemed not to be illegal is often followed up with educational information. 90% of the reports received by cybertip.ca relate to child pornography. As a result of these efforts, at least 30 arrests have been made, approximately 3,000 websites have been shut down, and most importantly, several children have been removed from abusive environments. The work of cybertip.ca is being bolstered by recent efforts of some provincial and territorial governments, and we thank that. The province of Manitoba enacted legislation on mandatory reporting of child pornography in April of last year. Under this law, all members of the public are required to report suspected cases of child pornography to cybertip.ca. Ontario has enacted similar legislation, but it's not in force yet, and Nova Scotia's mandatory reporting legislation came into force just a few months ago in April 13th of this year. I'd like to extend my congratulations to them and to cybertip.ca for their efforts in this regard. Mr. Speaker, this government is committed to protecting our children.
Hear, hear.
And I hope my fellow members in this House understand just how important this legislation is. I urge every member to support this legislation as we work together to protect our future, which is our children. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
I want to thank the member for his presentation today. The Speaker will know that 87% of the child pornography sites are in 5 countries of the world, which leaves about 13% from the other 55 countries. The member should also know that countries like Sweden and Germany have actually blocked the sites completely. And this government, while it's taken years to get this bill this far in the House, it's proposing to spend another $42 million having the police chase around after these sites, when in fact Sweden and Germany already have the answer. Simply block the sites and the problem should be solved. So I'd like to ask the member what sort of research the government's done on the Swedish situation and the German situation, and we could report back to us and tell us why we can't follow the same route.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I want to thank the member for his question and for his interest, because, as he knows, this is very important. Mr. Speaker, we're working with all of our international partners, and my speech a moment ago highlighted the importance of cybertip.ca. It highlighted the importance and the voluntary participation of Canada's ISPs. Mr. Speaker, we are getting it done, but the technology with the internet changes so quickly, and we need to make sure our police departments have the support that they need to protect our children. And so I hope that he supports C-22. I think he does. And this will go to committee, Mr. Speaker, and this could move very quickly into the Senate and come with legislation that will protect our children. So I count on his support as we work with our international partners also.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to commend my friend from Langley. We used to serve on city council together in Abbotsford. I want to commend him for supporting this very worthwhile act, which will protect our children going forward. And despite the comments from the NDP across the way, my colleague knows that the Internet really has no boundaries. It is worldwide. And this government is doing everything it possibly can to protect children. So I want to ask my colleague, does he believe that the problem of pornography, child pornography on the Internet is something that is growing, it's an increasing threat, or is it something that has been static for a number of years?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague, the member from Abbotsford, and he brings up a very good point. Is the problem growing? And yes, it is, Mr. Speaker. We have a responsibility to protect our children, our Canadian children, our children around the world, and Canada is doing its part. And as I shared, we're working with our international partners. We're working with Canadian ISPs, Mr. Speaker. We're also providing the funding to help police do their work, Mr. Speaker. So the problem is growing, it's expanding, it's evolving, it's changing, and we need to be on the right on the front. And this government is providing the funding, and with this legislation and the funding, Mr. Speaker, we will be effective. And I support this, and I hope every member in this House does too.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to pick up on a comment from my colleague from Elmwood Transcona. I don't think that I got a full and complete answer to his question, because the context of his speech talks about the international concept here, the international context by which that this issue is becoming. And he puts a lot of emphasis on that. But we also have a couple examples brought up by my colleague about the blocking of sites, which is really raising the bar when it comes to this sort of persecution, or certainly prosecution, I should say, in this particular area. So the idea of blocking sites from the examples of Sweden and Germany, what have they done in that regards? Do they feel that this is a possibility once it reaches committee that they could address that issue, especially through the ISPs? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his question. As he knows, this will be going to committee if there's full support in this House, which I expect that there will be. And Canada can create legislation that affects Canadian industry. We work with our international partners, and we are being very effective with what we're doing here in Canada, Mr. Speaker. But the Internet is international. I think the figure that I use, that there are over 750,000 pedophiles online at any given time. 750,000. It's an international problem. It's a worldwide problem. And our children have access to that. So through what we're doing, Mr. Speaker, with funding and legislation, we will protect that. We also want to thank cybertip.ca and the Canadian ISPs that are doing their part voluntarily. But this legislation now will move it into a broader sphere, Mr. Speaker, where it will be required to report if there is any evidence that there is sexual exploitation of children going on their services. And that legislation is needed, and I count on every member's support. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
I'm very surprised that the member from the Conservative side here, the previous speaker, wouldn't at least agree that the Conservative government would look at following Germany and Sweden to blocking these sites, and would simply skate around the issue and talk about, freedom of the Internet and so on. When we're dealing with an issue like this, it would seem very reasonable to me that the government would at least come forward and say, yes, if it works in Germany, if it works in Sweden, we'll at least take a look at it in committee. I don't know why he wouldn't say that. Now, my second question to him deals with the penalties. Mr. Speaker, the penalties, and he reiterated what they are for individuals: $1,000 first offense, $5,000 second, and a maximum $10,000. or 6 months for a third offense. But for corporations, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about $10,000 for the first offense, $50,000 for the second, and $100,000 for the third. The question is, given that these pornographic sites are largely run by criminal enterprises, does he not agree that $100,000 is just fine, is just nothing more than the cost of doing business, and that these criminal organizations will be happy to pay the fines and keep operating the way they have in the past?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, a couple of questions there. I thought I did answer his question, that we are working with our international partners, but we're creating Canadian legislation for Canada that will be effective for our Canadian children, but will have benefits around the world, Mr. Speaker. And then also, a lot has already been done, Mr. Speaker. I mentioned the $71 million that this government is supporting for the funding of this, Mr. Speaker, to protect our children. I hope that member supported that $71 million. Mr. Speaker, of what the committee can do, well, Mr. Speaker, as we all know, committees, standing committees within Parliament are masters, and they can decide what they want to do with this legislation. If there's ways of improving it, is a fine of $100,000 for a corporation, is that adequate? We'll let the committee decide that. Some of us would think that it's not enough, but again, that will be the committee to decide. We trust that they'll do a good job, improve the legislation in any way that it can be, and return it to this House in a speedy form so it can go on to the Senate and be receive royal assent. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Abbotsford, a short question, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Referring back to a question from the member for Elmwood-Transcona, he may not have been listening carefully to the speech. My colleague from Langley actually said over 3,000 websites that were dealing in child pornography have been shut down in Canada. So we are blocking that. And I thank my colleague from Langley for intervening on this very, very important issue. And I want to ask him as well. The blocking of websites, of course, is it can be a challenge because you have to identify them. You have to make sure that you're able to actually go after the people that are carrying on that word. Are we having a lot of success with that in Canada relative to the number of sites that are carrying this kind of objectionable material?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, short answer, please.
The short answer, Mr. Speaker, is absolutely we're having great success, but we have so much more to do. About 90% success rate, Mr. Speaker, but the 10% is still of huge concern. And as I said a moment ago, 750,000 pedophiles are online, ready to attack our kids, hurt our kids, and we need to protect them against. There's a lot of evil out there, Mr. Speaker, and as a government, as a functioning Parliament, let's protect our children. Thank you.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to participate in the debate on Bill C-22, and I'd like to say from the outset, like my colleague, when this was debated in June, we Liberals support the purpose of this bill, and so we will support its referral to the Justice Committee. That's the first thing. Secondly, the second point I'd like to make is that I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from Davenport. The third point I'd like to make is I'd just like to give a brief overview of the history of this bill.
Into the House of Commons as Bill C-58 in the previous legislative session. But when the Prime Minister decided to prorogue Parliament towards the end of 2009, he effectively killed the bill. When Parliament resumed in March of 2010, the government clearly did not see this bill as a high priority because it waited over a month. No, it waited actually 2 months before it reintroduced C-58 as what we now know as C-22. And then it sat on the order paper for more than a month before the government finally moved second reading debate, and debate in this House, which is now happening today, could begin in the month of June. So I find that it's interesting that the government did not place as high a priority on this bill as it should have. This should have been the first bill reintroduced. It should have been the first bill that second reading was moved. We could have had this bill into committee before we broke for the summer and possibly out of committee back for a report stage third reading. All of that could have been done expeditiously. But I'm happy that the government has finally moved second reading on this bill. A debate is now happening and Liberals will be supporting it. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, this bill flows from an agreement at a federal, provincial, territorial ministers meeting that provided for requirements on internet service providers to report child pornography. Bill C-22, as I already said, is identical to its predecessor, Bill C-58. Under current Canadian law, distributing child pornography online is a criminal offense when there are valid reasons for believing that child pornography is accessible through an ISP. A judge may order the service provider to provide information to the authorities. Judges can also order the content removed if the source can be identified. C-22 aims to combat online child sexual exploitation by requiring internet service providers by requiring them to report the content when they're informed of an address that makes such content available to the public, or when they have reasonable grounds for believing that the internet services they're managing are being used to convey child pornography. As the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment already said, Manitoba enacted similar legislation in 2008, whereas in Ontario, similar legislation, similar to C-52, was passed in December 2008. And if you look at the United States and Australia, in 2002 the United States, and in 2005 Australia enacted legislation imposing similar requirements on internet service providers. So Canada's a bit behind when we compare to our friends, our partners on the international stage. But the step finally taken by this government to modernize the criminal code in the arena of child pornography production and distribution, this is a good step. So there's no disagreement among the parties on the need to confront the exponential increase in child pornography online. StatsCan indicates that illegal activities related to child pornography have gone up in Canada from 55 incidents in 1998 to 1,408 cases in 2008. A study by cybertip.ca shows that child pornography appears on sites originating in over 60 countries, and Canada has an unacceptable share of those. 9% of world sites with child pornography originate from Canada, and that means that we're ranked third after the U.S., which hosts 49% of such sites, and Russia, which hosts 20%. As many have already said in the House, it's truly unacceptable. How much time do I have left, Mr. Speaker? 4 minutes? Thank you. So I won't repeat the percentages relating to the number of pornographic images involving children. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Environment Minister and today, again, gave that information to the House, and my colleague, who's a member of the Justice Committee, had already given those figures in his speech in June 2010. I won't talk about fines either. I think that's an issue the committee could study and hear from witnesses to determine whether the level of the fines in this bill is adequate, or whether we should perhaps contemplate increasing the fines in the bill. I also think the point raised by the NDP member that there are two countries, Germany, I don't remember the other one, I think it might have been Sweden, have put in place legislation that enables the government to block sites. Would that be possible here? Could the bill be amended to do that? I think experts will be able to tell us if that can be done here in Canada under our legal framework, because we don't have the same constitution as Germany or Sweden. So we hope we always want our acts to be constitutional. Experts will be able to tell us whether the idea of blocking sites, that kind of site, is doable under our Constitution and within our legal framework. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to point out one last thing, and I'll end on that.
Determine where the images and websites are hosted, but they can be supported from different locations in the world. As such, oftentimes each photo and each site must be individually tracked, something highly difficult to achieve. Bill C-22 goes somewhere towards solving that, but there is more work to be done. For one website depicting the sexual exploitation of children, cybertip.ca tracked it for 48 hours, and the site went through 212 different internet addresses in 16 different countries. That was in 2 days, Mr. Speaker. ISPs running the networks to which these computers are connected should be able to suspend service to these computers. That's another point that I think the Justice Committee should be looking at, and I hope all members will support sending this bill to committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her intervention on this very important bill. I want to welcome her back to the Justice Committee. She does good work there. I think we have a collaborative committee that is looking forward to dealing with this bill. I want to refer to a comment that was made a little earlier today by the member for Elmwood-Transcona. He suggested, in fact, that the fines that would be imposed against corporations that violate the intent of this bill should be increased. Now, this is not typically what we hear from the NDP. They typically oppose tougher sentencing laws, but somehow they've now seen the light. And I'm glad to hear that. I'm wondering if the member for Notre-Dame de Grace-Lachine would support the notion of perhaps even toughening up those fines to ensure that we get compliance and the protection that this bill is seeking to improve for children in our society.
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame de Grace-Lachine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess today is be kind and gentle and friendly to your opponent, because I'd like to congratulate the member who just spoke for his re-election as chair to the Standing Committee on Justice. I was pleased to see him re-elected. He's done a very good job as chair. And so I look forward to working with him and all of the colleagues from the other parties on the Justice Committee. I believe that the issue of the level of fines should be examined by the Justice Committee members when this and if this bill does in fact get enough support from this House to send it into committee. That definitely is one area that should be looked at. A second area that should be looked at is whether or not this, the idea of blocking sites, as Germany does, is a possibility, and if it is it something that could be found added to this legislation or not? Because we know sometimes we cannot go outside of the scope of the bill in committee. So, yes, I think that there are a number of issues that the committee should be looking at, and I look forward to that work.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her presentation on this bill. And the fact of the matter is that even the government members are indicating in their speeches that we're losing ground on this issue, that the number of sites is increasing rather than decreasing. And the fact of the matter is that the member pointed out herself that the United States passed legislation similar to this back in 2002, which is 8 years ago, and yet only 1 year ago, cybertip.ca says the U.S. still has 49.2% of all the sites in the world. So clearly this isn't working. And the government is proposing to throw another $42 million at the problem, a problem that's increasing. So the issue really becomes, why don't we look at something that works? Why don't we look at what Germany's doing? Why don't we look at what Sweden's doing? And not just close our eyes and say that we're going to try to fight it in the same way that the Americans are, because clearly it's not working. It's getting worse.
The Honourable Member for Notre Dame de Grasse-Lachine.
Yes, and I have already stated that I would welcome that when this committee, if the House sends this bill C-22 to committee, that the committee, in looking at the scope of the bill, looking at the fines that we find as two different ideas, that we look at what's being done in other countries, what is in fact successful, and if there are things that are successful in other countries, the member mentions the banning of sites or blocking of sites in Germany and Sweden, whether or not this is something that can be done in Canada, given our Constitution, that would require bringing in experts, and I'm certainly open to that. I think that this is such an important issue. We want to make sure that we get it right, and we want to make sure that we go as far as we can with the technology that we have, but in respect of our Constitution and our Charter. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to speak on Bill C-22. As I think that most of us will agree in this House, this is an important piece of legislation, an important tool for law enforcement officers to in fact combat the criminal activities that is taking place by organized criminals and individuals who are in fact preying on our most vulnerable and the children of our society. We have, as legislatures, an obligation both domestically with our domestic law, but also as signatories to international conventions, such as the Conventions on the Rights of the Child, which we signed back in '89 and came into effect in 1990, that we have positive obligations to make sure that we're doing everything possible to protect children within our society. And this is another piece of legislation that is an important tool, as I said, to in fact do so. The issue of child pornography has taken on a new importance in this new computer age. We're moving, as we all know, in rapid speed in terms of the new technologies being introduced. And of course, we have to make sure that, that the laws has to, in fact, be constantly updated and be able to, in fact, meet those challenges that is being posed to us by the new technologies that is being presented to us in society. The sheer proliferation of child pornography on the internet poses an enormous challenge as well to the laws of enforcement. I think that there was some statistics that also said that U.S. accounts for almost 50% of child pornography sites that hosts. Russia is second with about 20%, and Canada is a small country by population, accounts for about almost 10%, which is we're number 3. So that's not something that we should be very proud of, and it is something that we as a country have to do everything possible to make sure that that does not take place both here in our country, but also that we do work with our international partners as well to make sure that there are international conventions and that there also are tools in place to make sure that internationally that there is a ban also on hosting of child pornography sites and that we are working together collaboratively to make this situation, to stop this situation, say. Law enforcement does not possess the resources alone to meet the challenge effectively through their efforts are commendable. And now, obviously, they need those tools. Like I said, this bill is very important to do that. We need to place some of this responsibility to combat this issue with Internet service providers. Internet service providers possesses the means to assist in this way, and they must be compelled to do so. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, you have heard in this House today, several members mentioned that Germany and Sweden have done an excellent job, in fact, of doing so. And we in Canada can be leaders, but also we can also learn from our partners as well, and how to, in fact, to provide effective tools to combat this. And it's for this reason that I join with my colleagues in supporting of this very important bill. It is truly distressing that large numbers of cases of child pornography charges we see reported in the media. This is unfortunately only a small fraction of child pornography to be found on the Internet. More must be done, and this bill is a significant step forward. My community, Mr. Speaker, has been directly touched by the scourge of child pornography. On May 12, 2003, 10-year-old Holly Jones was abducted and murdered. Her killer was caught and confessed. He also confessed to being consumed by images of child pornography leading up to the day he abducted this beautiful, innocent child. This is unquestionably a direct link between child pornography that this perpetrator viewed and his decision to take the precious life of this young child, Holly Jones. I introduced in 2008 a bill called, it was entitled C-388, which was designed to penalize those who share child pornography. It is this kind of approach that must be adopted to give law enforcement the tools they need to challenge effectively child pornography at all levels and at all fronts. It was estimated in 2003 study that 20% of all pornographic trade over the Internet was child pornography. Now, that was a 2003 study, and we can assume that this number has increased since the study. The United States Department of Justice noted that at any given time, there are 1 million child pornography images on the Internet. Imagine that, Mr. Speaker. Within every, how many millions of images are being traded on a regular basis daily throughout the world. 1 million images of innocent children being victimized on the Internet. In 2008, a review of the national laws across 187 nations showed that 93 countries still had no specific laws dealing with child pornography. This is totally unacceptable, and we in Canada must show leadership in putting in place laws that are effective and enforced. Effective laws enforcement must be the basis for which we fight the scourge. The law we are debating today will help us to assist law enforcement by giving them an invaluable tool. Internet services providers must assume some level of responsibility for the information that moves through their systems. This law makes Internet service provider part of the solution of this growing problem. In fact, Section 4 of part of the duties and obligations of Internet providers is that if a person who provides an Internet service to the public has reasonable grounds to believe that their Internet service is being or has been used to commit a child pornography offense, the person must notify an officer, constable, or other persons employed for the preservation and maintenance of the public peace of that fact, as feasible and in accordance with the regulations. Section 5 goes further to say a person who makes a notification under Section 4 must preserve all computer data related to the notification that is in their possession or control for 21 days after the day of which the notification is made. So this is actually here stated in the law the obligations and the duties that they have to, in fact, enforce. I remind this House that the United Nations Conventions, as I stated before, on the rights of the child, requires that nations to take the necessary steps needed to combat child pornography. This proposed piece of legislation is clearly a necessary step for us to take in this country. We must remember why we're taking these steps. Children are the victims of child pornography. Innocent lives devastated by this terrible crime. Psychiatrists speak of the shame and guilt these young victims experience and the profound impact this has on their lives. Most will spend their lives, if they survive, dealing with the fallout of the crimes that have been committed upon them. Their lives are forever diminished, and because of this, any society that does not take effective action is also diminished. The nature of the Internet lends itself to ever-changing forms of abuse. We are all aware of the recent case in British Columbia, where a young girl was assaulted by a group of men at a party. Mr. Speaker, having had to endure this terrible crime, she also had to deal with the posting of the video of the crime online. This is simply intolerable. The police are to be commended for the quick action in regard to this case. They need help. They need tools that will strengthen their arsenal in fighting this crime. This bill will ensure in law the responsibility for Internet service providers to be partners in this battle against child pornography. It is truly astounding to the scope of this problem. We have, over the past few years, seen charges laid against thousands of people who cross every demographic of our society. The problem is widespread, but there are ways to fight it. One such example is that of Toronto Police Detective Paul Gillespie, who recognized the problem of anonymity on the Internet for those who treated child pornography. He wrote to many organizations and groups, including Microsoft. The result was Microsoft developing a tool called the Child Exploitation Tracking System that allowed police to track the activities of hundreds of child pornography at one time. This reduced duplication work and made enforcement much easier. It is these kinds of initiatives that show we can effectively meet this challenge, and we are dedicated to find solutions. It is for this reason that I am proud to vote in favor of this bill, and I encourage all the fellow members of this House to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his comments. And the fact of the matter is, as I indicated before, the United States has had laws similar to this since 2002, and in 8 years' time, the problem is getting bigger, not smaller. In fact, as of 2009, just last year, the United States had 50%, 49% of all of the world's sites. And if you look at the top 5 sites, they have 87%. That's the United States, Russia, Canada, Japan, and South Korea have 87% of the sites, with 13% in the other 55 countries. Well, the fact of the matter is that Germany and Sweden aren't on the list because they effectively block the sites. And what this government's doing is it's spending even more money, another $42 million being given to police resources to fight a problem that's just getting bigger. So I really don't see where that's the answer. The answer comes from looking at best practices, and best practices are obviously not the United States, but have to be looked at in Germany and Sweden. And I'd ask the member whether he would agree with that analysis, and we should ask the government to in fact do that, to look into practices in those two countries.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his excellent question and comments. I think he makes a very valuable point, and I think what I was getting at, this is just one tool, an important tool for law enforcement officers to deal with this very important and very troubling issue. But I think he is absolutely right that we have to look at best practices, and always look at best practices. If there are countries such as Germany and Sweden that have a better handle in dealing with this issue, and as the member noted as well in his statement and question, that in fact that their percentage is nowhere even near as to where we are in Canada as being number 3, which is a very troubling statistic, then maybe we should be looking not just at just resources for policing, but also making sure that we have legislation in place that deals with the best practices, that deals with this very important issue. And if, as he mentioned, the U.S. may not have they may have in fact similar laws, but are not in fact able to in fact to have the results like Sweden and Germany. We should be looking to those countries for their best practices, so we can implement here in Canada as well.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask my colleague a question. I'd like to put it on the record, given the fact that he's sitting next to me, just why I bring it up here in front of you. But I also would like to ask him to he touched upon one aspect in his speech about how the private sector are involved and major corporations are involved, given the fact that we're talking about major ISPs or internet service providers. And I think some of them have gone to great lengths to try and seek out this material, to quash it, and certainly to seek out the people putting this material online and to prosecute them as quickly as possible. So can he touch upon that issue? Plus, have we, the tenor of his speech also illustrates one good point, which is that we tend to be falling behind here. How far are we falling back on this issue compared to the international context? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Davenport, short answer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague as well for his question. I think he makes a very valuable point. I mean, there's no question that internet service providers have a major role to play, and they cannot somehow escape from their obligations. And we have to make sure that as law enforcement officers as well have those tools, that we as parliamentarians provide them as well the tools to make sure that we can go after internet service providers to make sure that they're dealing with this issue effectively as well.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's quite possible I may have spoken on this bill in a previous session of Parliament because it didn't move very fast, as we all know, after it was first introduced. But I've synthesized my comments now down to about 7 or 8, and I can go through them very quickly. My party is supporting the bill for passage at second reading, but that shouldn't prevent us from making constructive comment about the bill, its form, or content. The first thing I want to mention is the form of the bill, the title of the bill. Certainly the way it's described, an act respecting the mandatory reporting of internet child pornography, is correct. I don't have a problem with that. However, the government has put forward a bill. They've actually tried to change the title of the bill a little bit, because Section 1 says the short title shall be Protecting Children from Online Sexual Exploitation. And when I first read that short title, I thought that must have something to do with people trying to get children to do something their parents wouldn't otherwise want them to do. But really, what the bill is dealing with is child pornography, and if that short title is relied on, there is no indication of that in the short title. The government, in its almost Goebbelsian, hopefully we can spell it on the record properly, messaging, Goebbelsian messaging, has tried to squeeze this newspeak title into the bill, and it doesn't describe the bill very much. I hope the committee will take a look at that, because this bill is going to be a standalone bill, as I understand it. It's not an amendment to the criminal code. It will stand alone, and it will forever be cited as that title. So I think at least we ought to get the title right. Second thing, Mr. Speaker, the definition part of the bill refers to an internet service. As an internet service means internet access, internet content hosting, or electronic mail. Internet service, therefore, means electronic mail. And if one goes to the charging section of this bill, it says that if a person is advised in the course of providing an internet service to the public of an internet protocol address, etc., etc. That simply means that if a person is advised in the course of an electronic mail. That, Mr. Speaker, seems to involve almost anyone who uses electronic mail, email. And I'm not so sure that it was the intention of this bill to charge every person who uses email with the burdens of reporting set out in the Act. And this is either a criminal or quasi-criminal bill. It's not clear on the face of it whether this is intended to be criminal or quasi-criminal. And the penalties reflect that. So that's an issue that is going to have to be discussed at committee. That probably wouldn't, well, who knows if this might render the bill weaker than the government intended. The next thing I wanted to, the third thing I wanted to say, that it says that the wording in the bill in the definition section in parenthesis is not a part of the bill. Now, this is the first time I can recall in a lot of time, in 22 years that I can recall, a bill saying that the wording contained in the bill is not part of the bill. It's only descriptive. That's what the margin is for in the bill, Mr. Speaker. The margin is for the purpose of providing descriptive or helpful comment on the bill. So now we are going to have a bill. If this is adopted in its current form, we're going to have a bill on the books where some of the words in the bill are not a part of the bill. I think that's bad form. I think it's rather dumb. I'm not too sure why we've done it, but it seems to be a departure, and that can be explained at committee. The next thing I want to say is that with reference to my second comment about electronic mail, about email, is that the bill purports to criminalize or quasi-criminalize internet service providers or emailers, those who send or receive email. And not only would it criminalize them for a specific act or an omission, but it would criminalize them for an act or omission where involving an email or a website where child pornography may be available. Not where it is available, but where it may be available. So it criminalizes a class of people who send email. I'm just reading the thing using the words that are in the bill. It potentially criminalizes a class of people who send or receive emails involving knowledge, possible knowledge, of child pornography where child pornography may be available. So I don't for a moment second guess the intent, the objective of the bill, but I do question that particular process. And so you can take from my words perhaps a bit of an implicit understanding about why this is not in the criminal code. Because it's quite possible wording such as this, a description of a criminal act such as this, would not survive in the criminal code, where we have very strict tests on precision and such. So I'm flagging that that's in Section 3. Section 4 is essentially placing a burden on other people to snitch on other people. Anyone who has knowledge of somebody else who may have knowledge of such a website is obligated under this statute to snitch, to tell the police. And failure to do so would result in liability. I don't think we have snitch laws in this country, but we're about to get one now if this bill passes in its current form, in my opinion. I know the committee will want to look at that because, or maybe get some witnesses from East Germany, because I know East Germany had a wonderful array of laws that required citizens to snitch on other citizens. But we'll take a look at that at committee. I know my colleagues will do a good job of that. The next thing, and it's really a jurisdictional thing, it is, if this is not to be criminal law, then it has to be based on another federal jurisdiction as opposed to a provincial jurisdiction. And that is not set out in the bill, in the proposed statute. And I'd like to have that clarified for the record. If it hasn't been clarified here in debate, I don't think it has, I would like to see that clarified by the government at a committee. The committee should be scrutinizing the precise federal jurisdiction on which this statute is based. Next thing I want to point out is there are two elements added into Section 11, which are good. I'm pleased to see that the drafters of the bill are requiring that for anyone to be convicted of an offense, it must be a knowing act, a knowing contravention of the act. So that's a good thing. We wouldn't want to have people convicted for things they didn't know about, especially if you're just sending or receiving an email. But I think there should be some scrutiny given to the question of the term knowingly. Do you have to know about the law? Do you have to know about the alleged child pornography, or do you just have to know about the internet site, or what extent of knowing is required? What threshold of knowing is going to be needed before you actually have an act or omission that constitutes the alleged criminality in this case? And the last thing I want to point out, the government has the ability to make regulations, and maybe that's the real answer here. Because the government is making regulations, it's obviously not criminal law, because we would not allow the cabinet, by making a regulation, to make a criminal law. That would be very, very rare in our history if we ever did. But there is a regulation section that gives the government 6 separate regulation-making powers. And the last one is the one, it's a red flag for me. It says the governor in council may make regulations generally for carrying out the purposes and provisions of this act. So I asked the question, and I asked the question because this must be answered before this House finally adopts this bill. Can the government, in making a regulation, create a new offense, a new element of an offense, and thereby make that new regulation an offense under this bill? And I say no. However, I've had some 20 years experience here, Mr. Speaker, on the Standing Joint Committee for Scrutiny of Regulations, and I have to say kindly that I've heard this argument at committee and in the House from the Department of Justice, where they feel pressed to make an argument that the government, if the government has the ability in the regulation, in the statute, to make a regulation generally for the purposes of carrying out the purposes of the bill, then they have the right to make a regulation that criminalizes certain acts. This has happened before. There's been some pushback by the House of Commons, and let's say the thing may be in relatively good balance now. But may I say categorically that I could never accept a bill that allowed the government to make a regulation which criminalizes or quasi-criminalizes the conduct of any citizen, any Canadian, any resident. And we must keep our eye on that. The scope of this authorization to make more regulations under this statute to carry out the purposes and provisions of this act, which is a standalone act and not in the criminal code, must be scrutinized. And we must get an answer to this. And I really don't want to be in a position to accept any answer except no, the government would not, could not use this clause to, on its own, the government, the cabinet, not Parliament, but the cabinet, make a law or a regulation that creates a new criminal or quasi-criminal offense that would be imposed on our electors. And having said that, Mr. Speaker, I'll close. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Resuming debate. Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. Blackburn, moved that Bill C-22, an act respecting the mandatory reporting of Internet child pornography by persons who provide an Internet service, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Agreed. Carried. I declare the motion carried.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
Just a moment. Just a moment. If you sit down, so you do sit down.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills commons, commencement of debate at second reading of Bill C-21, Standing Up for Victims of White-Collar Crimes Act, standing in the name of the Minister of Justice.
Mr. O'Connor for Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. Ashfield, moves that Bill C-21, an act to amend the Criminal Code, sentencing for fraud, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to stand today to speak on Bill C-21, an act to amend the Criminal Code, sentencing for fraud. This bill was first tabled during the previous parliamentary session in the form of Bill C-52. This bill includes a number of measures seeking to provide harsher sentences to people who prepare and commit fraud offenses. This bill sends a message to all individuals who think that they can manipulate and deceive Canadians who have entrusted them with their money that they earned with the sweat of their brow. The most severe cases of fraud must receive the most severe sentences. This bill is also designed to improve the intervention measures on the part of the justice system with regard to fraud victims. Fraud can have major and devastating impacts on the victims. This must be taken into account and treated accordingly. As a whole, Mr. Speaker, the proposed measures as part of this bill will contribute to increasing the trust of Canadians in the ability of the justice system to punish financial crimes. Bill C-52, which is the former version of this bill, was well received by everyone. It easily passed the stage of second reading and rallied the support of numerous witnesses who came before the Justice Committee. Hearings were held during a certain period concerning the proposed amendments to the Criminal Code, and the committee heard testimony from defenders of seniors, victims groups, and police officers. It would perhaps be useful to remind the members of the current status of the legal system as concerns fraud. The Criminal Code already deals with all forms of white-collar crimes, such as securities-related fraud offenses, insider trading, accounting fraud, mass marketing fraud, theft, and counterfeit, to name only a few of the offenses that can be applied to a series of facts. The maximum penalty for fraud is already harsh. For fraud, in the value of over $5,000. The maximum jail sentence is 14 years. Some 5 years ago, this sentence was increased from 10 to 14 years, and this is the harshest sentence stipulated in the criminal code, besides life imprisonment. The criminal code also already provides for aggravating factors in the case of fraud, in addition to aggravating circumstances that apply to all offenses. These circumstances oblige the courts when determining the sentences, when the value of the fraud is above $1 million, the offense harmed a considerable number of victims, and when the offender took advantage of the high regard in which he or she was held by the community. The Canadian courts have shown that to fight against large-scale fraud, deterrence and denunciation are the most important goals in the process of determining the sentence. The courts have clearly indicated that the sentences to be served in a penitentiary must be handed down in cases of large-scale fraud. This is currently subject to sentences of between 4 and 7 years of prison. Very recently, Vincent Lacroix received a sentence of 13 years for massive security-related fraud offenses that he committed in Quebec just a few years ago. And of course, Mr. Speaker, we cannot forget the case of Earl Jones. The large-scale Ponzi scheme carried out by Earl Jones over several decades in Montreal, which came to light last year, was what drew the interest of the Canadian public with regard to this issue. Only a few months ago, Earl Jones pleaded guilty, and in mid-February, he was condemned to 11 years of prison for having swindled his family and friends to the tune of $50 million. When Mr. Jones' sentence was handed down, the judge stated that not only had this man stolen his victims' money, but also their freedom and their self-esteem. In addition, she deemed that he was responsible for the irrevocable changes impacting the life of each of his victims, leaving them in a state of humiliation. So, Mr. Speaker, we see that the courts are taking these offenses seriously. However, our government feels that there is still much to be done. We can strengthen the provisions of the criminal code, which will allow Parliament to speak out. Parliament can clearly indicate that it approves the changes seeking to make the sentences handed down harsher. One way of doing this is to adopt a new mandatory minimum term of imprisonment of 2 years for fraud offenses of a value of $1 million or more. Orchestrating and carrying out a fraud of a value of over $1 million is a very serious crime that calls for more than 2 years of jail time. But we all know that many of these fraud offenses committed with regard to Canadians are much higher than $1 million. For example, as I already mentioned, Earl Jones, who swindled his family and friends out of over $50 million. Now, of course, the 2 years of mandatory jail time for this value of $1 million must be considered a minimum and not a maximum. This is already the case, and the government agrees that, naturally, frauds that involve larger sums of money must result in harsher sentences. Earl Jones received 11 years, which was appropriate. The 2-year mandatory minimum sentence had no impact on the Jones case because this was a particularly outrageous case of fraud. The government wants to send a clear message that fraud, even where it is less than $1 million, must receive harsh sentences as well. The creation of such a minimum will shed new light on fraud that does not exceed $1 million by a great deal. The aggravating factors include where the fraud had particularly serious consequences on the victims, given their personal situation, including their age, their financial situation, and their health. The complexity or duration of the fraud was particularly substantial. Third, the offender did not comply with the licensing rules. And the offender destroyed or concealed documents pertaining to the fraud or to the dispersing of the revenue. These aggravating circumstances show different aspects of the fraud that are extremely concerning. The more we can clarify these circumstances before the courts, the better the sentence is handed down will reflect the real guilt on the part of the victim and the severity of the crime. There is also a new measure under this bill to determine a sentence that will limit the possibility for people found guilty of having access to other people's property and to holding power over them. The duration of this prohibition order will be set by the court as it sees fit, and the violation of this order will be an offense. This measure will facilitate the prevention of any future crimes, which is better than simply punishing the person who committed the crime after the fact. The bill also contains the measures that are based particularly on these concerns specific to fraud victims. The restitution is paying something back to its legitimate owner. Now, this is part of the sentence that will be handed down to an offender as an independent measure or as part of a probation order or conditional sentencing. Restitution orders are particularly appropriate in the case of fraud. That is why Bill C-21 will require that the judge who is determining the sentence in the case of fraud must consider a restitution order as part of the sentence handed down. The court must also ask the Crown whether reasonable measures were taken to provide the opportunity for victims to apply for restitution. The aim of this measure is to ensure that the sentence cannot be handed down unless the victims have had the opportunity to speak with the representatives of the Crown and to determine their losses. The bill would also seek to amend the criminal code to ensure that the effects of the fraud on victims are better taken into account when the sentence is determined. The government has always considered it a priority to satisfy the needs and concerns of crime victims. Fraud victims suffer major consequences, especially financially, emotionally, psychologically, and socially speaking. The harm caused to victims must be a substantial consideration for courts that are ruling on these fraud cases. The bill contains two series of measures that focus particularly on fraud victims. Proposals on the collective, or rather the community impact statement, and those concerning restitution. To ensure that judges take into full account the appalling impact of fraud not only on victims but also on their community, the bill provides for amendments that would allow recourse to a community impact statement as part of the hearings concerning the determination of a sentence. Currently, the criminal code stipulates that when a sentence is about to be handed down, the judge must take into account the victim statements that are submitted before court. Such a statement is prepared by victims of an offense and describes the losses and harm undergone. This statement must be in written form, but can also be read before the court by the victim as part of the sentence determination hearing, or can be presented in another way that the judge sees fit. In addition to the victim's official statement, the criminal code stipulates that the court can consider all evidence that would contribute to determining the sentence. The judges can interpret this broadly so that they can provide a victim or community impact statement. For example, in the case of arson, a victim statement was presented by a synagogue on behalf of the members of the congregation. Case law also shows where First Nations made such a statement to describe the impacts of a crime on their community. Mr. Speaker, I think we all agree that communities, like individuals, suffer the effects of crime. The proposals in this bill will ensure that what is done, that this will be better recognized in legislation. When the court hands down the offender's sentence for fraud offenses, that this victim or community impact statement must be taken into account. The statement presented in writing must be presented in writing, must identify the members of the community, specify that the person can speak on behalf of the community, and be communicated to the Crown and the defender. Case law shows that this has three purposes. It provides the judge responsible for handing down the sentence with information on the impact of the offense. It informs the offender on the consequences of his actions, which can, to a certain extent, help his social rehabilitation, and allows victims to release their emotions. The provisions of this bill, which seek to create a community impact statement with regard to fraud offenses, also aim to achieve these three objectives. The community impact statement will allow communities to speak out publicly and directly to the offender concerning the losses and harm they have suffered. These statements will show that the community is denouncing the offender's behavior. With this opportunity, the community will be able to begin a healing process. In addition, the community impact statements will help the offender understand the ramifications of his actions, and this will help his social reintegration. Now allow me to go over the provisions of the bill that concern restitution. Restitution is a way of paying the victim back, having the offender reimburse the victim in a given amount. Currently, the Criminal Code provides for restitution of the expenses incurred as a result of loss or destruction of property, damage caused by that, loss of income, bodily harm, or psychological damage. In addition, with regard to bodily harm or threat of bodily harm inflicted on a person who lives with the offender, including his spouse, one of his children, or another member of the household, the Criminal Code provides for restitution for any expenses reasonably incurred elsewhere. The restitution order is formulated during the hearing, and it may be an independent measure, a probation order, or a conditional sentencing order. It is handed down only when the amounts can be easily determined and the delinquent's ability to pay without being a decisive factor can be taken into account by the judge.
Restitution orders are particularly appropriate in fraud cases, which often entail significant financial losses for victims. In fraud cases, the sentencing judge has to consider a restitution order as part of the overall sentence and has to give reasons for not issuing such an order, if that's the decision. In addition, the court has to ask the Crown whether reasonable measures have been taken to give the victims an opportunity to seek restitution. The purpose of this measure is to ensure that no sentence is handed down without victims having an opportunity first to speak to the Crown about restitution to make up for their losses. Our proposals also include adding to the Criminal Code an optional form to help victims describe their losses. The losses have to be easily identifiable, and victims have to provide documents in support of their application. The courts could continue accepting information about losses in another form, but the form would not be mandatory. It would simply be available to facilitate the process for victims, prosecution, and judges. The proposals on restitution will be followed in every fraud case, and with these amendments, in addition the community impact statement, the purpose is to bring the perspective of fraud victims into consideration in sentencing. In this way, we hope to improve the experience of victims and their confidence in the criminal justice system. This bill is a huge step forward to improving the current procedures in the justice system for serious fraud cases by creating a mandatory minimum for fraud over $1 million, and by adding aggravating circumstances in sentencing, by creating a prohibition order, and by providing for restitution to victims. This bill represents a full range of measures that take into account the gravity of fraud from the perspective of communities and victims. For these reasons, I would encourage all members to support the bill. It gives members an opportunity to show their support, their unequivocal support for fraud victims. Victims of crime deserve the respect of this House. I would therefore encourage all members to support this bill and to refer the bill to the committee for study. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for his explanation of the features of Bill C-21. I did want to make an observation, a comment about the value of $1 million. It seems to me that, and I'm not sure why the government has picked $1 million as a threshold here, because I'd like to know how MPs will explain to their constituents, perhaps who have been the victims of a fraud of only, say, an elderly gentleman or woman in your riding who have been victims of a fraud of maybe only $30,000. To that person, that could be their whole life savings. And that could have as big a psychological effect on them as a case where there's bigger frauds involved. And also, are we supposed to now make sure that the frauds continue until they hit $1 million? You know, if we're trying to investigate a ring of fraudsters and we have to now make sure they get over the $1 million mark because we want to make sure they get a minimum two-year sentence. So I'd like to ask the minister whether they would reconsider that $1 million mark, why they chose it in the first place, but whether they could reconsider it and perhaps make it a little lower.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you, I thank my NDP colleague for his question. When I made my speech, I said that there's fraud over 5,000, and that's already subject to a maximum penalty of 14 years prison versus life in other cases. In the bill we have here, even if the fraud doesn't amount to $1 million, aggravating circumstances can come into play. For example, in my colleague's example, if a woman who may be 62 years is defrauded of 50 grand, so it's not $1 million, but there's aggravating circumstances that the judge would have to take into account. Whether restitution is feasible, the age of the victim, and all the other circumstances. If the person's lost everything, their life savings, then the 2-year minimum might, because if it's outrageous, the judge could give 4 to 7 years, as we currently have in the case law. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Compton Stansted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was listening to my colleague, my Conservative colleague, on the sentences, and he talked about victims. I'd like to know, what does his government intend to do about tax havens? Because everyone knows these fraudsters store their money away, they sock it away in tax havens, so it's all well and good to sentence fraudsters, but where does the money go? We have to be able to get into these tax havens in order to provide restitution to those who've been swindled. So I'd like to know, what are his recommendations around tax havens? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you, I'd give my colleague from the bloc the following answer. She referred perhaps to recent events. There are about 2,000 Canadians who have accounts in Switzerland in order to avoid taxes. Over 1,000 of them are from Quebec. What's Revenue Quebec going to do to get that money back? What's Revenue Canada going to do to get those taxes back from them? Obviously, there are international agreements. I'm not aware of all of them, but yes, it's fraud. And when there's a case in Canada of tax evasion, all these restitution provisions can apply, because if they have assets in Canada or Quebec, those can be seized to pay back the victims. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the sections in this bill, 380.3, deals with the innovation regarding restitution or possible restitution. And I'm just wondering whether the member or the originators of the bill had given any thought to the possible difficulty in setting up this restitution mechanism, which actually involves a victim filling out a form and submitting it and requiring the court to, if they don't proceed with a restitution mechanism, to give reasons why they're not. I see in it the possible loss of managerial control by the prosecutor, that the victims will say, well, we're going to file our claim and the judge is going to make a decision, and they're inserting this into a criminal process and not a civil process. And it's unclear what the role of the prosecutor is. And I just asked the honourable member whether he's given any thought to the complexities that might be there for the court, for the judge, in a situation like this where there doesn't appear to be a controlling mechanism.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you, I'd like to thank my colleague who's also a member of the Justice Committee, as am I, and we work very well together when fighting white-collar criminals. Restitution orders already exist. When we state that victims will have an opportunity to explain what they've lost, there may be frauds involving 500, 600 people who've lost money. So we're going to have to be specific here. But the judge can, through the Crown, they can provide an optional questionnaire. But if it's hard to explain what's lost, the judge can take the easiest solution. But the important point here is that the judge will be required to say why no restitution order is made if that's the judge's decision. That's what's important here. That's a major change.
Comments? The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to provide a partial answer to the member for Compton Stansted, who got no answer from the government when she asked what the government was doing about tax havings. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, they're not doing anything. On the very day that the recent stories appeared about the tax monies that are being hidden in Switzerland, the government is trying to implement a free trade deal with Panama, which is a famous tax haven. 350,000 companies are hiding money in Panama. And in fact, what this government is doing is they're offering a tax amnesty. 2 years ago, when one of the employees of Liechtenstein Bank turned over computer records to the German government, the Canadian government found out that there were 100 Canadians storing money in the Liechtenstein Bank. And what have they done? They've simply offered the ability for people to go and declare the taxes and pay the taxes voluntarily. They've given them a tax, basically a tax holiday. And what they've done right now is they found another 2,000. They got the information from a bank employee. That's where the information came from. So the point is, the government is not actively pursuing money in tax havens.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you, I would answer my colleague that if there is tax evasion, there's also fraud. So the Government of Canada has power over Canadian citizens here in the provinces and Quebec, has the power to prosecute those people, and they'll pay for their crimes. If they're involved in fraud over 5,000 or over $1 million, they'll suffer the consequences accordingly, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise on this bill today, Bill C-21. And I should have maybe thought more clearer this morning when I got up. It seems that every speaker that's risen on this topic is wearing a white collar. I wish I had the good sense of the member from the Yukon who's sporting a lovely burgundy shirt today. And I speak, Mr. Speaker, as a lawyer, as a member of Parliament, as a Canadian citizen, as a person who has known victims, organizations and individuals who have been robbed by white-collar criminals. White-collar crime, Mr. Speaker, costs the Canadian economy dearly, and the good, hard-working citizens who fall prey to fraudsters, much more than you will know, Mr. Speaker, are very common-day occurrences. Bill C-21 sends the right message. There's no debate about that in the House here, that to crack down on white-collar crime is the right thing to do, and it sends the right message. This House and we parliamentarians within it are serious about keeping Canadians safe from fraud. Now that's where the nonpartisan enjoyment and harmony ends, maybe, Mr. Speaker, because as we all know, fraud is not harmless, fraud is not victimless. It disproportionately preys on the weak in our society, and Canadians, Mr. Speaker, will not stand for it. Le projet de loi C.
Bill C-21 recognizes the harm done by fraud for victims. This bill adds aggravating factors to the list of things the judge will consider during sentencing. In addition to provisions on the planning of a crime and the destruction of documents, the provisions in the bill will allow a judge to consider personal circumstances of a victim, their age, their health, their financial situation. The bill contains the means to produce a decision for the community that has been victimized, and this can be considered by the judge. It's important to have the judges be able to have their consideration and have discretion. It's important for them to consider the destruction caused by the fraud to the entire community. For example, a church that has seen its savings disappear or an after-school program defrauded can talk about their situation to parishioners or to the children in their community. These are good things in the bill.
Mandatory the consideration of an order for restitution, a chance for victims of fraud to recover some of their lost savings, a chance for reparations to be made. It permits a judge to prohibit an offender from taking any employment or volunteering their services in any way which provides them access to and authority over the property, money, or financial security of others. There would be, in that world, no re-victimization by the same perpetrator. And these are all good measures. It's certainly why this bill will go to committee, and the committee will study the bill. But hopefully the committee will improve the bill. For these are good measures that will strengthen the criminal code and provide some comfort for the cheated and maligned. But, Mr. Speaker, like many bills in this House, we would not want to leave the Canadian public or those who have been victimized before by fraudsters with the impression that this bill will cure all the evils of the past, the present, and the future, for it is woefully inadequate in that regard, and it raises some hopes that may not come to fruition. I have a couple of categories that actually came up during some of the question and answers sessions, and one of those has to do with restitution. It seems like a good step to provide for restitution? Obviously. There are provisions in the criminal code now that allow for victims' statements with respect to the impact on the victims' impact statements, in other words. There are provisions now in various parts of this country hiding or being enmeshed in the criminal code with authority to take over the assets of someone who has performed an economic crime. So these things happen, but the provisions in this Act, with all due respect, and maybe the committee can work on them, Mr. Speaker, do not, as the member from Scarborough Rouge River mentioned, do not make it clear whose role it is, who will be driving the prosecution, and therefore whether the prosecution of these crimes will be on a team basis towards the goal of getting the wrongdoer to repay the money. It's very unclear. We will hear testimony on this. As has also been brought up, there is the continuing and lurking question of tax havens. Tax havens, Mr. Speaker, are becoming, in this internet age of ours, this digital age of ours, this age where we can't find addresses. Addresses are static. It used to be when you grew up, you knew what an address was, because if they didn't have an emergency response number on their box, at least you knew it was Farmer Joe next to Farmer Bill, next to the fish market, in our case, in Eastern Canada. But addresses now may be static internet addresses. They may be people in ether. People don't really have a place where you can go and knock on their virtual or other door and get the money that they've taken from other people. So tax havens follow that digital reality where people can, the fraudsters can hide money away, hard-earned money from Canadian citizens, which now rest in foreign jurisdictions. This bill is a step, but the question is very much out there, Mr. Speaker, that in almost 5 years, what has this government done, what has this country done with respect to tax havens, to people who defraud other Canadians of money, packing away money in other jurisdictions and not having any real chance of having that money attacked. There's also, Mr. Speaker, I guess what's not in the bill is the aspect of prevention. How, as a country, as a parliament, and I submit as a government, since we're all in the same boat with respect to aims. Now, how common is it that we all have the same aim to prevent white-collar crime, to prevent fraud perpetrated on the weakest in our society, the churches, the after-school kindergartens, the minor hockey associations, the Women's Institute groups, the Catholic Women's League, and the list goes on. These groups, seniors, handicapped people who are defrauded of millions of dollars every year. How can we, as a parliament, strike together to prevent that? Well, there's the penalty phase. But let's be clear, this bill is mostly about the penalty phase. I mean, not to strain the analogy, but if you want to stop violence in hockey, you might start with the young, you might start with the minor groups, you might talk about how it's not the right thing to do. It's not always going to be affected in the penalty phase. And in the criminal justice world, it's the same. This bill only speaks about the penalty phase of fraud being perpetrated. So are we going to prevent fraud from happening by imposing or moving around the shell game of penalties for people who have already stocked the money away? In other words, you're going to penalize people from whom you're not likely to get the money, which is really the crime that has been permitted. In this society of ours, we do have a hierarchy of offenses. It's recognized in the criminal code, which is set out as personal crimes against the person, crimes against property, and so on, crimes against the state even. And we consider, rightly so, I think, that crimes against the person are of a higher magnitude and higher priority than crimes against property. And crimes against property, from the old West days, if you stole someone's horse, you're really stealing their livelihood. If you steal their livelihood, you're really hurting the family. So horse thievery was a very important offense, and it's right up there in the modern criminal code that we have from 1892. It's a very high-ranking offense. But people don't go around and steal horses as much anymore, Mr. Speaker. What they do is they go around and steal nest eggs. They go around and steal people's lifelong hard-earned savings through fraudulent means. So how are we to more prioritize this offense? Well, we should, Mr. Speaker, look at the whole criminal code and look at prevention like any other crime. How do we stop violent crime? Well, we talk about early childhood intervention. We talk about the social causes of crime. We talk about the socio-economic milieu in which recidivism is rampant. Well, how do we get at the prevention of economic crimes, Mr. Speaker? It seems to me, Mr. Speaker, that people who commit sophisticated economic crimes through fraud are people who are using electronic and social media and communication apparati, which are controlled by the Government of Canada through agencies. So why doesn't this government come forward with modern methods to prevent the use of the regulated tools of fraud in order to stop fraud from happening in the first place? And the fourth general point in my remarks, Mr. Speaker, and what I've heard a lot about from this side of the House, and I've heard a lot about in the communities across this country. I was at one time, Mr. Speaker, a mayor. I know what it's like to have a police force doing work in a community, very important work. Well, police forces across this country are asking for more resources, Mr. Speaker. Again, what has this government actually done? Not on paper, not on a speech, and not on the 5 o'clock news, but tell me what the police chiefs are saying. Tell me what the Canadian Police Association is saying about actual boots on the street. They're saying they don't have enough resources, and if they, like I just mentioned with the criminal code, like we prioritize, they will take physical crimes against the person more seriously than economic crimes against the household income. So with more resources, police people and men and women who serve our communities will do more than they can now, and the fault for the lack of that, or the lack of rising to the growing elements of fraud in our community, lies with that government. It lies with that government after 5 years of talking about making Canada safe, doing very little about it. Ask any police person who's not been cowered into saying nothing because of the threat that the government might not fund their force, their city, their community, their region, or their MP. But it's a fact, and we're here as opposition members to say so, to stand up for the good and hardworking policemen in Cape Breton, or in Labrador, or in the Avalon Peninsula, in Quebec, and all across this country, who are saying they need more resources to combat fraud. That's what we'd like to see, Mr. Speaker. Back to C-21. It's been said many times in this House, and many times by members of every party who cheapen it really to a pithy phrase, but it rings true in the hearts of Canadians. There is no greater fraud than a promise not kept, Mr. Speaker. And that was said many times outside this House to portions east of here, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure where. But this bill is an example of a promise not kept. This bill is a promise not kept because it had a different number. And we're going to bring up the word right now. Is everybody ready? We were prorogued, Mr. Speaker. They sent us all home. We couldn't do our work. And the bill that was just the same as this bill, which I've just said is okay, didn't see the light of day because they prorogued Parliament and sent us home, Mr. Speaker. That's a fraud because it's a promise not kept. They went out and said they were going to do something about fraud and white-collar crime, and then they pulled the plug on the bathtub of Parliament and we went home. We don't have this bill in law because we were prorogued. So the bill died on the order paper, and that was last year, Mr. Speaker. So we're talking about this bill as if it's something new. The life savings of every Canadian who have fallen victim to fraud since prorogation, the victims of those crimes should look across the way and say, well, if it's not contentious, if these guys on this side were going to let it go through, why did you prorogue? You know, because then maybe my aunt or my daughter's hockey team, they wouldn't have been defrauded of all that money because we would have perfected this bill, improved it at committee, and passed it. It'd be law now. That's the biggest fraud so far in this speech tonight is that, Mr. Speaker, they didn't keep a promise. They didn't do anything about white-collar crime. Mr. Speaker, there are other aspects of this bill that hopefully will be tightened up in committee. We'll work on it. But there's an overriding element to the bill that surely we've had this debate long enough now, and surely the government must see that they must question the insertion of mandatory minimums in this bill as well. The bill provides nothing for the prevention of crime, as I said, only punishments after the fact. But, Mr. Speaker, no jail sentence and no restitution can make up for the sense of betrayal and hurt that follows a fraud perpetrated. No jail sentence and no restitution can restore the confidence or livelihood of a Canadian cleaned out by someone the victim that had grown to trust, a new parent without a nest egg, a dying grandparent without a bequest. Prevention, Mr. Speaker, prevention keeps Canadians safe. Nothing is more important to the livelihood of Canadians, and nothing in this bill even gives a hint towards it. On the question of mandatory minimums, Mr. Speaker, it's an experiment that has failed in the United States. It's an experiment that will not have an effect on white-collar crime in this country. The bill provides for a mandatory minimum sentence for commission of a fraud over $1 million. Some of the early criticism of C-52, the predecessor, and this bill, some of the criticisms, Mr. Speaker, were that it didn't hit the financial institutions hard enough. It seemed to be cherry-picking over the smaller crimes that are committed on a smaller basis. But we all know that in this country already, daren't I mention Earl Jones in the province of Quebec, that there are large-scale crimes that take place that take people for more than $1 million, either individually or cumulatively. And it's not clear to us on this side, we will see at committee, whether or not, Mr. Speaker, this is cumulative, whether this is large enough, why the Department of Justice came up with this amount. But we shall see. We do not want to exclude the larger frauds from a bill that's purported to stop white-collar crime. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we will do our best on this side to make sure that the bill is wider in scope, more effective, pushes the government to key in on aspects of prevention and tax havens. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we on this side, by doing so responsibly, will keep a promise that the people on the other side, known now as the government, failed to keep, which has been the biggest fraud committed in the area of white-collar crime in the last 5 years, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The members' questions and comments will resume when the House returns to this matter. Statements by members. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon-Humboldt.
Mr. Speaker, early last month, my constituency had the privilege of hosting the Prime Minister when he announced the rejuvenation of the Diefenbaker Centre at the University of Saskatchewan. The Diefenbaker Centre is a unique institution which celebrates the life and contributions of our 13th Prime Minister. It is particularly fitting that the rejuvenation be during the 50th anniversary of one of Diefenbaker's proudest achievements, the Bill of Rights. Along with the Bill of Rights, the Chief is well remembered for his other achievements, granting the right to vote to First Nations, enacting the Agriculture Rehabilitation and Development Act, and recognizing that Canadian citizenship is unhyphenated by ethnic ancestry. It is important that we as Canadians remember our history, and it is important that we remember our leaders who changed our nation. Jean-Georges Diefenbaker was a great Canadian and a great parliamentarian. It is a wise investment to carry on his memory and his legacy, and it is a legacy which has been forgotten by too many for too long.
The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Speaker, parliamentarians were saddened last week to hear of the passing of the Honourable Norm Atkins. Norm was a great friend and a mentor to many of us. As a student at Acadia University, excelled at football, which prepared him well for a lifetime of politics and a string of political successes across Canada. He was guided in his life by a respect for politics and a moderate vision of progressive conservatism. He believed in building Canada with less partisanship and more compromise. He was a passionate advocate for post-secondary education. For this passion and his devotion to Acadia University, he was awarded an honorary degree by the university in 2000. He was also co-founder of Diabetes Canada, and donations in his memory can be made to the Diabetes Hope Foundation. To his partner Mary, his 3 sons Peter, Jeff and Mark, and to his extended family, I extend sincere condolences on behalf of all of my colleagues.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Bay James Nunavik, EU. Mr. Speaker, today in Quebec and Canada, some very special vigils are being held. Sisters in Spirit are gathering for the 5th year in a row to honor the memory of hundreds of Aboriginal women who have disappeared or were murdered. Regardless of where they come from, they all share a similar history marked by psychological and physical violence. It is not only women who suffer from this, but also their children and their entourage. They are victims of violence first and foremost because they are women and Aboriginals, regardless of where they live in Canada and Quebec. For many women and their children, this violence is part of their everyday life. Dozens of vigils are being held today in as many cities. Everywhere, lit candles will recall the memory of all our sisters in spirit who have disappeared. My colleagues of the Bloc Québécois join with me in saying enough is enough. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise with concern over the government's arbitrary March 2011 deadline for project completion under the Infrastructure Stimulus Fund. It's the government's position that consideration will be given to extending municipal projects on a case-by-case basis in a fair and reasonable way. Mr. Speaker, that's anything but fair and reasonable. Why do municipalities have to come here on bended knee when they're equal partners? Why the assumption that municipalities are doing something wrong or they've made mistakes? The policy ought to be a blanket extension and then look at those projects that you have problems with on a case-by-case basis. In my hometown of Hamilton, there are 6 of 15 projects for a total of $28 million that are now at risk. Speaker, it's unacceptable for a federal program to be brought in that's supposed to help municipalities, and that program could leave them millions of dollars in debt. Unacceptable and unfair and unreasonable.
Honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul. Order.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to draw attention to Mental Illness Awareness Week. This week provides us all an opportunity to better understand mental illness and that recovery is possible. Nearly 1 in 5 Canadians is affected by mental illness, yet a continued stigma prevents millions from receiving the assistance they need. The continuing theme of Mental Illness Awareness Week is Face Mental Illness, is designed to change that. Today, people suffering from mental illness should not be burdened by negative stigmas from the general population and healthcare professionals. We know that the earlier people get help, the better the outcome. That's why our government has made mental health awareness a priority and worked hard to shed light on such an important issue that impacts our families, our colleagues, our neighbours, and our country. Tonight I have the honour of speaking at the 8th Annual Champions of Mental Health Awards, where individuals are recognized for their tireless efforts to provide hope and relief to those who suffer from mental illnesses. To all the champions of mental health awareness, we congratulate and thank you.
Honourable member for Vancouver South.
Mr. Speaker, this week obviously is the Mental Health Awareness Week. Millions of Canadians suffer with mental health issues. On top of that, they must also deal with the stigma associated with mental health. Nearly 6 million Canadians are likely to experience some mental illness in their lifetime. About 4,000 Canadians commit suicide each year, and it's the most common cause of death for young, aged 15 to 24. Some communities in rural and remote areas of Canada have rates of suicide and addiction that are among the highest worldwide. Many of these are Aboriginal and Inuit communities. There are significant gaps in service. 2/3 of homeless people using urban shelters suffer from some form of mental illness. By 2020, it's estimated that depressive illness will become the second leading cause of disease burden worldwide and the leading cause in developed countries like Canada. The economic and human cost of mental illness are mounting, and yet less than 4% of medical research funding goes to mental illness research. We need to do more and do it sooner.
Member for Brant.
Mr. Speaker, Brantford celebrates and baseball reigns supreme after the hometown Red Sox captured their 3rd consecutive inter-county baseball championship. Red Sox owner and president Paul LeCoyne has built a powerhouse team and first-class organization. On the field, the boys of summer, Foreman, Cho, McCurdy, Delfino, Myers, and their teammates. Off the field, Hannum, Tallhurst, Monroe, and an army of dedicated volunteers. In the stands, loyal, cheering fans, including Mary Lowe's, hanging on every pitch,
every hit, every stolen base. This is the portrait of a wonderful summer night under the lights at Arnold Anderson Stadium. Today, we salute Paul, the Red Sox, and the rich tradition of baseball in Brantford. Go Sox, go!
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the forestry crisis continues to hit my region hard. After the announcement of the definitive closure of the Dolbeau-Mistassini plant, several sawmills, including those in Saint-Fulgence and Petit-Séguinet, are also threatened with shutdown. Unfortunately, it is the workers and the forestry communities who pay the price of the Conservative government's inaction. Despite repeated calls to action, the Conservatives have unjustly refused to put in place adequate measures to help the forestry industry, preferring to merrily subsidize the Ontario automobile industry and its workers. The minister, member for Roberval-Lac-Saint-Jean, got elected by pledging to solve the forestry crisis, but his inaction is having disastrous consequences on the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean region. This government must immediately stop spouting rhetoric and seek once and for all to help the forestry industry and its workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, the Sisters in Spirit Vigils commemorate missing and murdered Aboriginal women from all walks of life and from all across Canada. The Government of Canada is committed to ensuring that all women in Canada, including Aboriginal women, are safe and secure, regardless of the community in which they live. Ending this type of violence and bringing to justice those who have committed crimes is a shared responsibility of all levels of government. This is a serious matter which affects a far greater number than the women who have gone missing and their families. We must all take steps to ensure that Aboriginal women, and indeed all women, are better protected from violence in its many forms. Our government will continue to work in partnership with provincial and territorial governments, Aboriginal people, and other stakeholders to develop more effective and appropriate solutions to this pressing matter. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Beaches, East York.
Mr. Speaker, today Canadians are gathering across the country, including on Parliament Hill, to mark the annual Sisters in Spirit Vigil. Violence against women is a tragedy that all Canadians must unite and vigilantly combat in all its forms. Today we honour the hundreds of Aboriginal women who have been murdered or who have gone missing. We will take up the torch in committing ourselves to combating the violence that they were forced to face alone. Together we are united as Canadians with our Aboriginal sisters in saying, your struggles are ours. Your right to live free from violence is a responsibility we all must work to guarantee. I salute the Native Women's Association of Canada and all of their partner organizations today for ensuring through these vigils that these women and their struggle are never forgotten.
The Honourable Member for Le Binière de la Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, this morning the Minister of Industry was at the International Montréal Mirabel Airport to announce the opening of Pratt & Whitney Canada's new Global Flight Test Operations Centre. It is not surprising that Pratt & Whitney has chosen Quebec for these new investments. This flight testing facility will consolidate Quebec's role as an international crossroads of the aerospace sector in terms of innovation and excellence. Quebec has the talent and know-how needed to make its aerospace sector a world leader. It will make Mirabel a veritable hub for future activity within the aerospace industry. Our government contributes to the development of this technological cluster in Quebec by creating a context that will foster long-term prosperity of Canadian aerospace companies within the world economy. This is a boon for our aerospace industry, just as it is for Quebec workers and their families, and therefore for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today in support of Mental Illness Awareness Week, happening right now across Canada. Established almost 20 years ago, this week is an opportunity to draw attention to the struggles and the achievements of those living with mental illness, a group that includes more than 1 out of every 5 Canadians. It's also an opportunity to join the growing call for this government to show real leadership in tackling an issue whose mismanagement has cost the Canadian economy more than $14 billion a year. In 2003, health organizations across Canada signed on to a call for a national action plan on mental health. That was almost 8 years ago, and we still have woefully little to show for it. So during this Mental Illness Awareness Week, I would call on this government to demonstrate the commitment and dedication that Canadians with mental illness, their doctors, their families deserve, and craft a comprehensive and effective mental illness action plan. Thank you.
The honourable member for Langley.
Mr. Speaker, today the Minister of Industry and the Minister of Natural Resources joined with Quebec to celebrate the opening of Pratt & Whitney's new global flight test facility in Mirabel. This announcement was made possible because this government has implemented the policies necessary to attract investment and create jobs right across this great country. Because of this government's efforts, Canada has the strongest fiscal position in the G7, is on track to having the lowest corporate income tax rate in the G7 by 2012, the fastest economic growth in the G7 in 2010. The benefits of our economic plan are being realized right now, today in Mirabel, Quebec, where this new plant will employ 250 people at peak production. Our government remains committed to creating jobs right across Canada, and Pratt & Whitney's new facility is just one more example of how we're getting the job done for Canadians.
L'honorable député d'Hochelaga.
Oui, Monsieur le Président, récemment, la Chambre a voté à 153 contre 151 pour le maintien du registre des armes à feu. Que devrait-on retenir de ce vote en apparence assez serré? De cette majorité de 153 députés,
of 153 members who voted in favor of the register, 63 represent Quebec ridings, that is 84% of the 75 Quebec seats. However, of the 151 who voted to abolish it, 139 are from the rest of Canada. So this is 61% of Canadian members from Canada who voted against maintaining the registry. Instead of looking high and low for far-fetched explanations that oppose rural and urban voters, wouldn't it just be better to admit that Quebec and Canada are two different nations, even in their most deep-rooted values? That Quebec and Canada are two countries, two neighbors, two friends, who each respect each other's differences? Last week's result was neither close nor hotly debated. It is simply another illustration of our necessary independence, that of Quebec from that of Canada.
Vancouver Quadrant.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to congratulate the impressive performance of Canada's great athletes. On day one of competition at the Delhi Commonwealth Games, Canadians took 3 medals in swimming. The nageur de Victoria, Ryan Cochrane, a dominé le 400 mètres libre.
Ryan Cochrane dominated the 400-meter freestyle with a time of 3 minutes 48.48 seconds.
Individual medley and in the men's 200-meter butterfly, respectively. Il faut aussi mentionner la performance de Geneviève.
I should also underline the performance of Quebecer Geneviève Saumur, who placed 4th in the 200-meter freestyle. In the coming days, Canadians will be cheering for Laval diver Alexandre Despatie and synchronized swimmer Marie-Pierre Boudreau-Gagnon from Rivière-du-Loup.
Track and field athlete Jessica Zelinka, and in shooting, Susan Natras. Le Parti libéral est fier d'encourager.
The Liberal Party is proud to encourage all our athletes participating in the Commonwealth Games.
Honourable member for Selkirk Interlake.
Mr. Speaker, while Canadians are concerned about the economy, it's clear that the Liberal leader has a different set of priorities. On Wednesday, when Parliament was debating employment insurance, the Liberal leader pronounced, "The issue is a census. The issue is not EI." Last Monday, when the Prime Minister and senior ministers met to work on the Economic Action Plan, the Liberal leader and a spokesperson laid out other key Liberal priorities, making it easier to possess and use marijuana and extending illegal drug injection sites into local communities. The census, marijuana, illegal drug injection, seems like everything is a priority for the Liberal leader except the economy. Mr. Speaker, it's little wonder the Liberal leader avoids talking about the economy. His economic agenda includes hiking taxes on job creators, lowering the EI qualifying period to only 45 days, increasing the GST back to 7%, and billions of dollars in reckless spending.
Okay. Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, this summer I met a woman who's looking after her two elderly, ill parents all by herself at home with no help other than her father's veteran's pension. There are 3,000 people in Canada in the same situation. How can the government explain to this woman why they spent $6 billion for corporate tax cuts instead of helping families in difficulty like that who are just trying to help their parents? The Honourable Government House Leader.
To the woman, the Leader of the Opposition, meant that our government has made an unprecedented commitment to veterans, an unprecedented commitment to our men and women in uniform to ensure that they get the care that they need after they so bravely served our country. The recent announcement by the Minister of Veterans Affairs underlines and demonstrates the huge priority we've given, once again going farther than any government ever has in Canadian history. At the same time, we recognize that the people who need health care and the important public health care system that we enjoy need the federal government to be there as a financial partner. That's why the Minister of Finance, once again this year's budget, increased the transfer of the provinces by 6% to support important health care services operated by the province.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, the woman I met in Montreal this summer looks out at a world in which her government is spending $1.3 billion on a G8-G20 summit, $16 billion on planes without a competitive bid, triples the publicity budget of the government, and is about to give big corporations a $6 billion tax break. The question she's asking me, the question she wants answered from this government, what about my priorities? When am I going to matter?
The Honourable Government Order, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Let me say this, Mr. Speaker. Our government remains focused on the big priorities that matter to Canadians. The biggest single priority across this country is the economy, is job creation, so the Canadians from right across the country, from coast to coast to coast, can have the dignity of a job and to be able to provide for themselves and their families. Also, Mr. Speaker, Canadians depend on publicly funded health care in this country. That's why this government, when facing tough economic times, resisted to follow the Liberal tradition of cutting health care by $25 billion. And in this respect, Mr. Speaker, we've increased the transfers to the provinces by some 30% in just a few short years. That's why we believe in supporting those who most need help, Mr.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, the record speaks for itself. $6 billion in corporate tax breaks for large corporations, a wasted $1.3 billion on a G8, G20 summit, tripling the publicity budget of this government. The woman I was talking to can barely manage to look after her aging parents at home. When is the government going to pay some attention to the growing needs of Canadian families for home care assistance? When are they going to get their priorities right?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
This woman in Montreal, her priorities are our government's priorities. That's why we're focused on growing the economy so that everyone can have the dignity of a job and the pride that comes with being independent to provide for themselves and their family. That's why we're focused on ensuring that those important services that Canadians depend on, particularly health care, which many people desperately need, Mr. Speaker. That's why our government has avoided the temptation to cut and slash transfers to the province, as we saw in another recession and another period, Mr. Speaker, when the Liberals were in power. And that's why we're working with the provinces, respecting provincial jurisdiction, and providing the provinces with the finances they need to deliver quality health care to Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer.
Speaker, Onyx VP Nigel Wright is taking temporary leave from leading the company's defence, aerospace and energy units to become the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff. In just 18 months, he is obligated to return to overseeing multi-billion-dollar defence procurement files, amongst other unspecified responsibilities. Will the Prime Minister make public all of the terms and conditions under which Mr. Wright will be released by Onyx and the terms and conditions of his employment and post-employment as Chief of Staff to the Prime Minister?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me say this. We're so fortunate in Canada that outstanding individuals like Nigel Wright are willing to come to their nation's capital and serve the public. Let me say this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Wright has sought and he's followed the direction of the independent ethics commissioner, Mr. Speaker, conflict of interest commissioner. He has and he will continue to do so. He will respect all the rules that are in place, not just with ethics and with accountability, but all the other acts that all ministerial staff are required to do. He'll continue to do that, and he'll provide great service to this government and through them to all Canadians.
The honourable member for Hull-Elmer. Mr. Speaker, meanwhile, the Conservatives are trying to dodge an investigation into their information censorship system. The Information Commissioner is looking into possible illegal interference in 8 departments, including the former Minister of Public Works. Will the government shed light on its censorship system by making public all the emails, briefing notes, and other relevant documents from Public Works that are currently in the government's possession? The Honourable Government House Leader.
My friend opposite. This government has fought hard. This party, the Conservative Party, has fought hard, Mr. Speaker, to expand the access to information system because Canadians have an important right to know how their government operates and in whose interest it operates, Mr. Speaker. The now Minister of Natural Resources has asked the Information Commissioner to review this entire matter, and we look forward to her independent judgment, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laurier Sainte Marie. Mr. Speaker, about 60,000 residents of Quebec City gathered on Saturday in support of the construction of a multi-purpose arena with a view to winning a bid for the Olympic Games, having a professional hockey team, and hosting cultural events. The organizer of the Blue March, Mario Roy, took the opportunity to call on the federal government to do something about it. Will the Prime Minister finally listen to the people of Quebec City who've stated loud and clear that they want an arena, and will he finally do his part by funding it? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, Mr. Speaker, all over Canada, there are applications for new infrastructure both for the CFL and the NHL. Our position's clear and always has been. Although we're big fans of professional sport, funding for facilities is mainly up to the private sector. And the federal government's role, Mr. Speaker, if there is one, is to be fair, Canada-wide, and only when the expenditures are reasonable and affordable. The Honourable Member for Laurier Sainte Marie. Mr. Speaker, it seems the Prime Minister is always available to meet with businessmen and lobbyists. Could the Prime Minister also make himself available on this issue and make room in his busy calendar to meet with the Mayor of Quebec City, Régis Lebaume, which the Mayor has been asking for a long time now? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, as my colleague knows, I became aware that the Mayor was looking for a meeting with the Prime Minister. The Minister responsible for the Quebec City area is the appropriate person to make the necessary arrangements for a meeting at the appropriate time. It's the same minister who was able to deliver the goods for the port, for the Museum of Civilization, and for many other projects. The Honourable Member for Montmorency. While the people of Quebec City await the federal contribution to the multi-purpose arena, the minister responsible for Quebec City is looking for smoke screens. She's now suggesting we'll have to wait until 2015 to see if Quebec City is ultimately chosen to host the Olympics before Ottawa takes a position. Mayor Lebaume, however, needs an answer by December 31st. Does the minister realize that her hesitation in funding the multi-purpose arena threatened Quebec City's Olympic candidacy? The Honourable Minister for Intergovernmental Affairs. Mr. Speaker, as has been said many times already, the government received a report from Ernst & Young. The report called for by Équipe Québec. We're still studying it, but there are a number of conditions. First, the Olympic bid, Mayor Lebaume wanted a decision by the end of the year. But as for the rest, The Prime Minister was clear on this. We want the private sector to play a role. And I pointed this out to my Bloc colleague. Pauline Marois from the Parti Québécois also called for the private sector to chip in. The Honourable Member for Montmorency. The Conservatives like to talk about fairness. We'll give you an example. The Minister says that we have to wait to see if Quebec City wins its bid before the federal government agrees to invest. So we'll have to wait 5 years more for an answer. But Toronto got $500 million from the federal government in 2001 to support its Olympic bid for the 2008 Games without ultimately being selected by the IOC. Why is it that what's good for Toronto isn't also good for Quebec City? The Honourable Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. Mr. Speaker, the truth is funds were made available to revitalize and clean up in Toronto, not for Olympic facilities. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, Frank Rainville is a senior in Sturgeon Falls, Ontario, and I spoke to him and he was telling me about how his bills for his basic utilities have gone up by $20 a month just this past month because of this government's HST. And, you know, he asked me, how am I going to cope with my heating bill once I have to turn the thermostat on? It's cold up here. And the fact is, heating bills are going up all across the country, and working families are struggling right now. So will the Prime Minister show some leadership, join with us, and work to take the federal sales tax off home heating fuel now?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, unlike the NDP, this government has been focused on reducing the tax burden for hardworking Canadians since the very day we took office. And every single time, this Minister of Finance has stood up with proposals to cut taxes for working families. New Democratic members have stood up and voted against them. When we cut the GST by 2%, that's a 40% reduction in the GST. The NDP voted against it. When we sought to cut taxes by some $3,000 for the average Canadian family, the NDP stood up against it, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the NDP aboard to the tax-cutting train, Mr. Speaker, but they're too late. The train's left the station.
Member for Toronto Danforth.
Instead of subsidizing the oil patch, Mr. Speaker, the NDP proposes a federal tax exemption on home heating bills for everyone and to bring back the eco-energy renovation program. The recovery is slow in coming and people still need help. Will the government work with us, or are they going to once again abandon Canadians and the environment? The Honourable Government House Leader.
We're always happy to work with our friends in the Democratic Party when it comes to cutting taxes for Canadian families. But, Mr. Speaker, they have left once the train is, they've arrived once the train has left the station. It's our government who has cut taxes for the average Canadian family by some $3,000 per year since we took office. Wow. I say to the member opposite, if he's so concerned about taxing on heating fuel, maybe he should travel to Halifax and talk to the provincial NDP government there, which have raised taxes on the HST, Mr. Speaker. Maybe he should visit Halifax.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
The NDP government in Halifax just took the sales tax off of home heating fuel. The fact is, this government has nothing for home heating and for hardworking families. But look what they can come up with: $1 billion for a predatory corporation known as Valley. This is $1 billion for a Brazilian giant that broke their promises to Canadians, laid off hundreds of people, attacked workers' pensions, and even used scabs for months to fuel a year-long strike. For 16 months, this Prime Minister wouldn't lift a finger for the communities that were being attacked by Valley. But now he's got $1 billion to help them recoup their profits. Job well done, boys. When are you going to put a stop to it? When are you going to take action?
Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, the Export Development Corporation is an arm's-length corporation that seeks to assist Canadian companies and workers in exporting products The Vale loan is designed to facilitate an expansion of a nickel processing facility in Newfoundland, some other projects in Ontario, and as well to facilitate the purchase of equipment manufactured by Canadian workers to be used in projects abroad. We think these are all good things for the Canadian economy.
The honourable member for St. John's South Mount Pearl.
When the PMO announced the new Chief of Staff will be a corporate executive, Nigel Wright, they failed to mention that his appointment was only a temporary leave. The media had to confirm that fact in a September 24th communication with Onyx. The PMO also failed to mention that Mr. Wright had close ties with Lockheed Martin since at least September 2009 in a partnership to sell military aircraft to the U.S. government.
No.
How could Mr. Wright possibly serve as Chief of Staff, given his plans to return to work with his corporate clients?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Wright hasn't even started his first day as Chief of Staff, and the Liberals are already planning for his departure, Mr. Speaker. Let me say this, that he will follow and respect all the rules that apply to ministerial staff. He will disclose everything as required by the independent Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner. He will recuse himself on all matters directed by the Commissioner. Mr. Speaker, this is the high standard that this Conservative government set when we brought in the Federal Accountability Act, the toughest ethics reform that the Liberals complained went way too far just 4.5 years ago. He will follow all the rules, and we will ensure that ethics and accountability remain the hallmark of this government.
Honourable member for St. John's South Mount Pearl.
Open and transparent and release the information. Onyx says that Mr. Wright heads up their aerospace, defense, and energy portfolios, and they state he will return in 18 to 24 months. How could the Prime Minister have a Chief of Staff who would be perpetually facing conflicts of interest with departments as important as industry, national defense, natural resources, public works, and finance, just to name a few? And whatever happened to the cooling off periods? Will the government release the employment agreement with all the terms and conditions, or will they wait till the committees force them to do so?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, by raising this kind of argument, I guess what the Liberal Party is now saying, that anyone who's been successful in the private sector has been successful on tackling issues of the economy, that they shouldn't come and give their talents and skills to the people of Canada. And that's very regrettable. Let me tell you this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Wright will follow all of the high ethical standards that were contained in the Federal Accountability Act. He will disclose everything that is requested of him by the independent arm's length ethics commissioner, Mr. Speaker. He will follow all the conflict of interest rules and recuse himself whenever is necessary. That's the high standard that this Prime Minister has set on ethics and accountability.
Honourable member for Barassa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on June 3rd, the Minister of Natural Resources stated in committee that ministers are personally responsible, accountable for the behaviour of their employees. Imagine when it hits close. My question is quite straightforward. Is the Minister of Natural Resources aware of the acts of his assistant, Sebastian Tonieri, when it comes to an access to information request involving asbestos in his region? The Honourable Government House Leader.
Party which fought very hard to expand the access to information system in this country. We put literally dozens of new government agencies under that access to information law, and we're very, very proud of that. Mr. Speaker, it is very important that public servants make all ATIP decisions, Mr. Speaker. Political staff should not attempt to override these decisions. Mr. Tonieri has offered his resignation. The minister's done the responsible thing and accepted it, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Barassa. Ministerial responsibility appears to be just a way to avoiding answering questions. Information is the keystone of a democracy. Without adequate access to information on policies and programs, incompetent or corrupt governance could be hidden beneath the shield of secrecy. Who said that? The Prime Minister, the current Prime Minister of Canada. So, will the Prime Minister follow through and call on the Minister of Natural Resources to resign? The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, those of us on this side of the House do not need any lectures on ethics and accountability from a member of the previous Liberal government, Mr. Speaker. Let me say this, is the high standards that the Prime Minister has put in place for his ministers is appropriate, is important. The now Minister of Natural Resources has accepted the resignation of the staff member. The whole of that matter has been referred to an independent information commissioner. All the files have been forwarded by the department that they will require in their investigation. And, Mr. Speaker, we will look forward to cooperating fully with that study.
Honourable Member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, the 2,000 delegates from the Quebec Federation of Municipalities passed a resolution calling for postponement of deadlines for the infrastructure programs. Without this postponement, many projects that are already underway will not be completed, and this will lead to waste for the municipalities. Will the federal government finally listen to the appeal from the real Bernard Généreux and push back the deadlines as is called for by the Quebec Federation of Municipalities? The Honourable Minister of Transport.
A great meeting of transport and infrastructure ministers in Halifax late last week. All the governments from across Canada were represented there, Mr. Speaker. A lot of good news out there. Nova Scotia says 98 out of 100 of their projects are going to get done and on time. Wow. In BC, Mr. Speaker, they say in my province they'll almost all get done. Saskatchewan's hoping for a late frost, Mr. Speaker, and they think they're going to get them all done. Alberta's of the same mind, Mr. Speaker. Now in Quebec, they want to extend on the Preco projects from December 31st, a deadline they imposed on themselves. They want to extend that. We're going to be reasonable, Mr. Speaker, and we're working with them to discuss how we can make things happen in Quebec as well.
The Honourable Member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister says that the evaluation of files will be done in a fair and reasonable manner. But the case-by-case approach leads to uncertainty and delays investment. What the municipalities are calling for is full respect for financial commitments already made. Can the Prime Minister dispel doubts and tell us whether this fair and reasonable approach will lead to all projects being approved and completed without penalty, regardless of the deadlines? The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Of course, we're good for the full commitment that we made, as we're hoping they're good for the commitment that they made as well. But, Mr. Speaker, listen to this quote. In just over 18 months, the Government of Canada, in partnership and cooperation with provinces, territories and municipalities, has exceeded the expectations of Canada's public works community in successfully rolling out billions of dollars in stimulus spending under its Economic Action Plan, Mr. Speaker. That comes from who? Darwin Durney, the President of the Canadian Public Works Association, Mr. Speaker. We're getting it done and we're exceeding expectations.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Natural Resources prevented his aide, Sébastien Tonnieri, from testifying in committee due to ministerial accountability, saying that ministers are responsible for the actions of their staff. However, his aide has admitted to serious violations of the Access to Information Act and has resigned. If ministerial accountability is not just a principle used to avoid being accountable, will the minister follow through and resign? The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Natural Resources accepted the resignation of his aide. All information in the file has been given to the Information Commissioner. The Commissioner will investigate, and we will wait for the results of that work. The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. The Prime Minister's spokesman, Dimitris Soudis, said Friday that Mr. Tonnieri was accountable for his actions to his minister, period. In short, ministerial aides have to report to the minister, but the minister need not report to the public regarding mistakes made in his name by his staff. Will the Minister of Natural Resources comply with his own definition of ministerial accountability and resign? The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Accepting the resignation, I think the Minister has demonstrated that he does accept responsibility in this regard.
The Honourable Member for Ajax Pickering.
We know this government uses fear and buzzwords to paper over waste and dismiss accountability. They invoke the word security to bury hundreds of millions splurged on gazebos, in-suite snacks, a steamship, fiddlers, and more. Now it's to defend blowing millions to to build and drain lakes for 72 hours of meetings on fiscal restraint, as if fake or drained lakes somehow protect world leaders. To the minister, when you drained the lake in Muskoka, did you at least recycle? Did you use it to fill the lake in Toronto?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, this is a member who never gets his facts right, especially when it comes to numbers. In fact, the number that he indicated was totally false. The amount of money spent in order to prepare the ground for RCMP accommodations was $144,000. That was well spent, and I'm prepared to show the Auditor General exactly how that money was spent on behalf of the RCMP.
The Honourable Member for Ajax Pickering.
Well, let's look at the facts. Let's look at the numbers. From an order paper question, pride from this government. The cost of the drain lake, $4.1 million, quote, for licenses for use and location and fit-up. But let's continue on that. If you look at the same minister who told this House the prison bill would cost $90 million, when the real cost exposed by the PBO was $10 to $13 billion. That's not a little wrong. That's people riding dinosaurs wrong. To the minister, we can't trust your numbers. Put all the summit receipts on the table and let taxpayers see just how badly you wasted their money.
The Honourable Member for Ajax Pickering, it's nice to address the minister, but he's supposed to address the chair. But the Minister of Public Safety has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I have never indicated that the total cost would be $90 million. The appropriation for this year was $90 million. That member has, again, misconstrued the facts. I've indicated that the cost would be $2 billion over 5 years. I've been consistent on that figure. When the individual indicated that it would be $10 to $13 billion, he also indicated he didn't have any numbers to justify that. In fact, our numbers are that it will be $2 billion over 5 years.
The Honourable Member for Random, Buren, St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, it is obvious when it comes to wasting money, this Conservative government knows no limits. Waste, not safety, is the name of the game. While this government was telling lighthouse keepers in Newfoundland and Labrador they were no longer needed, they were spending money on a fake lighthouse and a fake lake. There is nothing fake about the danger people face when working and traveling on the ocean. To suggest an automated lighthouse can replace people shows a government that is out of touch. People don't have mechanical failures. When will this government wake up and make public safety a priority?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Canadian Coast Guard's #1 priority is mariner safety. And the Senate Committee on Fisheries and Oceans has agreed to undertake a review of the additional services that are provided by lightkeepers on both coasts of the country. We are confident that the committee's work will be very invaluable, Mr. Speaker. The Canadian Coast Guard encourages all those interested, including the lightkeepers themselves, to participate in this review.
The Honourable Member for Random, Buren, St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, it is only the minister and the government that is asking for a review. It isn't only in Newfoundland and Labrador where this government is playing with people's lives. The International Shipowners Alliance of Canada has said the government must stop any move to automate lighthouses. So while the government spent $138,000 on digital pens for the G8 summit, they ignore safety concerns of the marine industry. How can the government waste money on building a fake lake and a landlocked lighthouse 20 kilometers from the summit site, but turn their back on safety provided by real lighthouses?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we're proud of our accomplishments at the G8 and the G20 summits. Canada is leading the global economic recovery as well as international efforts to aid developing nations. As we've said from the beginning, these were legitimate expenses, the majority of them for security purposes. There were approximately 20,000 security personnel on the ground during the summits. The violence and the destruction that occurred proved the need to ensure that those who attended these summits were protected.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna, Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, Canadians were shocked to learn that the Liberal Party supported a wild expansion of the EI program that would lead to $7 billion in new costs to the Canadian economy. This after the Liberal leader said clearly to all Canadians that the proposal was a bad economic policy. Mr. Speaker, thankfully this government will press on with its sound economic policies while the Liberal coalition keeps spinning their wheels. Mr. Speaker, would the Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Industry, please update this House on how our sound economic policies are creating real jobs for Canadians?
Good question. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member from Kelowna Lake Country for this great question. Of course, the Ministers of Industry and Natural Resources today celebrated with Pratt & Whitney the grand opening of their new global flight test operations facility in Quebec. Canada's open and attractive free enterprise environment was recently ranked by the Economist Intelligence Unit as the best place in the G7 to do business this year and over the next 4 years. The benefits of our economic plan are being realized right now, today in Mirabel, Quebec, where this new plant will employ 250 people at peak production. This on top of news that since June 2009, Canada has created an incredible...
The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Mr. Speaker, according to the most recent performance report for Canada Revenue Agency, each dollar invested in its employees means $4 for the government. Unfortunately, the same report mentions job cuts to the anti-tax evasion unit. They want to cut 200 jobs over the next 3 years when tax evasion is a scourge draining our economy. Mr. Speaker, how can the government justify these job cuts at this unit, which is responsible for recovering money from those trying to avoid paying taxes? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue.
In fact, our government is taking very aggressive action, both domestically and internationally, to recover money owed to hardworking, law-abiding Canadians. In fact, under this government, CRA has uncovered 10 times the amount of unpaid taxes in the year 2009 compared to the previous government's record in the year 2005. We're very proud of the work we're doing, Mr. Speaker, and will continue to do so.
The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Do they understand that tax havens are a problem? That tax evasion is a serious crime? We know that billions are sent offshore to the sunny Caribbean to hide underneath beach blankets and avoid Canadian taxes. This government solution: reduce the number of investigators at CRA who are looking for tax cheats. Mr. Speaker, how can the government justify cutting jobs at Canada Revenue Agency? Why are they making law-abiding, tax-paying Canadians foot the bill for these tax cheats?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Order.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, in the year 2009, over $1 billion was uncovered in unpaid taxes. Wow. Almost 3,000 involuntary disclosures were received, with over $138 million in unpaid tax revenue identified. And just 5 months into this fiscal year, we have already surpassed last year's disclosures, Mr. Speaker. We are taking this very seriously, unlike previous governments.
The honourable member for Beauharnais-Salaberry. Mr. Speaker, according to the Lobbyist Registry, not everyone has equal access to the Prime Minister. While the Prime Minister's door is wide open for oil and gas lobbyists, environmental groups have limited access to the Prime Minister. How can the Prime Minister claim that the environment is a priority when he is only listening to the oil and gas companies? The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
One priority has been for the past year and a half has been the economy. So it shouldn't come as any surprise that the Prime Minister meets with people whose fundamental priority is the economy. I think the Prime Minister has also demonstrated that the environment is tremendously important. That's why he attended Copenhagen, and that's why he's appointed one of his most capable ministers as Minister of the Environment.
The Honourable Member for Beauharnais-Salaberry. The Prime Minister is putting himself in an uncomfortable position by allowing his new chief head of staff to maintain ties to Onyx, all the more so since Onyx is refusing to make public the conditions under which it is loaning its employee. While Onyx is involved in numerous projects involving the federal government, it is worrisome to see that the most powerful unelected man in Ottawa can still be under its control. Will the Prime Minister recognize that his chief of staff must cut all ties with his former employer? The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Wright has sought counsel and advice from the Independent Ethics and Conflict of Interest Commissioner. He's following all the rules that are in place and following all her counsel. And, Mr. Speaker, I can please report to the House that he will continue to do so.
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
As part of the Southern Ontario Development Program, the minister gave a company in his own riding $5.2 million and stated, quote, "This investment will create jobs." Well, it didn't. It didn't. In fact, that same company took that $5.2 million and later fired 81 of their employees, nearly all in Canada, using $3 million of it for severance payments. Can the minister tell us when he became aware of these job cuts and how many other jobs have been lost at firms that receive FedDev funding?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to report that FedDev Ontario has been created for years. Not just the Government of Ontario, but the people of Ontario wanted economic development initiatives for Southern Ontario. It's this government which has provided some $200 million a year for the next 5 years to support job creation and economic growth. We're very pleased with the work that's been done initially in the early years of this initiative, Mr. Speaker, and I'd be very pleased to take the inquiry and the specific grant in question back to the Minister upon his return.
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, U.S. Steel indefinitely closed its Stelco facility in Hamilton, thereby breaking their commitment to this government. Neither the Prime Minister nor the Industry Minister are suffering because the government entered into this shoddy agreement. You can be sure that the people of Hamilton who lost their jobs are suffering. Lawsuits to restore these jobs have failed, and symptoms of weak-worded contracts this government is prone to entering into are glaring. Why is this government so impotent in ensuring that promises are kept and that jobs are protected in southwestern Ontario?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry. Order.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, of course, we're disappointed to learn that U.S. Steel will idle their blast furnace in Hamilton, but are encouraged by the company's statement that they will not lay off staff as a result. We will continue to closely monitor this situation, Mr. Speaker. With regard to the ongoing litigation between the Government of Canada and U.S. Steel, of course, I can't make further comments.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Speaker, this weekend the Minister of National Defence revoked an invitation to a moderate imam to speak at a Defence Headquarters Islamic History Month event. The Minister went over the heads of his own officials to arbitrarily cancel this speech at the last minute. Dr. Delic is known as a bridge builder who promotes peaceful dialogue between different faiths. Mr. Speaker, Canadians from all backgrounds benefit from such open dialogue. Will the Minister reinstate the invitation as a show of good faith?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to inform the member in the House that this internal event that took place this morning at National Defence Headquarters was to celebrate Islamic Heritage Month and to recognize the positive contributions that come from Muslims within the Canadian Forces and within the entire defence community. The organization in question has been associated with comments in the past that do in fact not reflect the positive roles and significant accomplishments of the Muslim Canadians in the Canadian Forces. This event was to focus on inclusiveness, diversity, bringing Canadians together, and noting Canada's contributions to the world. I'm pleased that this event provided an accurate and, in fact, informative portrayal of what Muslims do for our country.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Well, Dr. Delic had no part of the previous remarks. We don't want this kind of divisive, disrespectful religious debate in Canada as they're having in the U.S. There are no winners when you try to pit one faith against another. The original comments, of course, were unacceptable. The person apologized and retracted them. And Dr. Delic had absolutely nothing to do with these comments. Foreign Affairs have had no trouble working with him and seeing him as a moderate. Mr. Speaker, this minister just doesn't seem to know what he's talking about on this file. Will he come to his senses and reinstate the invitation?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, maybe the honourable member didn't hear my response to his question because I've already indicated that, in fact, this internal defence event took place this morning with the focus on inclusiveness, with the focus on ensuring that we were having a debate that was, in fact, about the contributions made by the Muslim community. This was a very good news event, an initiative taken by the Department of Defence. But let me refer the honourable member to a quote from the Muslim Canadian Congress, where they said on October the 2nd that they strongly welcomed the decision of the minister.
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat.
Mr. Speaker, last week Conservative and Liberal members of Parliament
dealt U.S. military deserters a crushing blow. No longer can American deserters look forward to automatic permanent resident status. Instead, if they are here illegally, they will eventually be a cold, hard knock on their door by agents of Canada Border Services, telling them that their time in Canada is up and that their deportation is imminent. Can the Minister of Immigration explain why this is an unmitigated victory for the rule of law? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Leader of the Liberal Party for his assistance in ensuring the defeat of the irresponsible Bill C-40. We reject the ridiculous notion implicit in that bill that President Barack Obama is persecuting deserters from voluntary military service in the U.S. Armed Forces, and we further reject the basic inequity proposed in the law that we would impose very severe penal sanctions on deserters from voluntary service to the Canadian Forces, while welcoming as heroes deserters from voluntary service in foreign militaries. Mr. Speaker, we believe that would send entirely the wrong message in terms of morale to our men and women in uniform.
Bravo. Honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, last Friday, the Union of BC Municipalities passed by an overwhelming majority 2 resolutions. One, that the federal government legislate a ban on oil tanker traffic along BC's North Pacific waters, and 2, full opposition to tar sands oil being carried in pipelines across BC to the coast. Will the Conservative government listen to these 154 BC municipalities for a change, or will they just impose their own agenda as usual?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, my colleague knows that there is a joint panel considering a study, and we will wait for the conclusions that will be drawn by the panel. And there is a voluntary exclusion zone with regard to oil tanker traffic, which is in force, and this will remain as it is. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, Canada's last ambassador to the UN Security Council has revealed that the Prime Minister tried to muzzle Canadian diplomats by asking them to abstain from taking part in UN negotiations on human rights and not to use the terms such as gender equality and international humanitarian law, which are, however, widely shared and defended values by Quebecers. Is the Prime Minister aware that these revelations will only further undermine Canada's already fragile candidacy for a seat on the UN Security Council? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to say that Canada's candidacy for a seat on the UN Security Council is based on large part on Canada's reputation with regard to its work abroad, particularly, Mr. Speaker, be it in international development or our involvement in Afghanistan with other forces, be it, obviously, Mr. Speaker, the many councils in which we sit within the United Nations. This means that Canada is highly qualified to accept this. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, that I am extremely disappointed that the Bloc and the leader of the Liberal Party, the Honourable Member.
Speaker, the national student debt increases by almost $1 million every day. This federal government has Canadian students and their family on the hook for close to $15 billion. According to the Canadian Federation of Students, when students have a higher load of debt, they're less likely to complete their degree or their diploma. And they go on, if they do graduate, and at a slower rate, raise a family, buy a house. This is no way to stimulate our economy. Will this government work with us to ensure that education is affordable for all Canadians?
Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I have to wonder where the member's concern for students was when her party
voted against the Canada Student Grants Program that's benefiting 146,000 students more than under the previous Liberal government. Where were they when they were voting? Where was their concern when they were voting against making scholarships and bursaries for students tax-free? Where were the NDP when we were trying to give the textbook tax credit to students? And where were they, Mr. Speaker, when we were setting up the Graduate Scholarship Fund? They were voting against all of these, our initiatives, to help students afford.
The honourable member for Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, today we've learned that senior bureaucrats at Veterans Affairs are more worried about defending their programs than they are about defending veterans. In documents made public by veteran Sean Brea, a senior bureaucrat wrote that it was time to, and I quote, take the gloves off. Can the Minister of Veterans Affairs tell the House what he's doing to correct this terrible situation?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, I'm very concerned by that information that was brought to our attention, and you will understand that our veterans deserve our respect, our gratitude, and in this context, and I have asked the Deputy Minister to verify that information and to investigate, and I would remind the House that the responsibilities of our bureaucrats is to defend the veterans, to ensure that they have the benefits to which they are entitled, and to give them within reasonable amount of time.
The member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Union of BC Chiefs has asked the government to halt the process and consult with them, but of course they don't listen. Doesn't the minister know that 56,000 jobs in BC's North Coast depend on seafood and tourism industries? The Conservative MPs for that region could have told him, but if they didn't, here's what the UBCM has to say. This critical marine habitat sustains the social, cultural, environmental and economic health of coastal communities. Now, how can the minister pay fast and loose with the livelihood of those BC communities?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're also always concerned about fish and fish habitat, and that's why it's our #1 priority to protect the habitat, so we can conserve the fishery for the future.
That will bring to a conclusion the question period for today. The Honourable Member for Prince George Peace River is rising.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today with deeply mixed emotions. Where has the time gone? It seems like yesterday that I first walked into this august chamber. It was so intimidating. In some ways, even after nearly 17 years, it still is. What an honor, privilege, and most days, a pleasure it has been to have a seat here, one of 308. I wish I had a minute for every year I've been here, Mr. Speaker. For there's so many to thank in such a short amount of time. First, and perhaps most importantly, thank you to the constituents of Prince George Peace River for their trust, loyalty, and consistent majority support throughout 6 elections and 3-party incarnations. Secondly, to my party loyalists, those who served so generously on my board of directors or successive campaign teams who worked so hard over the years to win me this job, pounding the election signs through snow and frost of winter campaigns, sitting through countless town hall meetings or all-candidate forums in one of the 11 communities, large or small, in northeastern British Columbia. Thank you. You folks back home know who you are, and there have been far too many of you over these many years to name you all. But I do want to mention one, my mentor and great friend, Short Tompkins. A man of unshakable integrity. His eulogy was another very difficult speech. For saying goodbye, Mr. Speaker, is never easy. Third, thank you to my caucus colleagues. There's about 250 MPs, past and present, that have served in the caucuses I've been privileged to be part of. Politics is best played as a team sport, and I've been honored to be a part of some of the best.
I hope they'll somehow forgive me for all those years I expected and asked so much of them as their whip or House leader. Fourth, colleagues from other parties, because no matter what our personal party of choice, we're all here for the same reason, to try our best to faithfully represent our constituents in this, Canada's House of Democracy. Fifth, my staff, current and former, dozens I've been privileged to have on my teams over the years, loyal, talented, committed, and hard-working Canadians. I only have time to mention the longest suffering, serving, serving, Mr. Speaker. Charmaine Crockett, more than 14 years, Christine Wolupski, 10 and still counting, Anne-Marie Keeley from the Whip's office, on and off for the past 15, and in my hometown of Fort St. John, Carol Larson, my senior constituency assistant for more than a decade, including serving as my campaign manager for the last 3 elections. Their steadfast support, exceptional talent, hard work, and friendship over these many years made this life not only tolerable, but enjoyable. And I will miss them all. Cara and Kenzie, thanks for being here as well today, along with a number of close personal friends. My best parting advice to new members is to choose your staff wisely, because your choice can make or break your career. And sixth, on my list to thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's right. At the risk of sucking up, yes. For your guidance in all things procedural, your friendship, our shared adventures abroad as part of your delegations. On behalf of Leah and myself, thank you, Mr. Speaker, or should I say P. Millie. You've not only been our longest-serving Speaker, but in many ways one of the very best, despite what I may have said recently. Also, I want to thank and pay special tribute to our table officers, our clerks, the guards, all of the staff on Parliament Hill, especially their terrific leadership, our clerk and our Sergeant-at-Arms. Mr. Speaker, I've had the honour to serve 4 times as the Whip and twice as House Leader, both in opposition and in government. I want to thank the leaders who had that much faith in me. Preston Manning, like Short, a man of impeccable integrity, a true visionary. And our Prime Minister, whom I first met in Calgary's Heritage Park more than 22 years ago, prior to both of us running for the fledgling Reform Party in the '88 election. And much later, he and I shared adjacent offices in the attic of the Confederation Building between 1994 and 1997. I was honoured and humbled when he brought me into Cabinet in 2007 as Secretary of State to assist the Prime Minister, in addition to being his whip, and I hope I was of some assistance. And then following the 2008 election, the ultimate privilege, when he named me the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister, for entrusting me with such weighty responsibilities. Next, my family. My father now passed away, tragically something else that the PM and I share, for we both lost our fathers on the very same day. My mom, how can I ever thank her enough? My older sister and 3 younger brothers, their partners and families. My 3 wonderful children, who really were just kids when I began this journey, Holly, Heather, and Heath. I hope someday they'll forgive me for subjecting them to the political life, and that someday they'll be half as proud of me as I am of each of them and their partners. Leah's father, Bill Murray, who's here today supporting us as he always has, and his wife, Michelle, thank you. And naturally, Mr. Speaker, you know her well, I saved the best to last. Leah, thanks for helping with my transformation not just from being the second worst dressed MP, into the member that is notable for his terrific ties, but for chiseling off the rough edges, for making me a happier man, a much better person, and a stronger representative for the great people of northeastern British Columbia. Your unwavering support, constant encouragement, persistent good humor, and unbelievable work ethic throughout the past 11 years has been a huge part of whatever success I've managed to achieve. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the thing I'll miss most about politics is the people. Vibrant, passionate people. For life is about relationships, our personal ones with family and friends, our professional ones with workmates, staff, and colleagues. Because of politics, I've been privileged to meet great Canadians in every corner of our great nation, and indeed great men, women, and children of many nationalities, religions, cultures, and colors all around the world. And it is those relationships, Mr. Speaker, and the ones with friends here on both sides of the aisle that I will always cherish and that I will miss the most. But in the end, Mr. Speaker, it is ultimately up to each of us to determine when it is the right time to leave, when the passion has begun to wane, when we may no longer be sufficiently motivated to give the job the 100% that our constituents deserve. And we're fortunate if we get to choose the time of our departure, rather than our constituents making the choice for us. For me, that time is now, Mr. Speaker. For you will soon receive my official letter of resignation effective October 25th. Mr. Speaker, over the past 17 years, I have come to respect, to honor, to cherish the traditions, practices, and history of this place. But in the end, I would ask all colleagues to reflect upon and to keep in mind the title of Eric Nielsen's biography, "The House is Not a Home." Thank you.
The honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, with the remarks that we've just heard from the honourable member for Prince George Peace River, I hope that these few minutes in the House today may prove to be one of those rare occasions when this place can climb above itself to a better plane. I think the honourable member has started us in a good direction. The member for Prince George Peace River, the former House Leader and Whip for the government, has told us that he's not only not running in the next election, but that in fact he'll be stepping down from his office as Member of Parliament very soon. For most of this member's time in House leadership, various roles as Whip and particularly as House Leader for his party, it was my lot to be his counterpart for the Liberal Party. And I can tell the House honestly and sincerely that I am sorry to see him go. Mr. Speaker, that's not because we usually agreed on everything, or indeed anything, but for the most part, we had, I think, what was a constructive and, most importantly, respectful relationship. We're both from the West. We both share backgrounds in agriculture and in rural Canada. We were both elected to this place in every election since 1993, although I did have a head start on him in 1974. Neither of us really wanted to be House Leader for our respective parties, but we were on both the government and the opposition sides. But both of us have a great deal of respect for Parliament and for the fundamental institutions of democratic governance in this country. We both now, by coincidence, share offices here in the centre block, right side by side each other. Until today's announcement, I was thinking that it would be absolutely impossible to shed this guy because he moved in right next door. But, Mr. Speaker, the member for Prince George Peace River was one of those MPs who could hear and understand and respect somebody else's different point of view. And I found that you could always deal with him on a straight-up basis. I remember one incident when I prepared a very detailed email about House tactics, and I fired it off to my assistant, whose name started with J.A., went on M.I.E., his first name was Jamie. Well, in the flow of emails, I hit the wrong button. And that very detailed memo went to another guy whose name started with J.A.Y. Well, I called him and said, you just might want to ignore that email. And he said, yeah, I kind of didn't think it was intended for me. He said, don't worry, it's already been destroyed. More generally, Mr. Speaker, we could have candid discussions about serious issues as House leaders. We would rarely agree, as I mentioned before, but we could come to a conclusion about how the parliamentary procedural dimensions of those issues ought to be handled. We could look each other in the eye, shake hands on it, and be absolutely confident that each would keep his word. That element of trust is fundamental to the functioning of this place, and it's a rare quality that I always respected in that particular gentleman. So I say to my friend from Prince George Peace River, yes, indeed, I am sorry to see you go. I won't have to listen anymore to your long-winded answers to my very short and succinct Thursday questions about House business, but I will miss your goodwill and your respect for Parliament and for the people who work here on all sides of the chamber. I want, on behalf of the official opposition, to wish all the best to the member for Prince George Peace River, to his wife and his family. He leaves this place with a reputation for decency, and that is a high accomplishment for all of us who serve in public life. And may I leave him with a short poem that I think neatly sums up the life of a House leader in the House of Commons. It goes like this, and all party leaders should pay attention to this. It is this: it's not my place to run the train. The whistle I can't blow. It's not my place to say how far this train is allowed to go. It's not my place to shoot off steam or even clang the bell. But let the damn thing jump the track and see who catches hell.
The Honourable Member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased today to pay tribute to the member for Prince George Peace River, who is announcing his retirement from political life after 17 faithful years of service to his fellow citizens from northern British Columbia. It tugs at our heartstrings to see him leave this political life, and we can understand the intensity of the emotion that he must feel to be leaving politics. When we think at his illustrious career, we understand what public service truly means. During his political career, the member for Prince George Peace River spent several years as a parliamentary leader and whip for his party. These are positions that call for their holder to be present almost always on Parliament Hill, even when the House is adjourned. This work is demanding for all parliamentarians, especially when one thinks that people like the member for Prince George Peace River live thousands of kilometers away from the Parliament Hill, and that is where their riding is. This commitment to serving his fellow citizens has major implications on his personal and family life and makes his 17 years of public service even more admirable. My colleagues from the bloc and myself know this member, and we can see to what extent he is determined and a no-nonsense man who has no fear of defending his convictions here in the House of Commons. We have sometimes worked together, sometimes we have stood shoulder to shoulder, but despite the circumstances, we have always appreciated the frankness and great availability of the member for Prince George Peace River, and the respect he has always held for his colleagues in the opposition, because that is something that is very rare today. In closing, I wish every success to the member for his future projects, and we also share his joy, which at returning within his family fold after 17 long years. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a great pleasure to rise in the House today on behalf of NDP members to say a few words about what his constituents always think is the guy from Peace River. That's how they'll remember him, the guy from Peace River. I've had the fortune as well, the good fortune to work with the Honourable Member as House Leader for the NDP when he's been the House Leader for the government. And I have to say that over the years I've come to get used to the member and his straightforward way, his blunt way of just laying it on the table, no BS, there it is, this is what it is, and I think he's to be respected and admired for that. We've heard from the member that he was elected 6 times, but maybe what some members have forgotten, and maybe even his constituents, is that the first time he ran in 1988, he came in 3rd after the NDP. Whoa. So maybe there's hope for us yet in Peace River, Prince George. We're counting on that now.
God wants it.
And in reviewing his various party affiliations, which he alluded to, I think we should go into this just a little bit more, because I think you might see that the member is a little bit of a radical. Starting off with the Reform Caucus, the Canadian Alliance Caucus, the PCDR, Democratic Reform Caucus. He then went on to an independent caucus with some of his colleagues, back to the Canadian Alliance Caucus, and of course now his political resting place, the Conservative Caucus. So, there's quite a lot of switching around here, so I think the member might have a bit of a radical bent to him. I also noted that his bio doesn't list his publications, but our whip, the member for Arkady Bathurst, who worked with him as whip, reminded me that there's one that we won't forget, and that's the great publication, the Committee Handbook of Dirty Tricks.
Oh,
now,
bestseller.
It wasn't quite a bestseller, and I don't think that it made it to second printing, which is probably just for the best. But on a serious note, Mr. Speaker, I do want to say that the Honourable Member from Peace River has always been a fierce whip and House Leader for his party, and I think it's possible that his own members feared him more than we ever did in the opposition. But I do want to say that as I worked with him as House Leader, I know one thing that he did really try to work on very hard, and that was decorum in the House. And how many discussions did we have about that? So maybe in his political retirement, he can write us a new handbook on decorum in the House. So that would be much appreciated. Mr. Speaker, we know the member as a dedicated parliamentarian, a very snappy dresser, and someone who has served his constituents and this House well, and we wish him and Leah, his wonderful partner, all of the best. And I'd like to say to the member for Prince George Peace River, he's always been forthright and upfront with us, and we've respected that. And I remember when he told us loud and clear that he was fed up to the teeth with the Canada-Colombia free trade agreement, and he was going to cut the debate, and that's exactly what he did. We expected that. But thank you to the member for all of his work. It's been a pleasure to work with him, and we wish him all the best in his new life outside of this place, and we know it will be many, many good years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair has nothing he can usefully add to the discussion that's already taken place, mais je voudrais aussi remercier.
But I would also like to thank the honourable member for Prince George Peace River for everything he's done. Oh, pardon, there's another suggestion.
But, of course, the Minister of Transport, I forgot, is rising on the same point. He's going to have something to say.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And responding to a retirement announcement, thankfully it's not the same as a eulogy, although you'll allow me, I think, a twinge of nostalgia as the honourable member from Prince George Peace River moves on to enjoy the next chapter of his exceptional life. My friend and I were both elected back in 1993, and even before then I clearly recall him saying to me, "We'll get elected, partner, we'll go to Ottawa, and we'll look after each other's backs." 17 years later, we're still best friends, and true enough, we've been looking after one another's backs since the beginning. As might be expected of best friends, our careers have had some similarities along the way. We both started out life in the resource sector, running heavy equipment and learning to manage a crew of pretty rough characters. It probably suits us for what we're doing here today, maybe. We've both been whip and House leader for our parties, though my colleague did it better and longer than I ever did. We were both asked to serve in the cabinet, and throughout it all we came to appreciate that the support of the voters at home was the underpinning of all good things political. What you will hear and read, Mr. Speaker, is that within our party and within Parliament, the MP from Prince George Peace River has had an exceptionally productive career and an exceptionally positive influence. While all of that is true, it's also true that our colleague has always been an impact guy. And in his early days, he earned a reputation as a pugnacious political fighter. Right from the start, our colleague was a local folk hero in his beloved Fort St. John, consistently topping the polls in our province. He was Jay of the North, a no-nonsense guy who knew what he knew and wasn't afraid to tell anyone how things were in the real world outside of the Ottawa bubble. But somewhere along the line, our colleague made a conscious decision to change tactics. It wasn't enough to simply challenge the status quo. He decided to make the most of the leadership opportunities offered him. And a leader is what he's become, using his considerable abilities to positively influence not only his political party, but this House of Commons as well. It was a big shift for a crusty old roughneck from the oil patch, but he did it successfully and with panache. And let's face it, in the early days, he wouldn't have even known what panache even was. Like all of us, our colleague has a private life, and there too he has emphasized the things that really matter. Being a good father is important to him, and his positive relationships to his 3 children, Heather, Heath and Holly, now all adults, has been and always will be a priority, as is his relationship to his soulmate and partner, Leah Murray. He is passionate about relationships, and that means those fortunate folks who are closest to our colleague get to see a man who cares about them and isn't afraid to show it. And Deb and I are proud to call him, all of you, our friends. Our colleague will soon move on to the next stage of life, secure in the knowledge that his legacy in this place and as a Member of Parliament for Prince George Peace River is safe in history. Jay Hill was and is principled, direct and results-oriented, a straight shooter you want in your corner when the going gets rough. Enjoy the next stage of life, Jay, and know that wherever you go, whatever you do, I got your back.
Happy to join all honourable members in wishing the honourable member for Prince George Peace River the very best in his retirement from the House, and I'm sure we'll see him around and about occasionally with his wife, and we hope that happens on a continuing basis. So thank you for these comments. Okay, tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. The honor, no, okay. Are you tabling? Are you tabling? Is he tabling?
Yes, sir.
Oh. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Minister of Transport, I believe, has something to table. No? Oh. Is the Honourable Minister of Transport tabling a document? No. Okay. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Reports from committees. Dépôt de projet de.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My petition calls on the Canadian government to negotiate with the United States government to reduce U.S. and Canadian passport fees. American tourists visiting Canada are at their lowest level since 1972. It's been fallen by 5 million in the last 7 years, from 16 million in 2002 to only 11 million in 2009. Passport fees for multiple member families are a significant barrier to traditional cross-border family vacations, and the cost of passports for an American family of 4 can be over $500. While over half of Canadians have passports, only 1/4 of Americans have passports. At the Midwest Legislative Conference of the Council of State Governments, attended by myself and 500 other elected representatives from 11 border states and 3 provinces, a resolution was passed unanimously, and it reads as follows. Mr. Speaker, resolved that the conference calls on President Barack Obama and the Canadian Prime Minister to immediately examine a reduced fee for passports to facilitate cross-border tourism. We encourage the government to examine the idea of a limited time 2-for-1 passport renewal or new application, and be it further resolved that the resolution be submitted to appropriate federal, state, and provincial officials. Now, to be a fair process, passport fees must be reduced on both sides of the border. Therefore, the petitioners call on the government to A, work with the American government to examine a mutual reduction in passport fees to facilitate tourism, and finally promote a limited time 2-for-1 passport renewal or new application fee on a mutual basis with the United States.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier.
To have a petition to present signed from a number of fellow Canadians, mostly from the National Capital Region, although some of them might be a bit outside of it, so mostly from Quebec and Ontario, calling on the Minister of Health of Canada and of the provinces to get together to discuss allowing hospitals, private clinics, and individual doctors to test for and treat CCSVI in all Canadians who so desire testing and treatment, and to plan and implement a nationwide clinical trial for the evaluation of venography and balloon venoplasty for the treatment of CCSVI in person diagnosed with MS.
Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have 4 petitions here. The first one is a petition for the Government of Canada to support a universal declaration of animal welfare. There's hundreds of petitioners here from Windsor and Essex County that are calling on the strengthening of animal welfare rights across the world, and there's a recognition that animals suffer during natural disasters as well as during regular cruelty that's committed on them across this planet on a regular basis. So they're calling upon the government to support the Universal Declaration of Animal Welfare and to Canada become part of that effort. The second petition I have, again, Mr. Speaker, relates to animal welfare. It calls for the safe strengthening animal transportation regulations. We understand that sometimes animals can be transported for hundreds of kilometers and for hours and even days, sometimes without food, water, or basic proper shelter. So this petitioners, and there's hundreds of these as well too, call upon Canada to strengthen this act to make sure that there's actually going to be proper humane conditions for animals that are in transport. The third petition I have, Mr. Speaker, deals with an issue related to Sri Lanka. The Sri Lankan issue is one where petitioners are calling for humane and just support for those that have been affected by the war over there, and to be a country that actually supports making sure that human rights abuses are not committed upon them. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, there's hundreds of petitioners here from Windsor and Essex County that are calling for the retention of Canadian Postal Services. The petitioners are really worried that postal services are going to be reduced, and they consider this a vital infrastructure for their community, and so they're calling on the government to maintain those facilities as they currently stand. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition here where the petitioners note that prorogation of Parliament is becoming an ever-increasing event used in the House. They also note that each occasion of prorogation creates a delay in parliamentary activity, And they also found that there's a potential for prorogation to be used to avoid the expression of parliamentary will. And so these petitioners have asked that Parliament enact legislation to prevent the use of prorogation unless deemed necessary by the majority of the members of Parliament. The petitioners and I look forward to the Minister's answer.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
On the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed, and so ordered. Before we proceed to orders of the day, I'd like to take a minute to respond to the question of privilege raised on September the 30th, 2010 by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons regarding the premature disclosure of a private member's bill sponsored by the Honourable Member for St. Paul's. I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for having raised this matter, since any time that this happens it is, as he said, a very serious matter, particularly when it involves the privileges of members. It is indisputable that it is a well-established practice and accepted convention that this House has the right of first access to the text of bills that it will consider. In response, on the same day, the Honourable Member for St. Paul's rose in the House and apologized for having inadvertently posted the bill in question on her website in advance of the House having been privy to its contents. In fact, she stated that she would, quote, never do anything purposely to go against the rules of this place, end of quote. As it is also a long-standing practice in this House for the Chair to accept the word of honourable members and indeed their apologies, I now consider this matter to be closed and disposed of. Now, the honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh, I believe, is rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, actually in response to a point of order that was raised by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader last Thursday. Mr. Speaker, this involves two motions that were before the House last week. One by my colleague from Windsor West, which was a concurrence motion on a report from the Industry Committee, and then the Supply Day motion by the official opposition. His argument, Mr. Speaker, was that the rule of anticipation applied to these two motions, and that although we had started the motion, the concurrence motion, we had not completed it, still had a little better than an hour and a half to go before the debate would have been completed and it put to a vote, that it should be, in fact, ruled out of order because the same issue had been dealt with in the Supply Day motion by the official opposition. Mr. Speaker, so that's the factual situation. Mr. Speaker, I have to say at the outset I was a bit disturbed by the argument from the Parliamentary Secretary in that he quoted, I have to say selectively, from O'Brien and Bosch, I think leaving the clear impression, and certainly I was left with the clear impression when I first heard his argument, that the rule of anticipation was a standing rule of this House. And the reality, Mr. Speaker, and you can see this at page 560 of O'Brien and Bosch, it never has been a rule of this House. It was a rule, it still is a rule in the Westminster Parliament, but it's never been one here. And in fact, when it has been attempted to be applied in the past, at least in one particular circumstance, it was determined that it didn't apply. And Bosch and O'Brien specifically set out that in the other times it's inconclusive as to its application. Mr. Speaker, the time when it was applied initially, there was a debate going on, and questions were being asked in anticipation of a supply vote that was, or a supply motion or bill that was coming later in the day. And initially, the Speaker ruled the questions out of order because they were anticipating that debate that would occur later in the day. As a result of that, what was a surprising ruling, I think, to a number of members of the House at that time, this is back in 1997, by the way, Mr. Speaker, that as a result of that ruling, the issue was referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Mr. Marleau at the time was asked to attend. He made certain representations to the committee. As a result of those representations, there was a report back to the House, and subsequently the Speaker ruled that, in fact, questions of that nature were applicable, that the rule of anticipation was not applicable. And so it was allowed to go ahead. We're not dealing with the same factual situation. We're dealing here with two separate motions. One that came out of a committee, concurrence motion. And in that regard, Mr. Speaker, I think it's quite important that you take into account that in 2004, there were changes to the standing orders in this House, and that change with regards to this particular issue, this particular motion, makes it very clear that a concurrence motion is one that we are guaranteed, this House is guaranteed a vote. That's what the rule provides for, and I think it's applicable very much to the factual situation we have here. It's a more specific rule than what is really a non-existing rule. We may be able to argue that the rule of anticipation may have some application in this House because we often draw on precedent from other parliaments, in Westminster in particular. But when you have a specific rule, as we do here, that guarantees that this House has the right to vote on a concurrence motion on the work that was done in that committee, that's been sent out of that committee in the form of a report to this House for that 3-hour debate, followed then by a vote. Our rules govern that, and they're very clear in that regard. And so if you're having to choose, Mr. Speaker, between the standing order with regards to concurrence reports and the right to vote on them, and a rule of anticipation that arguably does not exist except in one area, this is going to be my argument to conclude, in the one area that, in fact, you should apply the rule that the standing order that allows us to have the debate and the vote on concurrence motions. Mr. Speaker, I think in summary where the position we're putting forward to the House today is this. It's clear we've already had the ruling that questions in this House are not barred in any way by the rule of anticipation. We're believing today that if you make the ruling that we're proposing, that motions, whether they be private members' motions or government motions, are not precluded where there's similar motions before the House at the same time, not precluded by the rule of anticipation. We do, however, Mr. Speaker, and I want to conclude with this point, we do believe that legislation, two pieces of legislation that are identical or very, very similar, should not be allowed on the order paper at the same time, that the rule of anticipation should in fact apply to that situation. Otherwise, you would have extended debates, perhaps repeatedly. You could see where a bill is put forward, defeated, brought forward again, defeated, brought forward again. The House could end up being tied up forever on it. And so I think there's very good arguments as to why the rule of anticipation applies to legislation, or bills rather, and not to the other two situations of questions or motions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh for his remarks. I'll take them under advisement, as I have with the parliamentary secretary submissions on this point, and get back to the House as quickly as I can, given the urgency in respect of this matter. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-21, Standing Up for Victims of White-Collar Crime Act.
When the debate concluded on this matter the last time it was before the House, the honourable member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe had the floor and had completed his speech, but there are 10 minutes allotted for the time for questions and comments consequent on his speech. I therefore call for questions and comments. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his presentation regarding this bill. And the question has come up this morning about what the government is doing to recover money from tax havens around the world. And there's no action at all on the part of this government. In fact, the government basically gives an amnesty to people who have money in tax shelters who come forward and report their ill-gotten gains. For example, last year it was a Liechtenstein bank employee who turned over tax records to the German government, and 100 Canadian names filtered back to Canada. That's how we found out about it. And just the other day there was an article in the Globe and Mail in which a Swiss bank employee has turned over computer disks, resulting in about 1,800 Canadian names being forwarded to Canada. And once again, I believe the amnesty still applies. So this government is not doing anything concrete to try to shut down the tax havens. In fact, it's negotiating free trade deals with Panama, which is a known tax haven, has over 350,000 foreign companies doing business in Panama. In fact, Mexican drug dealers are laundering money through Panama, and here we are working on trade deals when they should be doing something to shut down these tax havens and collect the money from Canadians who have money in them.
The Honourable Member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
Well, we got talking about tax havens during the debate, but of course the bill, it doesn't have anything to do with tax havens. It'd be nice for the government to take action on tax havens, no question, but I'm not sure that is the domain of the criminal code whatsoever. What the member and other members of his party are absolutely correct on, though, and is germane to this bill, is where is the prevention measures? Where are the preventive tools to deal with fraud? Surely the government, in other bills that could come before the House, could come up with methods to attack the fraudsters. Because this bill, as the law newsletter from Miller Thompson, a firm I've never been associated with and I'm not advertising for that firm, says, does not do anything for the three big names in Canadian fraud, along with Earl Jones, that would not have been affected at all by this bill. So when is the government, somewhat agreeing with my friend, when is the government actually going to tackle fraud in a serious way with all the resources they have at their disposal?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for York South Weston.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, prior to question period, my colleague had gone into a great deal of an analysis of the difference in general fraud and white-collar fraud in terms of the kinds of people that are victimized. People are victimized through their inability to understand the technology, the inability to be, for example, organizations who are defrauded by very unscrupulous and skilled individuals. And he also said that just now, as he had repeated before, that there isn't enough emphasis on prevention. And I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, and I think the House would be interested, that surely those that benefit from the proceeds of crime, if they knew in advance that the full spectrum of law enforcement and the judicial system would come hard on them, that whether it's a tax haven or wherever the proceeds were, that they would not be able to count that in the future as part of their ownership. Does this bill come anywhere near to talking about the proceeds of crime? And in fact, then if it doesn't, should that be elevated in terms of the committee's understanding and perhaps bring forward recommendations in that respect? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
Thank the member for his question. If anybody in this chamber knows about community, it's this member. He's served as chair of Greater Metropolitan Area of Toronto. His father was the mayor of York. This man knows community. And it touches the crimes of fraud touch all aspects of age and gender, location, geography, etc. And what this bill doesn't do, any more than the existing law, is crack down specifically on the greatest fraudsters. I want to answer my friend's question. There isn't enough attention to specific fraudsters here, and in these cases that have been pointed out by law newsletters, Earl Jones, Stan Gromovicek, and Vincent Lacroix, the penalties meted out were well in excess of the 2-year mandatory minimum that's in this bill. In other words, the existing law gave sentences variously of 14 years for Earl Jones, 39 months for Gromovicek, and led to, in that case, under the existing code, the disgorgement or return of $8.5 million. We ought to be considering what the United States does with respect to the control of assets and the control of money, because at the end of the day, the victims want their day in court. They want to see sentences. They want to see that. but they'd also like to have their money back, and maybe primarily they'd like to have their money back. And this bill does nothing towards that, so we ought not to raise false hope in my community or in the members' community that this is a panacea. It isn't.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmo-Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And while Earl Jones made off with $50 million, Bernie Madoff made off with $65 billion. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, it's well documented that as long as 10 years before Madoff was caught, Harry Markopoulos was working at the time for Rampart Investment Management in Boston. He was asked by his management or his bosses whether he could duplicate Madoff's strategy, because of course they wanted to do the same thing and follow his strategy as to how he could make money consistently. And Markovsky was able to prove within a half hour that this couldn't be done. There had to be at least 1 month in a year that a fund would lose money. You just couldn't make money every year. And he reported it to the Securities and Exchange Commission on several occasions over a 10-year period before they took action. So the question here is, where are the regulators? Why do governments or regulators keep hiring people from within the industry who are friendly with people in the industry and simply regulating their old friends? And we've proven that regulation of friends doesn't work. We need a more enforcement approach to regulation, police force type approach to regulation, as opposed to self-regulation by industry insiders. I just asked the member whether he had any comments about that.
The Honourable Member for Moncton Riverview, Dieppe.
Well, absolutely. I agree that the regulators have primary, due diligence control over many of the fraudsters. Not all the fraudsters come from the markets. Not all fraud is from the markets. What I would say, however, is that the biggest problem with this bill is that the three biggest incidences recently, Vincent Lacroix, got 13 years, Earl Jones, I think, who got 11 years, and Gramovsek, who got 39 months, were treated by the law as it exists, probably no different than they would be if this bill had been law. This law was delayed because of prorogation, and this law, therefore, for the year or two that it's taken to get this far, by the end of it's going to be 3 years, has seen about $10 million more per year in fraud committed while the government did nothing. And when I say they did nothing, they brought a bill forward and then prorogued Parliament so it didn't become law. And that law, C-52, or this one we're speaking of, C-21, doesn't do enough either. It gives perhaps people the false hope, if they watch the 6 o'clock news in conservative writings, that they're doing something about white-collar crime. Not very much, Mr. Speaker. What they might be doing really is just beating up on judges, taking away discretion, making sure they look at things as if they're school children, judges are not, when the history of the three cases I mentioned is that perpetrators, fraudsters, were treated very severely, more severely than this law indicates, under the existing law. So where, as the old saying goes, where's the beef? Where is the proof in the pudding of this legislation? Hopefully, we can get it to committee. We can have a broader discussion of what needs to be done to attack white-collar crime and get out and address the issue that all parliamentarians care very much about.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak today with regard to Bill C-21. And I listened carefully to what my colleague from Riverview Dieppe in New Brunswick said, and I fully agree with him. This bill, C-21, which was formerly C-52, is just improvisation. So I'm going to try to go through it in the few minutes at my disposal. I'll go through the bill, but I'd like to do it quickly in order to be able to respond to questions. And I'd like to tell you, Mr. Speaker, because we have to remember that there is exactly 1 year ago, and about a year and a month, because the Bloc Québécois on September 2nd, 2009, and you remember in September 2009, Mr. Speaker, there was the Norberg affair, there was the Earl Jones case, and there were other similar cases. And here the government said to us, no, no, these are different cases, these are unique cases, justice will take care of it, and so on and so forth, and we are not going to intervene. Finally, the government did intervene, Mr. Speaker, by tabling the bill on October 21st, 2009. This bill, which was C-52, which is now Bill C-21, following the prorogation of the House, because this is what's interesting, Mr. Speaker. If the government had not prorogued the House, this bill would probably already have been studied, amended, and changed, and probably enforced even. And this would have meant that white-collar criminals, because this is the case, would perhaps be in prison for longer than expected. But we'll look at it carefully, Mr. Speaker, because we want in this bill to implement 2-year mandatory minimum sentences for fraud over $1 million. So there's really something that's not working here. Here in the block, we will vote in favor of the bill. I will say that immediately in order to be able to send it to the Committee on Justice where, and here I am advising the government that they shouldn't push us to pass this bill quickly because we are going to change it quite a bit, no doubt, in order to make it much closer to the reality than it currently is. Because one example, Mr. Speaker, because we had already started to ask questions about this to the Minister. The Minister for Justice was unable to tell us, to give us case law or where sentences were less than 2 years for fraud over $1 million. So there's really something that doesn't work here. So when there is fraud, and here we have to explain to the public listening to us what is happening. We want to deal with white-collar criminals. What does this mean? Well, these are criminals, Mr. Speaker, who are extremely well-informed criminals who know exactly how the system works and who are able to create businesses in order to defraud or take money from individuals, money that those individuals have. It's much easier to talk about armed robbery, somebody who goes into a bank, in a credit union or a corner store with a weapon, a loaded gun, or not loaded, and who robs people. That's clear. It's easy to see. I say easy. I'm talking about in terms of the sentences. It's predictable. It's much easier to have the evidence. But when we have the kind of criminal who defrauds people by attacking individuals with promises and saying to them, well, listen, give me your money and I guarantee you that you'll get between 5, 10, 15, and even more than 20% a year on the money. So you have the gift of attracting these kinds of people, of easily talking to them and creating a financial system in order to borrow from one, in order to pay back the other, to pay back the next person. So you borrow again, and so on and so on and so on, Mr. Speaker, and it becomes the Earl Jones or the Norbergs. So this has to stop. The message has to be clear, Mr. Speaker. And it's not with a mandatory minimum of 2 years for fraud over $1 million, because in general, Mr. Speaker, the prison sentences for fraud of $1 million and more, it's clear. It's clear. I do not know, Mr. Speaker, despite all the research that we've done of sentences that were handed down for fraud of $1 million and more where there was not a prison sentence. This doesn't exist. So we will have to impose prison sentences for the fraudsters who take people for 100,000, 200,000, 500,000, and here we can start to talk. But are we forced to put this in a bill, Mr. Speaker? And this is where I have the problem with the Minister of Justice, because I don't know who is advising him, Mr. Speaker, but I am convinced that those who are around him have forgotten to read him Article 718 of the Criminal Code.
I have a few minutes, and I don't want to put anyone to sleep, Mr. Speaker, but this is important. It's important when we're preparing bills of this type to know where we're coming from, to figure out where we're going. So what does Section 718 say? It says the determination of sentences has for essential purpose to contribute, along with other crime prevention initiatives, to the enforcement and respect of the Act and the maintenance of a just and peaceful and secure society through the imposition of penalties aimed at the following objectives: denounce illegal behavior, deter offenders from committing offenses, isolate offenders from the rest of society, foster their social reintegration, ensure the reparation of wrongs committed to the victims and communities, and I will come back to that very shortly, and make offenders aware of their responsibility by recognizing the wrongs they have caused to victims and to the community. All right, so once we've said that, Mr. Speaker, we've said everything. It's all set out in the criminal code. So, Mr. Speaker, what do we in the Bloc Québécois expect? Well, we don't expect minimum jail sentences, because that doesn't solve anything. We have the evidence. Everyone knows, and there are studies that show and that confirm that minimum prison sentences do not reduce crime. And I'm going to repeat it for the interpretation, because I'm quite sure that the interpreters are very good, but I want to make sure that the people across understand. Mandatory minimum prison sentences do not reduce crime. And we're not the ones saying it, it's the people, it's expert studies carried out by Public Safety Canada, by the Department of Justice, and especially in studies carried out by the U.S., because our friends across the way like to boast that they're tough on crime, just like their American friends. And we know that these prison sentences don't solve anything in Australia, New Zealand, the United Kingdom, and it's been proven beyond the shadow of a doubt. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to read this. To ensure the reparation of harm caused to victims or the community. That is in Article 778, or rather Section 778 of the Criminal Code. So there's nothing in this bill, Mr. Speaker. So we'll tackle it when it comes back to committee for study. But furthermore, Mr. Speaker, they are still maintaining the 1/6 of the prison sentence. Now, we might have expected that in such a bill, the government would immediately have removed this 1/6 of the sentence. So I'll say this again, and what it means is that an individual who is sentenced, and we have an excellent example, Vincent Lacroix-Nobour. He committed fraud to the tune of $130 million, more or less, and he received 13 years of prison sentence. So he is eligible for parole at 1/6 of his sentence. What's 13 years divided by 1/6, Mr. Speaker? Well, it means he's already gotten out. Yes, indeed, he's already gotten out of prison. He swindled people to the tune of $130 million, and his victims have either died or gone into bankruptcy. And the same thing will occur for Earl Jones. $55 million for Earl Jones. He pleaded guilty, he received his sentence, and he too is eligible for parole after serving only 1/6 of his sentence. Mr. Speaker, we've got to remove this clause as soon as possible, because it's not the problem is not levying minimum prison sentences. And we're going to repeat this because the people across the way don't seem to understand. The public doesn't believe in the judicial system anymore, not because individuals receive minimum prison sentences, because even when they do receive such sentences, Mr. Speaker, they don't do their time. And that is what angers the population, Mr. Speaker, because someone who is sentenced to 13 years in prison, well, we would expect at the very least that they would serve their time. But when you're eligible for parole after 1/6 of your sentence, when you're eligible for parole, well, in general, and it's been proven, Mr. Speaker, we've got statistics, we've seen studies that have been conducted, well, an individual, a white-collar criminal in general, these people, in general, do not have a criminal record. So, they're not petty bandits. They're organized fraudsters who, for the correctional services, are not dangerous, if you will, and there's a very slight risk of reoffending, so they are released from prison or paroled after 1/6 of the sentence, and that is what flabbergasts the Canadian public, Mr. Speaker. And we don't see this in the bill, the abolition of a parole after serving 1/6 of the sentence, and we would have expected to have seen that, so we're going to see in committee whether we can include that. Now, in addition, Mr. Speaker, this bill may send a misleading message because the courts already take into account certain factors in their sentencing. We have to stop giving judges directives because it is the courts, either trial courts or appeal courts or even the Supreme Court. The honorable justices have always said, we don't necessarily need a guide to the imposition of minimum sentences, because everything is set out in the criminal code. But what we do need is for people to tell us whether certain crimes deserve harsher sentences, considering their seriousness. And here's another problem that this bill doesn't tackle. And, for example, the member for Hochelaga, and he will come back to this in another speech, but the government in this bill does not tackle tax havens, the issue of tax havens. So this is what happens, Mr. Speaker. I'll explain it. With all the commuter services we have available today, with electronic transfers, well-organized fraudsters with a simple click of a mouse can transfer tens of millions of dollars into tax havens in places that our good government has agreed to recognize as tax havens. Barbados, the Cayman Islands. And now we are just discovering that many people have used Switzerland as a tax haven. And if it hadn't been for HSBC, then we would never have found out that several thousands of Canadians had accounts, bank accounts in Switzerland. And Mr. Speaker, now it's all very well if people have a Swiss bank account, but in order to have an account with HSBC, you have to deposit a minimum of $500,000. So I would say that's a problem, Mr. Speaker. I'm not saying no one's entitled to do so. I'm saying that people who have Swiss bank accounts or bank accounts in other tax havens should have to report these amounts, and they are obliged to under the Income Tax Act, but they don't do it. And the government, despite all our demands, because we have called on them several times to intervene in this regard, has not done so, Mr. Speaker. And we need absolutely to set up mechanisms that will tackle the issue of these tax havens. We suggest a number of ways of fighting economic crimes, market crimes. So I will read to you, Mr. Speaker, what we have proposed. Number one, we strongly suggest the complete elimination of parole after serving 1/6 of the sentence. We suggest amending the criminal code to confiscate the proceeds of crime to include provisions encompassing fraud of over $500,000. Now, I'll explain that. Mr. Speaker, someone who commits fraud to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars, what we suggest is that under the criminal code, if there is a fraud, then the proceeds of that crime should be confiscated. Now, if an individual has swindled people of hundreds of thousands of dollars, then that person's house should be seized, his cottage, his house in Switzerland, his house in the country, and so on and so forth, Mr. Speaker. in order to reimburse the victims. And that is what this section says, because we didn't invent anything. It's right here in the Criminal Code. Section 717E, to ensure the reparation of wrong caused to victims or to the community. Mr. Speaker, it is clearly set out in the Criminal Code. We don't need to add anything at all. We just need to ensure in this bill that the individuals will be, that their property will be confiscated and seized, because a minimum prison sentence for frauds of over $1 million, we simply don't believe in that. We need harsher sentences, and sentences that will also punish people who have frauded for less than $1 million, because we need to include provisions to ensure that the proceeds of these crimes are confiscated. We also recommend the reorganization of police forces to have teams that are specialized in financial crimes. Now, there are currently special forces to tackle organized crime, child pornography, for drug trafficking, and it is urgent, Mr. Speaker, that we also have the same kind of police force, this multidisciplinary police force, to tackle economic crimes as well. We also recommend that the banks be obliged to report any irregularities in their accounts in trust to the user and to the professional owner. Now, I'll explain this because I may have lost a few people here. All professionals, lawyers, notaries, accountants, all people who can and do hold funds for individuals must have an account in trust. So a lawyer who receives advance funds for his services must deposit it in an account in trust and must thus keep accounting records. And very often, the banks realize that there is some kind of game being played. Funds are being transferred back and forth. So we could start to tackle that. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know there's not much time left. So there are many other amendments we would like to suggest, but we will discuss those in committee. And, Mr. Speaker, there are two things that are very important. We must eliminate parole after 1/6 of the sentence. That must be removed. It must be removed from this bill, because people who commit economic or financial fraud are people who are very well organized. And, Mr. Speaker, we must also find ways of reimbursing the victims so that we are fully respecting all the sections of the Criminal Code, that is 718 and following, and that is why we will wait to see this bill in committee. Thank you very much. Questions and comments?
Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, regardless of the OECD protocols on sharing financial information, which I don't think have been that successful, the fact of the matter is that over the last 2 years, it's been a bank employee of a Liechtenstein bank who's simply taken computer diskettes, sold them to the German government, who have resulted in not only a lot of taxes collected by the German government, other European governments, and 100 names submitted to the Canadian government, and the Canadian Revenue Agency has chased perhaps 100 people for money. They've also given an amnesty that if anybody wants to walk into a Revenue Canada office and avoid any problems, they can do it, and evidently people have been doing that. Now, just recently, we have another employee of a Swiss bank who has given out diskettes listing hundreds of people, in this case 1,800 Canadians, and this is information that's just been made available right now, and we hope that Revenue Canada is doing something about trying to collect some of the taxes that are owed. As a matter of fact, more Canadians were found in this in this net than Americans. With the population of the United States, they only got about 1,600 Americans in this net. The fact of the matter is, why do we have to rely on disgruntled employees of banks to get this information? Why can't the government do things to get this information that Revenue Canada needs?
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. I agree with my colleague, Mr. Speaker. But listen, there is a very important premise. If you want to staunch the flow, then you have to block the exit hole of the blood. Now, that is the tax havens. So if once they are removed, if we step in and control them, if there were no more deductions, then there would be no more tax havens. And that is hundreds of millions of dollars that would remain in Canada and that are impossible to transfer. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree with my colleague, but we believe that it is very important because there are some banks in Europe, in Switzerland, in the Cayman Islands. There are tax havens all over the place in Monaco and Liechtenstein and several other places like that worldwide. And I'm not saying we have to exert pressure, but we can start right here at home, Mr. Speaker, and that is something that is very important. We need to start right here at home to clean things up by preventing any possibility of using tax havens, and that is where we will start to get to the very source of white-collar crime.
Member for Charlottetown. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, this may be just more of a comment than a question, but again, I want to address this whole issue of tax evaders, and it goes right to our basic philosophy of justice and law and what the Canadian society should be doing and whether it's socially acceptable or not. We have 1,800 people, as was disclosed last week, who are setting up foreign accounts in Switzerland for the sole purpose of avoiding taxes. Well, in my mind, Mr. Speaker, that's just as heinous as most other crimes, but it just doesn't seem to be accepted by Canadian society, and especially this government. They just give them a general amnesty. Life goes on. They're not punished. There's no retribution. There's no sentence. There's absolutely nothing goes on. But, Mr. Speaker, if you compare that to let's hypothetically two teenagers who were caught last night breaking into a service station. They stole a carton of cigarettes, a small amount of money. What happens to them? They go to jail. They go to jail for 18 months or 2 years, and perhaps they deserve it. But I just believe it's a fundamental flaw that we have in our thinking, and the government has in its thinking, that these individuals, these very rich billionaires, can get away with what I consider to be a heinous crime with no repercussions at all, no discussion about it, no talk about it, and I'd like to get my learned friend's opinion on that whole issue.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Well, I do agree with my colleague, but he has a big problem. My honourable colleague, when he was in power with the Liberals, they didn't step in. The Bloc Québécois has been calling for an end to tax havens for 12 years. I agree, Mr. Speaker. I agree that as soon as there are any, when people rip off the taxman, when they use tax havens, if all of a sudden they receive a list, and if you receive some kind of a report, and if you continue to rip off the taxman as you've been doing for the past 6 or 7 or 8 years, that would be great. But at the very basis of that, Mr. Speaker, they do have the possibility of using these tax havens. So let's put an end to the use of tax havens. And my colleague, the member Hochelaga, will be much clearer in his intervention. But we can see that criminals, these white-collar criminals, they're brilliant, Mr. Speaker. We have to acknowledge that. These white-collar criminals are absolutely brilliant. They're keenly intelligent, and they know exactly what all the ramifications are. They know exactly how to use tax havens, and they know exactly how to transfer funds so that it doesn't show up, because you can't transfer $100 million all at once. you might transfer $1 million here, $1 million there after a few months, and that's how it works. And Mr. Speaker, the problem is that there's no way to put an end to this because the control of the money remains in Canada. So we can have certain control over money that remains in Canada, but as soon as it crosses our borders, Canada no longer has any control, and I'm talking about tens of billions of dollars that Canada is losing, and that's what's unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. So we need to tackle the issue of these tax havens. We need to staunch this blood flow and then tackle the people who commit these crimes. Questions and comments?
Debate. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh. Oh, pardon. Before I go to the honourable member from Windsor-Tecumseh, it is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The honourable member for Yukon offshore drilling and the honourable member for Malpeque on ethics. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-21 that we're debating this afternoon is a reincarnation of Bill C-52. And, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important in terms of the credibility the government has, or maybe more importantly, doesn't have, with regards to their so-called getting tough on crime, to understand the history of this legislation. In October the 21st of 2009, as a result of a number of notorious incidents, the Earl Jones one in Montreal being the more current one at the time, Bill C-52 was introduced into this House. Very brief debate on it, signals from the opposition parties of a willingness to deal with the issue of white-collar crime, which is what it was about. Goes to committee quite rapidly, Mr. Speaker. We had it in front of the committee, and we're having hearings on it in November of 2009 and into December of 2009. We didn't complete it. We took, I would estimate, 10 to 15 witnesses over that period of time, some of them giving us a great deal of detail, quite frankly, about the frailty of the piece of legislation, but information and evidence that was really necessary for us in our consideration. We, of course, then have the notorious prorogation, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, you just wonder about the level of integrity at the time that decision was made. They knew the horror stories, the suffering that had gone on by individuals, Canadians, and groups in the country. They knew about the need for us to get serious about dealing with white-collar crime. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, without knowing what was going on in the Prime Minister's mind at the time, that he probably gave absolutely no consideration to this bill or that suffering when he made the decision so he could protect his government from the Afghan detainee issue being raised continuously in this House. He puts off the House for an extended period of time beyond what was originally scheduled. And, of course, Mr. Speaker, as I think most Canadians know now, when prorogation occurs, the parliamentary agenda is wiped clean. Any bill that's outstanding at that time from the government side is regulated to the dustbin, and we have to start all over again, which we did when we finally came back in February of 2010. But, Mr. Speaker, we didn't see the bill right away. The new bill, C-21, which we are debating this afternoon, wasn't presented to this House until May the 3rd for first reading. Was not put on the order paper for debate on second reading until just now, this week, today. So we lost all of that time through the spring and all of the summer. And, Mr. Speaker, it's quite possible that we might have been able to, the Justice Committee might have been able to have dealt with it fairly quickly because of the amount of work we had already done, and had it back for reading at third reading. Amended, I can assure you. All of the opposition parties are quite concerned about this bill and how weak it is, almost useless as it is now. But some real hope because of what we heard from a number of the witnesses, some of our own ideas, that it could be strengthened to the degree that it would be worthwhile to pass into law. But we never got the opportunity to do that, Mr. Speaker, until today. I'm certainly signaling on behalf of my party, as the other opposition parties have, that we'll support this going to committee so that we can do something serious about this, as opposed to what's contained in Bill C-21. Mr. Speaker, the other point that I want to make before I go to the actual particulars of the bill is that we heard, and I'm going to deal with this in my later comments, we heard very clearly about a series of amendments that were necessary for this legislation if we were going to have any meaningful impact on white-collar crime. The government has had, really since December of 2009 when they decided to prorogue, they had all that evidence. They knew the bill was going down into the dustbin. They had all of that time, better part of 10 months now, to implement those corrections in Bill C-21. They didn't do anything. C-21 is exactly word for word for C-52. No changes at all. We had some very, very good evidence, Mr. Speaker, and I mean that in the sense of people who knew what they were talking about, as opposed to this government on this issue, and who came forward with very specific changes that needed to be made. Some of it was just cleaning up wording. In other cases, it was implementing meaningful amendments that would have a meaningful impact on fighting this type of crime. Did we get any of it, Mr. Speaker? Absolutely nothing. Not one change. It's word for word in C-21 what we already had in C-52, and which was showing, because of that evidence, to be so wanting. Not one change. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to, for those who maybe have not followed this issue, and I don't think there's a lot of Canadians who haven't, to set the scene, and I want to credit this information from an auditor, a forensic accountant by the name of Mr. Al Rosen, who came before us with a brief presentation in writing and then expanded on it before the committee, both in his verbal presentation and in response to a number of questions from the members of Parliament who sit on the Standing Committee on Justice. But what he did was he set out, he said, you got to understand where we're at. And so he went through a series of the events that we've had in the, as he put it, in the early part of the 21st century. So he went back a bit into the latter part of the 19th century. Mostly he was dealing with the 20th century. And he said, look at what we've done. Bre-X Minerals, that scandal. Nortel Networks, overstated assets, financial statements, he points out, restated 4 times, and then watching the stock price collapse. Dozens of business of income trusts that, in fact, were pyramid schemes. They were Ponzi schemes. The non-bank asset-backed commercial paper, all of the misrepresentations that went on with that, and Mr. Speaker, which at the core, if you look at the financial collapse that occurred around the globe, is very much, that collapse is very much as a result of that asset-backed commercial paper that, in fact, didn't have any assets behind it. The Ponzi schemes that we've seen, I've already made reference to the one in Quebec with the Earl Jones, and then the major one in Alberta as well. It was on to point out, in the same period of time, the lack of response, both at the provincial and federal level, around regulatory changes that would have gone some distance to avoid these losses, and was quite critical of governments in that regard. Mr. Speaker, he also then went on to point out that there have been Supreme Court of Canada decisions that, in effect, needed to be corrected. That is, the permission that was granted. He makes reference in particular to the Hercules management case in 1997, which, in effect, allowed, court said it was okay if you misstated on audited statements, even though they were misleading to the public, would lead shareholders to perhaps buy in, when in fact, if the real truth was there, they would not have done so. The weakness in our civil courts when people go for restitution, length of time it takes, the long trials that it takes when it's large sums of money like this, the lack of prosecutions in Canada, and was pointing out the number that went on in the U.S., I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I took that with a bit of a grain of salt when you look at some of the, already had reference to the Madoff situation. any number of others that collapses in the United States of major corporations. So although the U.S. has a more rigid and forceful approach to prosecuting, it certainly has not had the effect of deterring major crimes there. So you need to be looking at that. That's the context that we were dealing with when we first see C-52 and now C-21. And the information that was in that brief from Mr. Rosen is not secret. It's in the public domain. The Justice Department certainly knows about it. I assume at least some members of the government at the political level are aware. And so one would have, I think, I certainly know I did, the expectation that C-52 and now C-21 would actually address in a meaningful way these problems. It doesn't, Mr. Speaker, and it's as simple as that. This is what it does, if I can do a quick summary. It introduces a mandatory minimum, the be-all, end-all of all the solutions of all crime problems in the world, according to this government, is slap a mandatory minimum at it, punish somebody. When you talk about, well, maybe it would be better if we tried to prevent the crime from happening in the first place. Anyway, they slap a mandatory minimum of 2 years for any fraud that's committed over $1 million. Well, Mr. Speaker, when you heard the evidence that we got was the huge number of Ponzi schemes, other fraud schemes, some of these schemes being mail solicitation, phone solicitation, email over the internet type of solicitation, all of it completely fraudulent. But a great number of those are under $1 million. Great number of them, certainly more than half of them, are under $1 million. And so that section won't apply. Their panacea for everything else actually isn't going to be applicable for a large number of the white-collar crimes that are committed in Canada on a yearly basis. Mr. Speaker, they then also have imposed additional burdens on our courts of how to deal with this. And, Mr. Speaker, it was quite interesting to see the brief from the Canadian Bar Association, which chopped away pretty I'm sure the Bar Association would be upset if I use the term viciously, but it was a pretty vicious attack on the bill. Mr. Speaker, they've introduced the concept, I'm just going to use this as one of the few, 2 or 3 examples of where they went attacking the bill. They've introduced the concept of, in the sentencing process, if someone's convicted of a crime under this law, there would be a community impact statement. If you've practiced law at all in the criminal courts in this country, the first question you'd pop out is, what's a community impact statement? We've never had that in the criminal code or any other sentencing provisions under provincial legislation. It's a totally new concept. Say, well, okay, maybe they're being creative here. I think I can concede that. But unfortunately, it's just about useless because you have no idea who the community is going to be. They do not define that in any way. They don't put any parameters on it, any limits on it. It's not clear. They talk about it in the singular. Can more than one community impact statement be done? You may have different groups who have been impacted by it. It's extremely poorly drafted, Mr. Speaker, with regards to this area and a number of others. And I go back to my opening comments about the length of time that they've had, now 10 months, when they could have corrected a number of these points. And this is one of them. I have to say I'm intrigued with the concept of a community impact statement. I think it's possible that, in fact, we may be able to develop one that is useful to the victims of these types of crimes, so the court has a full picture of the impact, not just on individuals, but the kind of impact it may have on a community as a whole. And we've seen this, Mr. Speaker, a number of times where you'll have a so-called financial advisor, consultant, trustee type of person who will swindle money from a significant proportion of small communities. community that trusts that person. I have to say almost always a male. So they trust him. They give him their money on the basis that he will handle it properly. Has then a major impact on that small town or small village because a great deal of money has been taken out of circulation in that community. So you can see where it would make sense for us to be able to do that. This bill doesn't make any sense in that regard because it's probably going to end up being fairly useless. It also has the real potential, unless we define more clearly what the community groups are who would be entitled to bring forth that statement, it has the real potential to clog up our courts by making the sentencing process much, much longer than it might be otherwise if the bill was drafted properly. Mr. Speaker, one of the other provisions in here, and again it's typical of this government of their overreach when dealing with both making up crimes and dealing with them by way of punishment. There's a provision in here for a prohibition order. No argument. I think any lawyer who's practiced law in the criminal courts would say, yeah, people who commit these kind of crimes should be prohibited from being able to do that, either maybe indefinitely, depending on the size of it and the nature of it, but at least for specified periods of time once they've served time in jail or other punishments. But, Mr. Speaker, they didn't stop at that. What they've done is made it impossible. So, for instance, if I'm Bernie Madoff, but living in Canada, and I've stolen $50 billion, $65 billion. Thank you for my colleague from Manitoba. If I've done that, I can be prohibited from ever being a financial consultant or advisor again, but under this bill, I also would be prohibited, given how broad the prohibition order is, I couldn't even be a sales clerk in a grocery store or a retail outlet because I would be handling somebody else's money. Even though you might give me $50 for a shirt, that may be the extent of the money I would be handling. Under this prohibition order, I would not be able to take that job. And it's just typical of the overreach. Again, the Bar Association was quite, I think without being it, we're very effectively sarcastic about how badly drafted this was and how much of an overreach it was. Mr. Speaker, another provision in the bill is with regards to restitution orders. And here's where we get into the courts perhaps getting backlogged by additional responsibilities. They're mandating, that is, it's an absolute must. If you're the judge and not making a restitution order, you have to give a written reason for not doing it. Speakers, there's times when it's obvious why you're not going to make a restitution order. Let me use an example again of Mr. Madoff, $65 billion, and the guy is completely bankrupt, ill. I'm not sure he is, but I understand there may be some concern of his health. Quite elderly, no opportunity to ever make restitution. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you're going to make a restitution order in our courts, you have to have some basis for doing it. The judge can't just say, well, yeah, Mr. Madoff, you stole $65 billion, pay it back. You have to have a basis on which you can say, yes, we've looked at your financial circumstances, your ability to earn income in the future. We're now ordering you to make this amount of a restitution order. That takes time. It takes time by the police because they have to investigate. It takes time by the prosecutor because they have to present that case. And, of course, it takes time in court time as the judge is considering the evidence that's being put before him or her, when, in fact, it's obvious that a restitution order is meaningless and they should not be wasting court time and the time of those professional people in doing it. But, again, poorly drafted, not poorly drafted, very badly drafted legislation here. And there's other parts of the restitution order provisions that simply just don't make sense in terms of any quality of legislation that this House should be passing, this government should be passing. But they, in fact, have done that. Mr. Speaker, I want to go with this. It's quite clear, mostly because of the Earl Jones, because of the pressure. I'll give credit here to my colleagues from the Bloc Québécois that were coming out of Quebec, from my colleague from Outre-Mer, but the pressure that was coming from parliamentarians from that province and from the parliament in Quebec City that something had to be done, that Earl Jones just was the epitome of it, and you just couldn't sit on your hands anymore. And what this government did, rather than dealing with it at that point, fine, I'll say, okay, you're under political pressure, you're coming forward with a lousy bill, I can understand it, we'll clean it up at the committee. But when it got to the committee and we had the evidence and we had solutions for a number of these issues, what did they do? Absolutely nothing. They just come back to this House and present the same bill again. Mr. Speaker, I know my time is just about up. I just want to make one more point around both the regulatory functions that need to be cleaned up, both at the provincial level but also at the federal level. There's a lot of preventative work that could be done in this area if this government got at it. The other thing is with regards to enforcement of our laws. We need much more effective teams of specialists that can fight white-collar crime and that can prosecute it, identify it, and prosecute it effectively. We don't have those teams in place at this point. This government should be moving on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that the House would agree that the member has a very intimate knowledge of how the criminal code works, and as a lawyer, I have always taken his experience and have attempted to ask questions that would perhaps allow a layperson to understand better how the criminal code works. My question is related to that. I think the member can appreciate how frustrating it must be to those that are victimized by these white-collar bandits that are so skillful and in defrauding very, very innocent people. And what is even more compounding on top of that, Mr. Speaker, is that they get away with it, that they have assets that are hidden, that the normal court proceedings and the fact that in this bill restitution is where possible is required, and a judge has to say why he or she is not making a motion for restitution. I'm sure that the member can feel the frustration on the part of those that have been defrauded. Is there any way that this bill could be strengthened with respect to the proceeds of that type of crime, that those that have been successfully prosecuted can, through a judge's order, that the resources are there to exact that money back and repay it to the people that have been defrauded? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
We, in fact, were discussing this right at the point when the House adjourned in December of 2009. I don't think we actually get any of this on the record of the Justice Committee. We were discussing it, the opposition parties in particular. And there was a strong feeling that, in fact, by looking at the proceeds of crime sections that deal with organized crime, that either by expanding the definition of organized crime to cover this, because a number of these schemes, in fact, are organized. It should fit into the definition of organized crime. We've not been using those sections, and it may be because I think the prosecutors are worried that the definition is not, in fact, broad enough to catch them. So either expand the definition of organized crime to cover white-collar crime of this nature, or simply allow the proceeds of crime sections, both at the federal level and the provincial level. Quite frankly, the provincial level has been more effective in getting proceeds of crime, of gathering it for victims, than the federal government has been. But at both levels, to be able to use it in these circumstances. So there's one of two ways of doing it, or maybe both, and that's something that needs to be considered. It obviously was not addressed at all when the bill was drafted. There have been some suggestions from some of the witnesses. The government didn't pick up on it at all.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker. There we go. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to take a moment, too, to join in this debate. I appreciate the comments from my colleague from Windsor. I, too, learned a great deal, actually, about not only the process through which this bill found its way back again to us, but also some of the issues they've been wrestling with at committee that would, in fact, perhaps have benefited this bill had the conclusions they came to found its way into the bill. The point I would like to ask him to expand on is one that's come to my attention as a labor leader, and that is that more and more often you have to admit that white-collar crime is in fact a blue-collar issue because over 60% of all the trading on the New York Stock Exchange, the TSE, and the NASDAQ is actually employee benefit plans, changing or investing and reinvesting workers' money on the stock exchange. I mean, in a funny kind of way, unions' pension plans and benefits plans are the most powerful stock of venture capital or investment in the world. I mean, this odd kind of thing has happened that it's like Marxism realized. We've taken over the means of production without a single shot fired. We bought and paid for it with our own benefit plans. It's a beautiful thing when you think about it. But the vulnerability that is there, Mr. Speaker, what I want my colleague to talk about is that perhaps there's going to take a great deal more training for the trustees of these multi-billion-dollar benefit plans. And my own union is a small union, the Carpenters Union, $40 billion pension plan. And the trustees have to be aware of the vagaries of the marketplace above and beyond, in a way like never before. First of all, there's the fiduciary responsibilities and obligations associated with being a trustee. You can't just take a guy off the shop floor anymore and put him in charge of a $40 billion pension plan. And also the vulnerability of the new generation of white-collar criminal that could eat away. This is what I mean, the blue-collar side of white-collar crime I'd like my colleague to expand on.
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Well, it certainly, Mr. Speaker, is a very valid point. I just want to point out to my colleague from Winnipeg, don't forget about the Canada Pension Plan, which actually is the biggest fund in the country currently. $140 billion. My friend knows the amount. And so there's no question. I hate to think of the labor movement and workers generally as being raving capitalists. They're not. They would be much more prudent in if they were doing the advising. And Mr. Speaker, I will take one issue with them about the need for bringing people off the floor and letting them make decisions. When you look at some of the fiascos we saw come out of this most recent financial collapse and how these so-called experts got taken in by the asset-backed paper that didn't have any assets behind it, by using regulatory assessments of these assets and value them, clearly not understanding them. I sometimes think it might be better if we simply had the honesty and integrity of the average worker making those decisions, having people explain to them maybe how some of the system works, but in common sense that we would get from the average worker, I think may go a long way to preventing the kind of abuse that we've seen in this last round as the stock markets collapsed. Mr. Speaker, I want to make one more point. There is no question that this hurts people badly. When you see the Nortel workers, both here and Queen's Park and Toronto, showing up constantly, and you actually talk to them, and you hear their pain. And it's a two-parter, Mr. Speaker. It's not just the financial loss that they've suffered and all of the negative consequences it's going to have, including loss of health benefits and impacting on their personal health. There's also, and I argue with them not to think this way, but I know it happens, and I know from having clients over the years who suffered as victims of these schemes, that there's a guilt that goes with it. And it's unfortunate that that's the case, but it's one of the side products of these types of crimes, and one that really should push this House even more so to make sure that we get preventative programs in place and punitive programs in place that will put an end to it.
Questions and comments. Short question from the member from Elmwood, Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member knows that in the United States, the Americans put away probably over 100 embezzlers from WorldCom, Enron, Conrad Black, and the Canadian experience on the other side is that we've put away almost nobody in this country. But yet the Americans still have the experience with Bernie Madoff getting away with $65 billion. At least they have moved in the United States to re-regulate, to reverse all of the period of deregulation under the Republicans for the last 8 to 10 years, and they at least taking the issue seriously in the United States now, attempting to re-regulate, even though knowing they had a better system than us, more effective in putting people away in jail, it still allowed a lot of abuses. So I think it's time that Canada caught up and not fall further behind the United States.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh, short answer, please.
Well, I certainly agree with his analysis of what happened in the United States, both in terms of their prosecuting much more forcefully than we have in the U.S., but at the same time as they were doing that, allowing the regulatory function, which is really about prevention, to be diminished. They are putting it back in place. We need to be doing the same here in Canada, and we need to get more aggressive. We need to put those units in place that can do the investigation and guarantee that we're going to get convictions in most cases. They know how to do it, Mr. Speaker. We heard from them. They know how to do it. They just don't have the staffing and the resources to carry it out.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm pleased to intervene on debate on this Bill C-21. I don't think I had the opportunity in the previous session. What I first thought about this bill, I'll be honest, was that the government was approaching the criminal code and that its need for occasional reform as a kind of a smorgasbord. And one time it would take this section over here, we'll fix this one up, and then it'll take another one over here. And by the time we're finished, I think our order paper shows a number of criminal code amendment bills at this time. And I thought, boy, that's taking a lot of parliamentary time. It's a lot of procedure. Why didn't the government, if it wanted to make some criminal code amendments, put them all in one bill? And we could have debated it and dealt with it that way. The government chose not to, and I thought it was for political reasons, and I still do, but now having viewed the process actually gives the House an opportunity to look at each of the bills a lot more closely. And sometimes that's scary, and sometimes that's helpful, but at least, and it gives us some time to debate as well, extra time to debate, because if the government had a criminal code amendment bill with 10 or 20 components, most of us would be unable to address most of the components if we wanted to. So looking more closely at each of the bills, this is probably going to tilt towards a better product. Perhaps a bill with more scrutiny has less problems down the road, less likely to encounter difficulty in the other place should the Senate pick it apart, and more likely to be successful out in the real world when the police and the courts deal with the new legislation. So this particular bill deals with sentencing for fraud, and it modifies the criminal code provisions related to fraud convictions. And my party is supporting this, and in the context, a bill of this nature was probably inevitable over time. And if you look back over recent history, you'd wonder why something like this hadn't come forward sooner. But looking at the evolution of fraud crimes, we also have to look at the evolution of financial services. And if you look back at it, Mr. Speaker, you'll see how complex the evolution has been since the Second World War. And prior to, I wasn't here then, happily, but before that, you had basically cash and checks and some kind of a postal money order and bank money orders. And that was a simple financial world. But since then, this has proliferated. We don't just have cash and checks and money orders. We now have credit cards, we have debit cards, we have ABM cards, and cash cards that actually hold a cash value, and you can spend the cash value. So there's a whole area of financial species that a fraudster could focus on. We also have a whole new world of online internet financial transactions. We have even online gaming. We have charities online. We have fake charities online. We have shopping online. And in the world of securities, we have stocks and bonds and GICs and T-bills. We got life insurance. We got pensions plans. We got pension plans that are self-administered. All of these are financial envelopes, many of which didn't exist 50 years ago, where the bad guy is still out there trying to get a piece of the action. And even in our own federal financial envelope, we have RSPs and home ownership savings plans and RESPs and RIFs and savings accounts and checkings accounts and all manner of other investment accounts. And these are all areas where the average person might be forgiven for getting lost in this whole area of financial expansion. In addition, the world of finance has gone global. It's not just bad guys here, it's bad guys internationally. The financial world has expanded in a huge proliferation. In addition, something that happened somewhat slowly, which we didn't all notice, is that since the Second World War, we all got a lot more wealthy. We kind of, in this country, took for granted that the wealth that we generated, the GDP per person, has gone up, if not exponentially, but very favorably, and Canadians are much wealthier than they used to be. So all of this makes us pray, all of us who are connected in any way to all of this trillions of dollars of wealth, financial transactions by individuals, corporations, by government, by charities. Not to single out charities in any way, but this has increased the opportunity for those who would steal from us to go ahead and try and do it in many different ways. And the crime of fraud is essentially the criminalization of the old tort of deceit. And it's basically if you do something intended to deceive somebody and to enrich yourself and take money from that person by deceit, that's a fraud. That was the simple concept of what fraud was. But with the backdrop of this proliferation in financial services and wealth and globalization and interconnectivity enhanced by the internet, that basic law of fraud kind of stayed the same. So although we're proposing an amendment now dealing with the sentencing for fraud, it wouldn't surprise me at all that we would see a further evolution, a further change in how we approach some of the crime in this area of finance, money, financial services, shopping, because it's quite likely that the bad guys generically who are doing this now will continue to do this and find ways to disrupt and steal from innocent Canadians. Now, in this particular bill, there is a reference to a new restitution procedure. And it has been in the code as a sentencing option for some time now. I don't think it's used frequently, but it is used. And this particular bill contains a procedure and actually some forms. The forms are contained as a schedule to the bill by which a victim of this type of fraud can ask the court for restitution. Now, I have some concern about this, but I'm not suggesting that it isn't going to work, but it may have some break-in problems. The first issue that I want to flag for consideration of members and the committee, the Justice Committee, who will look at this bill, is that the reference over to restitution in the courts under this bill does not really say who is in charge of the process. It doesn't say the prosecutor, the Crown Prosecutor, will be in charge of this process. It just seems to say to the citizen, if you want to ask for restitution, you fill out the form and you send it in. And our courts, our criminal courts, are not used to this. And I'm not saying this is going to happen, but I have this vision of a criminal court starting to act like a small claims court. The prosecution is complete, there's a conviction had, and then the judge turns to the clerk and says, are there any requests for restitution? And the clerk will say, Your Honor, we've got 728 applications for restitution, totaling, I don't know, $1 million or $2 million. And of course, the judge has spent his or her career convicting people, not as an accountant. They don't have a calculator on the desk. The judge doesn't have the time to go through 725 restitution applications. So there is an administrative function here. That was the second point. And thirdly, because there is this restitution function and an application form of sorts, and it's a fairly brief application. There's nothing wrong with it. It's kind of short and simple. It does raise the expectation of the victim, who may be one of many, raise the expectation that the victim is going to get restitution because they're invited by somebody to fill out the form and send it into the judge. Judge has got the form's filled out. It says $7,528 is what this guy stole from me. And it raises an expectation that the court's going to be able to deal with this. And I don't think that criminal court judges would be ready for that, although some of them have handled restitution orders previously. But it's going to need a kind of a management system. And in fairness, the federal government doesn't manage these courts. They're done by the provinces. So the provinces are going to have to generate some system. They're going to have to hire somebody who's going to understand this and manage all of these forms and requests for restitution that come in. And while it's certainly part of the criminal code, it is going to fall to the provinces and the Crown attorneys and the court clerks and the judges. And I'm pretty sure the judges will resist the criminal court becoming a small claims court, or the equivalent of it. They'll say, if you want to do small claims court stuff in the criminal court, you bring in a small claims court judge. But I don't know if that'll happen, but let's wait and see. I wanted to flag that and the higher expectation that might be there on the part of the victim that he or she would receive restitution simply because they followed the rules, they filed the form, they put in the amount, and they're hoping the judge will give them an order. And then lastly, in relation to that restitution exercise, and I hope the Department of Justice will be able to describe this at the committee hearings, but the impact of a bankruptcy or likely bankruptcy on the whole restitution procedure or on the order. Will a concurrent or subsequent bankruptcy mean that the restitution orders are worthless? If they are worthless, it's probably not worth the time to spend a whole lot of administrative hours and court time and the judge's time sorting out the restitution if in the end we're going to have a bankruptcy. So at some point, someone administratively is going to have to identify some assets or an asset that could produce a recovery for the restitution claimants. So that issue of the relationship between the restitution order and a concurrent or related bankruptcy. Also, and this is really a bankruptcy issue, which is federal, but let's say the crook has transferred some of these assets or the proceeds of the assets into the name of a relative. What jurisdiction does the court have or the judge have in relation to those asset transfers or the hiding of these assets in the face of a restitution order? And here we're getting, and I think one of the members spoke of it earlier, this is getting very close to some of the organized crime sentencing procedures and proceeds of crime legislation that already exist on the books. So I don't know whether these aspects have been sorted out, whether they've been consulted with the provinces, with the Crown attorneys who are going to have to administer it. I'm not objecting to restitution orders, but this particular legislation seems to be importing a fairly conspicuous wholesale procedure. And we know that in some of these cases, the frauds can go into many millions of dollars, with many people being hurt. And while the sentencing here, the new sentencing provisions are intended to target the big-time fraudster, the $1 million threshold is described at one part of the new law. I think there may be a learning curve here, if I can put it that way, and possibly there may be further legislation needed if the courts are going to get seriously into the restitution procedure. Now, another of our colleagues also was good enough to mention crime prevention, as my colleague from Moncton did. This legislation deals with the crime and the effects of the crime after it has taken place. It is closing the barn door after the horse has left. And while there's a role for that, while it's in effect a drawing of a line in the sand for our society, there's nothing in the statute that appears to reach out and deal with some kind of prevention of crime in the first place. Doesn't get out in front. And I think as a society we are going to have to invest a bit more in crime prevention. If we can reduce some of these massive frauds, if we can cut them in half or cut them down by a quarter or a third, that would be worth it. But we have to invest institutionally in methods. And that means looking to our securities regulators, bank regulators, our chartered accountants and lawyers, real estate brokers and mortgage brokers, and the organizations that regulate, they self-regulate, most of them. And I think we have to look to them. I'm not too sure what process, but somewhere in that administration and regulation of those professions and institutions, we will find some ways to spot a fraud early, a big fraud early. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, so many of the big frauds don't actually start out as big frauds. So many of the big ones got started as really quite small. And then once the mistake was made or the money stolen, however small it was, more money is taken to infill and to hide, and it grows. It grows, and then it gets to the point where the crook, if I can put it that way, who may not have even set out to be a crook in that sense, ends up robbing Peter to pay Paul and moving all kinds of money around and harming so many people. And if our regulatory mechanisms could spot some of this in the early stages, it would go a long way. At the end of the day, and I recall in Ontario a very desperately sad case of a guy who was selling fake franchises. And even though that's provincially regulated, there still hasn't been a way found to really prevent that kind of fraud. But at the end of the day, the principle of caveat emptor must remain. The buyer must beware. We must make sure our citizens are educated, sensitive, and wary of these kinds of things. So that type of public education is very valuable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Resuming debate. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Compton-Stansted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to participate in the debate on C21, an act to amend the Criminal Code, sentencing for fraud. The bill brings 5 new changes to the Criminal Code. For example, it will provide a mandatory minimum sentence of imprisonment for a term of 2 years for fraud with a value that exceeds $1 million. It would add 4 additional aggravating factors for sentencing. Third, it would create a discretionary prohibition order for offenders. And fourth, it would require consideration of restitution for victims of fraud. And fifth, it would clarify that the sentencing may take into account impact statements from a community. Now, these are praiseworthy measures, but I think this is a smokescreen. This bill smells of improvisation. And it is something that has already been brought twice. This is the second time in this House, but it fell to the bottom of the order paper because of prorogation. And prorogation didn't even help to make this legislation better. If this is the best they can do, there's cause for concern. A minimum sentence of 2 years for fraud with a value that exceeds $1 million. My party and I have already discussed this in detail. These minimum sentences, these excessive minimum sentences don't have much of an effect. And further, a minimum sentence of 2 years for a fraud of over $1 million, this would be bringing down the length of sentences now available. And when we put questions to the minister on this point, he couldn't explain and he couldn't tell us of any sentences that were under 2 years. Right now, sentences are more like 6 to 7 years. So why set a minimum sentence of 2 years for a fraud of more than $1 million? With respect to aggravating factors, and this is the second point, they have already been factored in by courts. For example, in the case of Vincent Lacroix, they went through the sentence point by point. There were aggravating factors that already existed. But putting this in the bill is just another way for the Conservatives to try to look good without bringing in concrete results. Since the Tories came to power, we've gotten used to this behavior of theirs. I am resigned to vote in favor of the principle of this bill, but only with a view of improving it in committee, because the minister was completely off target by bringing in this minimum sentence. There are other features in this bill that aren't dealt with. For example, freedom after a sixth of the sentence might be possible. This means that Vincent Lacroix and others would be able to go free after having served this part of their sentence. I think we have to limit to early releases. I'd like to take advantage of this point to talk about a friend of mine who was victim of fraud. This will help me point out the various flaws and shortcomings in this bill. This is someone who came to my office in my riding in Compton Stansted. They had RRSPs, which of several $1,000s. They met with certain financial planners who advised this person. They took the RRSPs out and invested them in various ways. A little while later, this constituent no longer has this money. She was fleeced by these fraudsters. And not only was she swindled, but she owes money to Revenue Canada for having pulled out her RRSPs. This person was retired, and I say was retired, because she now has to go back to work to reimburse the government for the money she owes, even though these fraudsters are still out and about. She had saved money to put into these RRSPs. She'd worked to put this money into these RRSPs. So how would this bill help her? First of all, this bill does not even apply to her situation. This person lost several dozens of thousands of dollars. But the kind of situation I just described happens more often than we might think. So why fraud for $1 million and more? We have to, yes, target these big amounts, but also the smaller amounts. As I showed in my illustration, this person lost less than $1 million. Will this bill help her to get her money back? No. But it will help the people who swindled her to get a minimum of 2 years in prison. But as I mentioned earlier, the present sentences run from 6 to 7 years. Same thing for aggravating factors put in the bill. They are already being enforced, so there's no change. This bill will also bring in a new discretionary order. The judge can prohibit the fraudster from employment, from taking employment where he would have authority over money or real property. But this would not help this person who was defrauded. There is a great deal of leeway accorded to judges who can judge on how long the prohibition order will last. Does this discretionary authority going to judges, this is something, again, that we're going to have to discuss in committee. And it's not dealt with in this bill. Here again, the Conservatives seem quite happy to just put up this smoke screen. They're allowing the judge the discretionary authority to decide whether or not there will be a restitution order. And, Mr. Speaker, I call this playing around with words. Because, in reality, this bill would change almost nothing for victims of economic crime, of white-collar crime. And this bill does nothing to target tax havens, but these tax havens are an excellent source of restitution for the victims of economic crimes, because tax havens make it possible for people who have been caught to leave no trace. It's clear that there will always be people who will be able to thwart the system and who will be able to swindle small investors. but we have to find the best solution to prevent this kind of crime. And please understand, Mr. Speaker, I quite agree that we should find sentences and legislation for these white-collar criminals. If we put some of these people in prison without any other measures, they'll be released one day and they'll just start again. They'll find other ways of swindling and they'll go even further. What we need is prevention, such as measures that will make it more difficult to defraud taxpayers of Quebec and Canada.
The Bloc Québécois put forth legislation to deal with economic crime. It is designed to target people who commit fraud. But what's most important to my mind is helping the victims, because the victims are the ones who live with the consequences of fraud. In addition to abolishing release after serving 1/6 of a sentence for white-collar criminals, it's necessary to include fraud of over $5,000 in the criminal code. The current wording of Section 381 of the criminal code calls for a maximum 14-year prison sentence for fraud of $5,000. Contrary to this bill, which deals only with fraud over $1 million, we need to deal with fraud that affects people who are defrauded of smaller amounts. It's all fine and well to deal with fraud of over $1 million, but there are many victims of fraud for lesser amounts, and I'm sure that the Minister will agree with me on that. To deal with economic crime, we also need to make sure that banks are required by law to report any irregularities. Citizens do have their share of responsibility when it comes time to choose a financial planner. They must make sure, for example, that they conduct all the necessary verifications. But the banks must do their duty. They must cooperate in good faith with the financial markets and oversight groups. We need to deal with the tax havens, as I mentioned earlier. To do so, why not change the income tax and in order to put an end to the use of tax havens? For all too long now, the Conservatives and the Liberals have been supporting this kind of practice. That must stop. What's more, tax havens could be an important source of restitution for victims of economic crime. Now let's say a few words about the victims. It's clear that the Conservative government is not really concerned with victims. Bill C-21 has a short title that doesn't reflect the content. It talks about sentencing for fraud, but the Conservatives aren't telling it like it is. This bill talks about dealing with fraud and not with compensating victims of white-collar crime. One thing is sure, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't help victims of these crimes. What we need in terms of economic crime is to deal with the victims. It's all fine and well to put people in jail, the people committing the fraud, but that's not enough. In the Bloc Québécois, we propose the inclusion of a provision in the Income Tax Act which would make it possible for a victim to reduce the amounts stolen instead of declaring them as capital losses. Bill C-21 is insufficient, Mr. Speaker. It contains some very unpredictable measures, and it's far from what's necessary. As I said earlier, it would be a pleasure for us to look at it in committee in order to improve it. We will make it our duty to deal with it constructively and to put forth ideas to counter these ideas of the Conservative Reform government. Mr. Speaker, I want to confirm that this government is another demonstration of the difference between the Quebec nation and the Conservatives' ideology. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire.
Questions and comments?
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased, as a Member of Parliament for Don Valley East, to rise and speak on Bill C-21. This bill is particularly important where I am concerned. As an accountant, as a FCGA, as a fraud investigator, I think it is a high time that this bill was introduced so that people understand what is involved in the bill. I think we need to give a little background. The legislation was introduced in response to several high-profile white-collar crime cases, including Norberg Securities and Earl Jones in Quebec. And in the wake of the Bernie Madoff Ponzi scheme and revelations in the U.S., many Canadian investors have grown increasingly concerned about white-collar fraud. Other than the title, this bill is the same as Bill C-52, which was introduced during the previous Parliament session and died at prorogation while at committee. Bill C-21 has several components that need to be reviewed and addressed in committee. It introduces a mandatory minimum sentence of 2 years for fraud involving over $1 million, regardless of the number of victims. It specifies aggravating factors to be considered at sentencing, including the psychological and financial impact on victims, the age and health of victims, as well as the magnitude and duration of fraud. It requires the court to indicate what mitigating and aggravating factors were considered relating to the sentence. It allows the court to prohibit an offender from assuming any position, voluntary or paid, that involves handling other people's money or property. It requires judges to consider restitution where possible and when possible. And it requires judges to consider community impact statement at the time of sentencing. Now, Mr. Speaker, this bill is very close to home, as I know a number of constituents who were involved or who gave money, their life savings, to this Colgate whitening theme. And they were told that they would get a 400% return. Now, Mr. Speaker, people think that anybody who is involved in a Ponzi scheme or who partakes of it is greedy or does not know what they're doing. I think it is the lack of financial acumen that gets people involved, and it's the hype. And it is important that the government realizes that while it prorogued Parliament, Bill C-52 has not, and Bill C-52 went to bed and C-21 was introduced, a lot of people have suffered. And this suffering could have been prevented because vulnerable Canadians, taxpayers, who lost total savings in this scheme. People have lost their houses, people have lost their jobs, people have become depressed because they have lost all their money. And it was important when we were studying Bill C-52, which is now Bill C-21, that it should have been there, it should have been in place, it should have been able to help those very vulnerable people. Mr. Speaker, the impact of white-collar crime costs the taxpayers and the Treasury a lot of money because hard-working Canadians have lost their money. And their money, and the fraudsters are committing fraud against these vulnerable people. Fraud is not victimless, and fraud preys on the weak and the vulnerable in society. And we, the Liberals, are supporting to send the bill to committee because we believe it is the right principle. The principle behind the stricter sentencing rules are very important. But we also know that they are not enough to prevent these frauds from happening. Sentencing is important, but prevention is equally important in white-collar crime. I would like to know why the government does not use this opportunity to do more. The opposition and the public have been calling the government to end the 1/6 accelerated parole provision for these types of offenders, and the government has not acted yet. So we hope that by sending it to committee, we can have some practical changes. While we support the bill, the focus on stricter sentencing guidelines for white-collar criminals, we believe the scope is too narrow to be truly effective in the fight against fraud. And we would like to see that when it goes to committee, that there is a wide consultation with the stakeholders, the people that have been marginalized, the people who have been robbed of their hard-earned dollars, and we would like to see that the financial industry is also engaged in this discussion, because they are the ones that probably regulate the financial industry, the people that do our investments, etc. And it is important that these people are also held to a very high standard, and that there is important legislation that will ensure that fraud is not committed by professionals or by any other layman when they bring about the Ponzi scheme. The stakeholder reaction to the legislation has been mixed. While victim groups have been lobbying the government to strengthen white-collar criminal provision, some have expressed discontent that this bill falls short, as I mentioned, because it fails to address regulation or the 1/6 accelerated parole review rules. The Canadian Bar Association has expressed its opposition to this bill, citing that it would increase pressure on an already taxed criminal justice system and not improve on what is already available in the criminal court. Furthermore, the Canadian Bar Association opposes the mandatory minimum sentence in favor of judicial discretion at sentencing. The RCMP has expressed their support for the bill, indicating a mandatory sentence for such crimes has the potential to be a useful deterrent against criminal activity. Now, if we come to what this bill has really done, many times in the House we have heard that there is no greater fraud than a promise not kept. The bill died on the order paper last year, taking with it the life savings of every Canadian who has fallen victim to fraud since then. But this bill, as I have reiterated, isn't enough. It is important to send it to committee. It sends the right message, but words without deeds ring hollow to Canadian mothers now finding themselves wondering how they will feed their kids, or a grandparent without anything to leave behind, or families that have lost their savings and have had to give up their houses, their cars, their everything to find food on their table. So the financial security of families has been ruined while this bill died at prorogation. So I hope that the government will not delay in doing any more photo ops, but will put enough meat on the table and will help the opposition parties in their desire to bring justice to those that are seeking justice. While the government was doing their press conference, Canadians, as I mentioned, have lost their savings. So it is important that the bill move forward at a quick pace, be sent to committees for further study. The bill provides nothing, for example, for the prevention of crime, only punishment after the fact. No jail sentence and no restitution can make up for the sense of betrayal and hurt which follows fraud. No jail sentence and no restitution can restore the confidence or livelihood of a Canadian cleaned out by someone the victim has grown to trust. A new parent without a nest egg, a dying grandparent without a bequest, and prevention, Mr. Speaker, prevention keeps Canadians safe. Nothing is more important to the livelihood of Canadians, and nothing is in this bill which provides a hint towards it. I have had a lot of deputations from people who have been defrauded. They have been approached by friends who they consider as friends, who they trusted, and they were taken in for a ride, and Colgate whitening comes to mind. And people sometimes do not know the difference between a fraudster and a genuine investor. And we have seen it in people trying to sell electronic Canada stamps without realizing that that is the purview of Canada Post. So how do we keep Canadians safe? So in order to keep Canadians safe, Mr. Speaker, it is important that A, the bill be sent for study, that there be a high level of consultation, but that Canadians be given an opportunity to be engaged or educated in fiscal management, that there should be opportunity to have transparency and clarity as to what one can feel is an investment, a good investment, a bad investment. Nobody is asking the government to oversee this, but we are asking that this bill have provisions for prevention. The bill fails to keep Canadians safe because it prefers punishment to prevention. And I believe this is in line with the Conservative government's perspective on crime. Crimes are complex. Crimes are best considered by judicial experts, men and women of the bench with entire professional lives dedicated to finding fair and balanced judgment. I'm not sitting as a judge, Mr. Speaker, and neither is any member of this House. But as an accountant in my previous life, it has been important, and as a financial consultant in my previous life, and as a fraud investigator, it is important that people realize that there are ways in which prevention can take place. And everyone tells you prevention is better than cure, and nobody knows it better than those who are victims of fraud. When I talked about the Canadian Bar Society, it is opposing this bill for a very simple reason, that they are keenly aware that what might work in Gander likely does not work in Moose Jaw or in Toronto. And what is appropriate today might not be appropriate tomorrow. Cases are unique, Mr. Speaker, and it is both reckless and irresponsible to assume that we in this House could justly tell a justice providing or presiding over a case that we are more qualified than he or she to determine the appropriate sentence for a particular crime. The bill which provides for a mandatory minimum sentence for the commission of a fraud over $1 million, while this seems to be reasonable, I believe it is not for us in this place to impose such conditions upon the trained, qualified professional judges presiding over decisions. Guidelines, not minimum sentences, judicial discretion, not rigid mandates, from a place far away. When crime is committed in, say, Don Valley East or in Toronto, I want a judge in Toronto to examine the case on its own merits. The bill, C-21, is worthy of further examination. It sets the right tone. It should, and I hope, will be sent to committee for further study. But the bill does not do enough to reassure those people taken in by the Earl Jones fraud or the Nuremberg security fraud or the Bernie Madoff Ponzi scheme or the Colgate scheme or many other schemes that we know of or that have not been reported. It does not assure the wounded victims of past fraud or the hesitant investor that we need now more than ever in this period of economic uncertainty, a desire, a prevention tool. And therefore, I hope that this first step is important and that the House will help in sending it to committee, and that we will have a logical and a thorough discussion on this bill so that it may help others avoid such problems. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to rise today to speak to Bill C-21, an act to amend the Criminal Code, sentencing for fraud. And Mr. Speaker, C-21 was introduced in the House on May the 2nd, 2010 by the Minister of Justice. And in fact, it's identical to C-52, which was introduced during the second session of Parliament, which would not become law because of prorogation, which we're very familiar with around here, on December 30th, 2009. The intent of the bill is to help crack down on white-collar crime and increase justice for victims through measures that include a 2-year mandatory minimum sentence for fraud over $1 million, additional specified aggravating factors for the court's consideration in sentencing, a new type of prohibition order, new obligations on the judge with respect to restitution orders, and a new type of impact statement to consider in sentencing. And the fraud provisions of the Criminal Code were most recently amended in 2004 in response to global impact on corporate scandals associated with companies such as Enron, Tyco, and WorldCom 3. These amendments created a new offense of improper insider trading, increased the maximum sentence for the offenses of fraud and fraud affecting the market from 10 to 14 years, and established a list of aggravating factors to aid the courts in sentencing. The federal government also announced it would create a number of integrated market enforcement teams composed of the RCMP officers, federal lawyers, and other investigators such as forensic accountants to deal with capital market fraud cases. Now, the question is, with all of this supposed action on the part of the government, why are we not seeing the results? Why are these fraud schemes still being uncovered? And we have to go back a number of years. I think most people have heard of Charles Ponzi and Ponzi schemes over the years, but there's still a lot of people out there who are not familiar with the concept. But a very large percentage of fraud schemes that are uncovered are in fact this type. And essentially what it is using the investors' money that they take in today to pay off previous investors. So what in fact happens is organizations go out and offer high rates of return, and they entice people to give them money. And what they do is, rather than investing the money in proper facilities, what they do is they simply take the money and use it to give a return, a promised return to their previous investors. Well, you know that when you do that, eventually things are going to fall apart. And these schemes tend to go along. They're almost in some ways similar to the chain letter concept that people are familiar with. But while the market is expanding in the 1920s, in the 1990s, the markets are expanding. These schemes can continue
unabated for a number of years before they're found out. And eventually they are all found out because when the market drops, the person or people running the scam don't have the funds available to pay out what essentially becomes a run on the bank. When everyone wants their money back, they don't have the liquidity to do it, and they basically run out of people to invest in their scheme. So, in the case of Charles Ponzi, he collected perhaps approximately $9.5 million from 10,000 investors by selling promissory notes, paying a 50% profit in 45 days. And this was at a time, when, by the way, just as a matter of interest, Charles Ponzi, having lived in the United States for a number of years, in fact, there's a Montreal connection to this, because in 1907, Ponzi moved to Montreal and became assistant teller in the newly opened bank, and basically servicing immigrants and new immigrants to the city. And the man who owned the bank paid 6% interest on bank deposits, double the going rate at the time. And you'll notice that I keep, putting in emphasis on the fact that the success of these schemes is all based on people's greed. That in fact they're offering a very high rate of return, and that's something that the public should be very aware of. That you check the market check the banks, and the average rate is roughly the same among the banks, among the institutions. So that if one institution starts to offer you double, then you should be suspicious. You should be suspicious that something is wrong. And even today, if one financial institution comes out with an offer that is higher than the others, you shouldn't be lining up to buy their investment. You should be questioning in your own mind, why would they be doing this? Why would they be offering a higher rate of return? Perhaps they are short of money. Perhaps they are not going to be able to pay me back. So in this case, Mr. Ponzi eventually arose to be the bank manager in this Montreal bank, and he found out that the bank was in serious trouble because of bad real estate loans at the time. Sound familiar? This was 1907, the last century, not 2007. And that the bank was funding interest payments not through profit on investments, but by using money deposited in newly opened accounts. The bank eventually failed. The owner ran away to Mexico with a large part of the bank's money. So this is how Mr. Ponzi got started. And by the way, at the end of his career, I believe he died penniless. And was not able to hide his ill-gotten gains. However, that's not the case with the modern versions of the Ponzi scheme, in the sense that the schemes we see now are sophisticated and are planned out well enough in advance that the money, as one of the previous speakers mentioned earlier, the money is sent off to tax havens. In 1907, Mr. Ponzi didn't probably have the wherewithal to be able to take his ill-gotten gains and get them off to Panama or other tax, or Switzerland or other tax havens, and perhaps he even believed his scheme. He perhaps believed that it would never end, and maybe he misunderstood what he was doing. But you can't say the same for an investor like Bernard Madoff, who essentially, at the end of the day, stole $65 billion. We're not talking about $65 million here. We're talking about $65 billion. This is a guy who opened the stock exchange on a routine basis. He knew all the players. He was an insider. He was a guy who was approached for advice. And 10 years before Bernie Madoff was arrested, 10 years before that, there were attempts to gain the attention of the Securities and Exchange Commission in the United States with information. And it's well documented before the House of Representatives of the United States last year, when Harry Markopolos was able to detail the whole sordid history. But 10 years prior to that, he had worked for Rampart Investment Management in Boston, and his boss asked him whether he could duplicate Madoff's strategy. He said, you know, the funds police each other. In the competitive world of business, competitors watch each other. And so it was a surprise to other competitors in his field that not that he could produce returns, because that's to be expected, that some funds will outperform others, but to do it on a consistent month-by-month basis, year after year after year, rose red flags. Because somewhere along the line, Bernie Madoff's fund should have had a loss. At least 1 month over a 10-year period, he should have shown a loss. Even the best funds that go up on a routine basis don't go up forever. They may have a spurt for, if the sector that they're invested in does well predominantly, they will do well for a period of time in that market, maybe 6 months, maybe a year. But they're not going to do well each and every month, year after year after year. So that was certainly a red flag regarding Bernie Madoff's fund. And so what Harry Markopolos did was he figured this out very quickly. And in fact, he went to the SEC and gave them the information. And he was basically not listened to. In fact, the SEC, on several occasions, investigators reported, well, we've checked him out. We did our annual investigation of his funds, and his returns are on the level. And so you had the SEC, the cop who was supposed to be policing the fund, basically not doing their job, basically just rubber stamping and not doing a proper report, and thereby allowing this scheme, Ponzi scheme, to continue unabated year after year and after year. Meanwhile, more and more people and organizations were buying into the fund. So this shows that there is a big problem in the United States with this whole road to deregulate. And members will know that in the 1920s, after the stock market crash, the president of the day evidently was looking for somebody who could go in and regulate the financial institutions and regulate the stock market on Wall Street. And in fact, many will remember that. Well, we'll know who. I ask you, do you remember who he recruited? He recruited none other than Joseph P. Kennedy, who had made large amounts of money in the wild and woolly, unregulated markets of the 1920s. And he, I believe he was quoted at the time, the president was quoted at the time as saying that, justifying why he appointed Mr. Kennedy, he had said, well, I believe it was, to paraphrase him, it takes a thief to catch a thief, or something of that sort. But the reality is that he put him in charge, and we saw a lot of the rules that were put in place under Mr. Kennedy stayed with us for many years. And I think people will accept that the system operated fairly well, after those rules were in place, until the last 15 or 20 years when the Republicans in the United States, under the Bush, during the Bush years, adopted a philosophy of deregulation. And so the whole idea was to deregulate world markets, that all financial institutions had to go global, and that the way to do that was to have super financial institutions. Well, we saw that happen here more or less in Canada when the current Conservative government was in opposition. The Liberals were in government, and the banks were chasing the government of the day to try to get them to deregulate the banks, the Canadian banks, and allow them to swallow each other up and get bigger. And, you know, I was, to the government's credit, at the end of the day, that they didn't do it, because that's why the current Conservative government is not in the mess that it could be in right now. Had the Liberal government of the day, and probably had they had their way, because I'm sure they were all for deregulation too, we would have been in as big a mess today as Ireland, Iceland, and Portugal and other countries in a totally deregulated environment. So that's a big part of the puzzle here, Mr. Speaker, is to deal with this deregulated environment and try to pull the whole system back under some kind of control. And what the United States is doing is they are in fact doing that. They are starting to re-regulate huge sectors of the investment industry, the banking industry, in an effort to combat this type of activity. And, you know, in spite of that, the American system over the last 10 years had a much, much better track record than the Canadian system. All I have to do is look at the number of bad guys that the Americans put in prison over the last few years and compare them to how many the Canadian system put in prison. You'll see you have to look long and hard to find anybody that ever went to jail in Canada for white-collar crime and fraud. There may be one or two, but that's about it. We're talking about, you know, single digits here. Whereas in the United States, there's several hundred people that were put in jail for their white-collar crimes, including the people who ran WorldCom, the people who ran Enron. Conrad Black, a Canadian who committed his white-collar crimes in Canada, was not touched by Canadian authorities. In fact, he was eventually prosecuted and put in jail by the American system, the same system that spawned Bernie Madoff and the Ponzi scheme, and the same system that is now attempting to re-regulate itself. So here we have in Canada a parallel country where we weren't very aggressive on the enforcement and prosecution of these white-collar criminals, judging by our record, and we aren't looking at re-regulating. And so I would say that we have a long way to go, and this government thinks that by bringing in this bill, which we will be supporting to get to committee, as we did the last time before the bill died after the House was prorogued, we will be sending it to committee, but remembering that this is just a small part of the whole puzzle that the government should be dealing with. I mean, we have to look at, this government should be looking at setting up some sort of a task force to look at re-regulation. No doubt it will, in view of the fact of what's happening in the United States. We also have to look at tax havens. We had a very comical situation here last week where on the very day that this government was debating, we were debating the implementation of a free trade deal with Panama, it's on a tax haven list of the OECD and a list in France indicating that it is a tax haven. 350,000 private companies are hiding money in Panama, and this government is talking about getting a free trade deal in place with Panama when even the Americans won't do it because Panama won't sign on to the OECD protocols about exchange of financial information and banking information. And the very day this was happening, the Globe and Mail carries a big article from one of their reporters indicating a story about an employee of a Swiss bank who left the bank and went to France with computer diskettes containing several thousand accounts, but 1,800 Canadians are on that list. And so the government was somewhat embarrassed because here were these 1,800 people who, by the way, had to invest a minimum of $500,000 in this Swiss bank, and they were kind of flat-footed because they don't have the answers. They haven't done anything on cutting down the tax havens and trying to stop this tax evasion. In fact, what they've got is they have a moratorium. 2 years ago, when a similar bank employee from a Liechtenstein bank walked away with computer diskettes, went to Germany, sold the diskettes to the German government, Canada found that there were 100 people on the list. So what did they do? They were from Vancouver. And what did they do? They gave them amnesties. They said, well, anybody wants to come in and admit that you've got money in Panama or someplace you shouldn't have it, you're free to come and do a voluntary reporting. And we won't do anything to you. We won't even tap you on the wrist. We just, I guess, want you to pay the back taxes and you're home free. Is that any kind of message to be giving to people out there, that they're somehow going to have an amnesty, if we catch them? So now we have these 1,800 people that we have uncovered not because of all this police force activity, but because of an employee.
I'll have to stop the honourable member there as his time has expired, and I'll open the floor up for questions and comments. Questions and commentaire. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I enjoyed listening to my colleagues' comments from across the way, and I have some interest in the subject because as a member of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, you will know that we have been studying the issue of organized crime for quite some time. And interestingly, we've discovered in the course of that study that white-collar crime, including a whole host of fraudulent schemes, is being carried out by organized crime from within Canada. And people have described our existing laws as too lax to deal with that. We've also discovered, interestingly, that organized crime, ironically, is committed by organized criminals, people who are driven by the profit motive, who are sophisticated, and who are not just drug-addled people who are unfortunate. So I'm wondering if my friend would agree with me that when dealing with organized, profit-driven, sophisticated criminals, deterrence really is effective, and that we should be increasing the penalties associated with such crimes.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his comments. And in fact, Manitoba government recently cracked down on the Hells Angels criminal gang in Winnipeg, and they in fact seized the clubhouse and seized their assets under the proceeds of crime laws, which are long overdue. I mean, certainly in the last 20, 25 years, we have seen marginal steps by provincial and federal governments to start dealing with the proceeds of crime. But we've always argued that when you take away the money supply from the criminals, from the drug dealers, that's when the incentive to do the crime stops. So that's the way to do it. It wasn't until the RICO laws were brought in the United States to combat organized crime there. It wasn't until that happened that the government started to make real progress against the organized crime families of the day. And had they not taken the initiative that they did and stepped up the law enforcement and the prosecutions and put these gangsters in jail where they belonged, we would still have that. They would still have the problem that they had before in the United States. So there are some improvements and some big improvements that have been made, and I think this government should be looking at that whole area. It's not just one bill today dealing with this area. There's a whole bunch of other areas. As I'd indicated,
re-regulating the whole financial services industry, and perhaps in cooperation with what the Americans are looking at right now.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to invite my colleague from Winnipeg just to talk again about this very important issue about the tax evaders, but I'm going to ask him on a larger topic, a larger subject. And that's my premise, Mr. Speaker, that we have to change our thinking, and that change has to start right in Parliament in the way we deal with these tax evaders. It really goes to the underpinnings of our justice system, our rule of law, and it goes right to the heart of democracy. We have a situation now, and this is the fourth or fifth list that we got of. Last week's list was 1,800 tax evaders that had this. They were at accounts in Switzerland. Basically, they're going to walk into the nearest CRA office and get amnesty, same as everyone else did. No one's ever going to be charged. But on the other side of the coin, we're going to have, Mr. Speaker, a couple of teenagers last night that were caught going into a service station somewhere, stole a carton of cigarettes, and they're going to get 18 months in jail. So we got to think, what are we doing as a society? We get the multi-millionaires who steal from the taxpayers. They're at their cocktail parties tonight. There's no sentence. There's nothing at all. And we get somebody that steals a carton of cigarettes, they get 9 months in jail. And I think we have to start a discussion about this, because I think this crime is just as heinous as most other crimes, but there's no punishment. Well, if they're caught, they just go in and they get amnesty. Nobody's in jail for setting up these accounts in foreign countries. So I'm just asking my colleague to talk about it from a larger issue as to how our society thinks and treats about these, and I'll call them criminals, as opposed to people that do other things. What's the difference?
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for his comments. And clearly there's a double standard here. I mean, when you have people deliberately taking money, we're talking now $500,000 is the minimum amount of money that you have to put into this Swiss bank. So we're not talking about, hundreds of thousands of people here. And to somehow give them the signal that they can have an amnesty, all they have to do is walk into any Revenue Canada office in the country and volunteer up their information, and somehow now they're going to be free and clear. How is that giving anybody the right signal here? That if you got the money, if you're rich, you can just simply go and invest your money in Panama, in Barbados, in Liechtenstein, and Switzerland. And if you get caught, hey, you just simply walk in and you've got an amnesty. That is a terrible way for this government to be approaching the problem. It should be, they pretend they're tough on crime. Well, I'd like to see some of it, because certainly they're not being very tough on crime when it comes to these white-collar criminals. And I'd like to see some changes in the way they operate in this area.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a rather easy question to put to my New Democratic colleague. I listened to my Conservative colleague and my Liberal colleague, and they seem to think we're making progress vis-à-vis economic crimes, but I think they've been dragging their feet, both parties, in this file. And I'd like to hear what he has to say about this. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think, the bottom line here is that we're dealing with second reading at a bill that, got killed because the House prorogued last year. So, suffice to say that if we've taken it this far, we should at least get the bill into committee, see if we can make some changes to it. I've been very clear that it's not just passing this bill is not the only answer to the problem. It's a much more complicated area, which involves, re-regulation, having the regulatory authorities stop hiring their friends in the companies that they used to work for. These regulators are regulating their peers. There should be law enforcement type people running the regulatory authorities with the proper authority to proceed against these white collar criminals. And I mentioned that that Conrad Black was not caught in Canada or not prosecuted and jailed in Canada for his crimes. His deal with Can West of Winnipeg on the non-compete fees was all a Canadian act. But the reality was it took the Americans to prosecute him on those non-competition fees and put him in jail where he belonged and should have stayed, by the way.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vegreville Wainwright.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the member has indicated some tentative support for this legislation. I'd like to just ask him about a specific case, a specific situation. We had a few years ago a case of white-collar crime involving the Liberal Party and the former Liberal government. It was known as the sponsorship scandal, and it was white-collar crime. It was fraud. And there were some successful prosecutions, but very little consequence. So I'd like to ask the member, in his view, if the legislation, this legislation had been in place after that crime was committed, would the number of people held accountable, and to the extent that these people were held accountable, have been maybe more meaningful than actually was the case with the laws that were in place at that time?
Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, and that's quite a leading question here, and I'm sure that if we get this bill to committee, the member can ask those questions of the committee members and the experts that's going to appear at committee as to whether or not, had the law been in place during the sponsorship scandal, that the participants would have received a harsher sentence than they got at the end of the day.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to speak on Bill C-21 on economic crime, a bill which will increase fines and sentences for economic crimes. And I may be the last speaker on this subject. I'd like to remind you that this bill contains the following measures: a minimum sentence of 2 years for fraud exceeding $1 million, and also providing for additional aggravating factors for sentencing, creating the possibility of a discretionary prohibition order, requiring consideration of restitution for victims of fraud, and a greater, broader definition of victim, and also the impact on the community and how it has been harmed by fraud. Because we know that economic crime and fraud can affect far more than one or even a few people. It can impact an entire community or an entire group. It also would allow courts to order the restitution of goods, and courts will be able to change their sentences and their decisions. So this bill, well, we agree in principle, and we'll be studying it in principle. We in the Bloc, we want to improve this bill in committee, and we want to correct certain shortcomings. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to talk to you about some of these shortcomings. You know that in September 2009, we brought in fact, we asked for concrete measures to fight fraud. We know that it wasn't only in the United States where people were hurt seriously by fraud artists. In Quebec, we also have had some egregious examples, and these have been touched on as we've spoken on Bill C-21, cases of fraud that have happened all over the world. We had the Simard affair, we had the Norpour affair, which is very well known, and also Earl Jones. And this shows the flaws in our monitoring system. So when we began talking about this in 2009, instead of going with us, they decided to come forward with their own measures, some of which we agree with. But what I don't really understand is why this was done in a panic, so to speak, why it's been sort of done quickly and has been botched to a certain extent. I don't think we'll ever be able to completely eliminate all fraud. I'm reading in my news, Radio-Canada has just reported that the Insurance Bureau of Canada has just put out a warning because there's a new wave of fraud against auto insurers, and the board is warning insurers that there are accidents that are being orchestrated so that people can get insurance, be compensated fraudulently. So this is quite new. Now, when I was a journalist, there was, at a certain time, a lake where the water had risen, kept rising, and the police learned that the reason it was rising was because people had pushed their own cars into the lake, I guess to claim auto theft. That shows you, just how far people will go for fraud. And I think that there are measures that can be taken to fight fraud, and we in the Bloc have been talking about this throughout the day. Measures that will help us at least attenuate these financial crimes. In September 2009, the Bloc put forward a whole raft of measures that would have allowed us to make crime more difficult to commit, easier to find out, and easier to fight. Now, the government's reaction a few days later, on September 16th, was to come forward with a bill that had minimum sentences, aggravating factors, the possibility of a court to order a restitution of goods. That was C-52, which is now C-21. This bill, Mr. Speaker, has very few effective measures. We have been discussing this, we in the Bloc have been discussing this. The measures put forward by the Conservatives are this minimum sentence. This hardly has a deterrent effect because for fraud there is very seldom fraud over $1 million. The minister couldn't mention one case where someone had been sentenced to less than 2 years, because usually the sentences are set between 5 and 7 years. Courts already factor in aggravating circumstances, so this other measure doesn't really mean much. And the aggravating factors are enumerated in the decision regarding Vincent Lacroix. So it's almost as if the Conservatives did a paste and copy of the ruling in the Norbert case. So we don't need to reinvent the wheel, because we already had these factors. So what we have here won't change much. There is a bill which has what judges need to do this and to take into account aggravating factors. Discretionary authority already exists. It's been broadened a bit in Bill C-21, but its feasibility has been questioned by certain experts. But we will be looking at this particular aspect in committee. I'm anticipating looking at it and studying it there, because then all of us will be able to question experts on these various issues. Then prohibition orders, preventing people from dealing with people's money or goods. So what should have been in Bill C-21 is that they should have abolished accelerated parole. And I think that when I say we would like to have seen the accelerated parole removed, I think that when I say we, I'm talking not only about my party, but about most people in Quebec and Canada. But especially in Quebec, where, as I said earlier, we had the Norbert case, the Simard case, the Earl Jones case. all cases where even if the sentence seemed quite serious, often these people can get out with accelerated parole. There is the Jones case and the Vincent Lacroix case, which despite Bill C-21, they would be able to take advantage of accelerated parole after serving a sixth of their sentence, and we know that minimum sentences will not resolve this problem because a judge that looks at all the circumstances around a crime will have to decide. It's not the fact that you've been hauled into court that the judge might not find attenuating circumstances, and the judge needs the leeway to decide that because of what happened and the role played by the accused, that person might be found guilty, but that that person might be sentenced to 4 years, but another person might be sentenced to 5, 6, or 7 because they would have played different roles, and the judge has to decide on this. And with respect to minimum sentences, they can say you've already committed such and such a crime, there may be attenuating circumstances, so we'll give you 2 years.
And that may be for something that could have been dealt with differently under the current system. So, with minimum sentences, that may happen. But this bill doesn't deal with tax havens either. We've heard many members in previous speeches mention that. However, that's where the loot is placed, where these fraudsters put their loot. How can we provide any restitution if we don't deal with tax havens? Now, as I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois has put forth a 6-point plan for dealing with white-collar crime. It's effective, efficient, and what we want to do is focus on citizens and victims in general. We need to give them confidence that they need because it's been worn down and decreased for the reasons that I mentioned earlier. They release after 1/6 of one sentence, the concurrent sentences that exist, and where someone gets a double time for the time that they've spent in prison. This needs to be taken into account in the sentencing, and people end up getting out earlier. Our 6-point plan to deal with fraudsters and to prevent other people from losing their life savings reads as follows. As I said earlier, on September 2nd, the Bloc Québécois introduced a plan designed to deal with economic crime. This basic balanced approach includes 6 points, 3 to deal with crime and 3 to deal with justice being done if guilt is found, and another measure to help victims. First of all, we are calling for the abolition of release after serving 1/6 of one sentence. It seems to me that we had come back quickly from at the end of a session to deal with that issue because we were dealing with Vincent Lacroix, and we would have expected, well, at least the members and parties here in this House would have expected an opportunity to fast-track the measure in order to get the bill through, but unfortunately we were not. We didn't get the consent of the Conservatives. We're also calling for an amendment to provisions in the Criminal Code for the proceeds of crime. We're calling for fraud over $5,000, measures to deal with that. Thirdly, measures dealing with the police force at the federal level. It is the RCMP, in order to create multidisciplinary squads specializing in white-collar crime. Now, at present, there are some police officers who are very competent, but we need to add to those skills. For example, with respect to tax fraud, which oftentimes go beyond the skills of a police force as such. They need to call in lawyers and accountants and other experts to deal with the tricks that fraudsters are using now. And these issues are being dealt with internationally. The money is placed in tax havens, so it's not simply the work of an investigator that can shed light on the workings of these systems. We know that when fraudsters are uncovered, when we look, in fact, at all of the things they've managed to do, all the things they've managed to hide, the ways that they've defrauded thousands of people of money, we realize that what we need are multidisciplinary squads, people with good skills who can deal with these issues. Now, these people aren't just there to identify problems, they're there to take action against the fraudsters. And we need to continue along those lines. We're also calling for an obligation by the banks to report any irregularities in accounts held in trust to the professional associations and to the Autorité des marchés financiers. That example is something that needs focusing on. There have been cases, in fact, where people have been able to avoid paying taxes by placing money in Switzerland in banks, and this is something that's been in the news lately. We'll be hearing about it. We're calling as well for amendments to the Income Tax Act to help victims, not only with respect to the implementation of a provision allowing people to deduct the amounts they're defrauded of as opposed to declaring them as losses of capital gains. Oftentimes what people do, and this is normal, is that an attempt is made to stop the fraudster, but oftentimes the victims are simply forgotten about. So in the proposals we put forth, we don't forget about the victims, and when we look at this bill in committee, we'll be asking for agreement to make that change. We're also looking at changes to legislation to put an end to the use of tax havens, which enable companies and people to avoid paying taxes. I think there are several examples of that, examples that have been raised here in the House today. Now, if we start with the first point, I've got a few moments to go into greater detail. When we talk about eliminating the provision that will enable someone to be released after serving 1/6 of their sentence, I'd like to point out to Mr. Speaker that since 2007, June 2007 exactly, we identified a problem. It's been 3 years. We called for the elimination of that provision, the changes to the justice system. By eliminating that provision, in fact, fraudsters would be required to remain in prison for a longer period of time, and that would help that would contribute, in fact, to improving or restoring the confidence. I've just lost my train of thought. One of my colleagues said something here, and at any rate, we'll be focusing on the justice system and dealing with that aspect. Now, all too often, prison sentences are just a mere months in length. Look at Vincent Lacroix. Under Quebec legislation, under Quebec securities legislation, the appeal court has determined that the maximum fine or penalty rather can be imposed. It's 5 years less a day. However, this Vincent Lacroix will be able to obtain release after serving 1/6 of his sentence. So that clearly shows that the legal system has taken a hit. As the system exists today, the parole system, there is a regrettable aspect to it. It thwarts the work being done by the judge when the sentence is determined. Oftentimes, people feel that sentences are simply not harsh enough. On September 14th, the Bloc Québécois introduced legislation which had no surprises in it. It will deal with these issues, and we hope to be able to fast-track it so that it'll give us a tool to deal with this situation. Victims are calling for this measure. There is consensus in Quebec for it. However, the government has explicitly rejected the idea and has put forth legislation without dealing with dates or intentions. It's simply a pious wish on the government's part. We could have, on October 14th, Mr. Speaker, done something to fast-track the issue that the Bloc Québécois put forth to eliminate the issue of one serving only 1/6 of one sentence. Since June 2007, we've been calling for changes to the criminal code with respect to confiscating the proceeds of crime to include provisions which would cover any fraud over $5,000. That would require fraudsters, once they've been found guilty of, or to show that they acquired their assets legally, otherwise they would be seized. So it's like a reverse onus, if you will. And it would make it much more difficult for these criminals. Thirdly, I talked about the reorganization of the police forces, and Mr. Speaker, if I understand correctly, you're indicating that I have very little time left. So I'll conclude by saying we have very good measures. We've been talking about them for a long time now, and I think that in committee, when the bill makes it there, when the bill is considered there, it would be a good idea to bring these issues back to the table so that we could give more substance and content to this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
À ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. The question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A great honor to debate tonight. Mr. Speaker, we have been instructed and scheduled by the private member's office to follow up on a question this evening asked to the government last spring on the subject that is great concern to many Canadians. With the world attention centered on the devastating oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico that caused billions of dollars in environmental damage over its 5-month leakage, I asked, what specific plans does the government have to ensure this devastation does not occur in Canada? The minister told us that Canada has very strict offshore drilling regulations. However, in a recent follow-up exchange I had with the government, they could not explain to me why our regulations don't even meet the stringent levels of regulations in place in Greenland. The government of Greenland requires proponents applying for exploration licenses to accompany their applications with a feasibility study, an environmental impact assessment, and a strategic impact assessment. Fortunately, the National Energy Board is keeping an eye on what is happening in the Gulf of Mexico to understand the situation better and to improve existing technology in Canada. But the minister forgets, however, that the NEB came within a hair this past summer of having hearings about allowing offshore drilling in the Arctic without relief wells, until the pressure from the opposition forced the NEB to halt these hearings and hold hearings in the near future on all aspects of Arctic drilling and to be prepared should a drilling project be hit with a blowout or a spill. What's also disappointing in the minister's answers is the failure to realize that while he constantly harped on Canadian drilling activity regulations in place that we know are not quite adequate for the Arctic yet, and there's no immediate plans for drilling in Canada, the current threat we have that we're not prepared for could come from drilling activities in neighboring international waters. As you know, Shell Oil had planned to drill this summer by a moratorium that's probably put off to next summer, but drilling, in fact, occurred right adjacent to our waters in Greenland this summer. Not once did the minister refer to the responsibility of the Canadian Coast Guard to be the lead agency should such an incident cross into our waters. Fortunately for Canadians, the Coast Guard knew of its responsibility and actually staged a mock oil spill cleanup exercise in Arctic waters this past August. So once again, we and Canadians are asking for the 12th time that with the government of Greenland and oil giants excited about preliminary results from offshore drilling this past summer, one could logically expect heightened drilling activity to take place off Canadian waters. How prepared is the government to deal with such a disaster should one happen from an adjacent neighbouring country? Let me remind the minister that the time for lip service is over. Offshore drilling is happening in neighbouring waters. Our Canadian drilling standards are less stringent and don't match the best practices of some of our neighbours. When it comes to safety, let me tell the House once again that since 2006, this government has spent no more than $10.25 million on research and development on methods to deal with offshore blowouts and offshore spills. There is no exact figure as to how much of that money was directed to the north, and they still don't have the answer to clean up an oil spill. Canadians were horrified as they watched the millions of Canadians, as they watched the Gulf of Mexico spill, the largest environmental disaster in Canadian history. And they assumed that our government had a plan to deal with it should such a disaster come from our drilling or drilling near our waters. And they were equally horrified when the government was asked 9 times last spring and had no answer, no plan as to what they were planning to do if this happened in Canadian waters, and especially to protect our fragile Arctic. The private member's office directed us to debate this tonight, and we certainly hope that the parliamentary secretary can finally relieve Canadians and provide some information of what their plans for such a huge disaster would be in Canada.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the strangest thing about this series of questions the members asked is it almost seems as if he's looking for some sort of a disaster so that he can take advantage of it in some kind of political sense, because he knows full well, Mr. Speaker, our government's committed to the safe, responsible, and sustainable development of all Canada's natural resources, and we rely on a strict arm's-length regulator to make science-based decisions. He knows that, Mr. Speaker, and that they also have the responsibility of ensuring the protection of the public and the environment. He knows as well that there are currently no active authorizations for drilling of any kind in the Beaufort Sea, and that the NEB has been regulating safely that activity for almost 20 years. But Mr. Speaker, I think the real question tonight is one of credibility. The member wants to keep raising these questions and pretending or giving the impression that he's going to be representing his people on these issues. Mr. Speaker, there has been an issue that's come up recently, and the member had, I think it was 88% of his constituents who were on one side of this issue. And so he stepped forward. I know you can hear the other side start to heckle us already because they know full well what this is, that this is an issue of integrity. When it came to voting, the member opposite abandoned his constituents, Mr. Speaker. He abandoned the North. He walked away from them. This was an issue that was key for Yukoners. It was an issue that was key for Aboriginal people, and it was an issue that was key for Canadians across this country. And, of course, we're not talking about drilling. You know that, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about the gun registry. And I'm just wondering, the member comes into the House here to pretend that he's representing the Yukon, but on an issue where he had almost 90% of his constituents on one side of the issue, he walked away from them. And the reason he walked away from it is because he's representing Ottawa now more than he's representing the Yukon. I want to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that's not going to happen on this side of the House, because we do represent the local people, and we're standing up for them. And that's when I talked to you about the NEB and the National Energy Board announcing a review of the Arctic safety and environmental offshore drilling requirements. We're doing that for the people of the Yukon and the people of the North. The member opposite, again, it's a serious issue of abandoning his constituents. Can he be trusted, Mr. Speaker? No. I think that's what a lot of people are asking, and it's interesting there's people in here saying, no, he probably can't, because even in his own province, the Premier himself is wondering about the member from Yukon. His comment about what the member did opposite was to say, we don't change our mind like the Liberals on the long gun registry. We didn't hide from our verbal commitments to Yukoners. We backed it up with action. It's about trust, and the Liberals are all in it together, he said. Yukoners cannot trust them. And certainly if they can't trust the member opposite on an issue where he had 88% support for his previous position, which he then switched because the Liberal leader told him to, I doubt if Yukoners can rely on him in issues regarding oil drilling and regulations and those kinds of things. This isn't a small thing that he changed either, because there was a motion introduced in the legislature in the Yukon demanding that he return to the territory to explain his actions. And the MLA who put that forward said, we want to know why he chose to follow the dictates of the Liberal Party leader and breach his commitment to Yukoners by voting to save the long gun registry. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the member, how or why would Yukoners trust him on this oil drilling issue when they certainly couldn't trust him on the gun registry issue, even when he had 90% support for his previous position?
The honourable member for Yukon.
Well, I'd like to thank the member for promoting the Yukon to a province. But other than that, he had a very dismal reply on oil drilling. He's actually failed the government again. The same parliamentary secretary had the option before, and once again has failed the government. The government had 12 times now to suggest it actually had a plan, clean up. He talked nothing about chips, nothing about harbors, nothing about booms, nothing about disbursements, nothing about what Canadian government could do to protect the Canadian Arctic. which is a big fear for Canadians. He's failed the minister who couldn't answer 9 times. At least he could have come forward and suggested that the minister did have a plan and provide part of that plan, and he certainly failed himself by showing that he doesn't know anything about that portfolio or anything about what Canada could do to prevent us being damaged by the greatest environmental accident in North American history. And this is a very sad day for Canadians and their desire to protect the fragile Arctic environment.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, for some strange reason he's decided to get personal about this, but I can assure him that I actually do know my portfolio. The Energy Board actually has announced a review of Arctic safety and environmental regulations. It's open to the public. The public's allowed to be able to come and make their presentation. Last week they released further details of it. He can look them up and find out what they are. We're pleased to point out that things, including the issues of relief wells, are going to be one of the many important aspects of that study. He talks about people failing. I think he's the one who needs to acknowledge that he has completely failed his principles and he's failed his constituents. That's why this government looks forward to representing and protecting the interests of Yukoners and the folks in the north of Canada as we protect this country from sea to sea to sea, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The question I asked on May 6th last related to this government's questionable record on ethics and how it seems to have established its own set of what is ethical. You know, they talk a lot about rules, about law and order, but there's certainly different rules that apply to themselves. This is a prime minister who decides to set as an example for all his caucus to consider the treatment he meted out to the member for Simcoe Grey. His ethical standard is simple. Disappoint me in any way and I will not only remove you from cabinet, but I will kick you out of caucus and in the process do everything in my power to ruin your reputation in the community. That's the way the Prime Minister, in fact, operated. No one, certainly not this Prime Minister, has had the courage or decency to explain his actions in regard to the treatment of the member for Simcoe Grey. Did the official opposition believe the member should have been removed from cabinet? Absolutely. We felt she should and we stated so. But did we on this side of the House ever demand that the member in question be kicked out of caucus? That the RCMP be manipulated by the Prime Minister personally to undertake an unwarranted investigation which led nowhere? Absolutely not, we did not. These actions came out of the Prime Minister's office personally. Where is the ethical bottom line for this government and this Prime Minister? Why won't this Prime Minister, what won't this Prime Minister do to keep order in his caucus? We now know that the RCMP found nothing, and yet the Prime Minister, although the member wants back in caucus, the Prime Minister stands by his position. I would say to members opposite, the backbench of the governing party that jumps like trained seals when the Prime Minister speaks, I would say to them, if it can happen to the member for Simcoe Grey, it can happen to any member on the government benches. Quite seriously, you have a leader who has been prepared to destroy not only your political career, but you and your family's reputation in the community if he sees advantage in doing so. Members opposite should give some thought, and they no doubt do, although I'm certain we won't hear any admission of that on the floor of the House of Commons. Let me close on the most recent example of a serious lapse in ethical behaviour by this government. Here is what the former House Leader told this chamber on June 4th, 2010, quote, "Our ministers will not only be answering questions as they do every day in this chamber, but at committee as well. Ultimately, it is they who are responsible for the action of their staff and for their departments," end of quote. But that does not seem to apply to the current Minister of Natural Resources, who, while Minister of Public Works, had in his employ Sebastian Togneri. Mr. Togneri, in his testimony before the Ethics Committee, testimony given under oath stated two things. One, he acknowledged that he had broken the law with respect to the Access to Information Act, prohibiting the interference with an access to information request. And two, he stated that he was given the, quote, informal authority to be actively involved in the access to information files by his minister, the current Minister of Natural Resources. Why has that minister not resigned? This government campaign
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, it is always a pleasure to rise in this House to address the questions of the honourable member opposite. It is a pleasure, Mr. Speaker, but truth be told, today it is also a surprise. Why, Mr. Speaker? For weeks this past spring, the honourable member from Malpeque stood in this House and demanded not just the resignation, but the tarring and feathering of the former Minister of State for the Status of Women.
That he did.
No defence was considered reasonable. No need for a hearing considered warranted. Indeed, the member demanded her resignation on March the 5th, twice on March the 10th, on March the 11th, my birthday, on March the 12th, March the 16th, March the 22nd, March the 30th, March the 31st, and twice on April the 1st.
Merciless.
And on April the 19th, after the former Minister of State's resignation, he demanded to know why she didn't resign 2 years earlier. That's 12 times, Mr. Speaker, that he demanded the resignation. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned this history only to explain my bewilderment at having to stand here today to explain to this member why the former Minister of State is no longer a member of the ministry or of the Conservative caucus. I am puzzled after his repeated calls for her pound of flesh to be here today to explain the ethical principles behind the actions of our Prime Minister.
Duplicitous.
The Liberals just cannot be consistent on this, or indeed on any other issue for that matter. For weeks they demanded the minister's resignation, yet today they demand to know why the minister resigned. We really are getting a full display of the Liberals' hypocrisy tonight, Mr. Speaker. In fact, their blinding hypocrisy could light this chamber. In contrast, our Prime Minister's record on dealing with matters of ethics is consistent and unblemished. Immediately upon taking office, our Prime Minister brought in the Federal Accountability Act, the toughest anti-corruption legislation in Canadian history. He has ended the revolving door between lobbying and government, and he has banned big money from politics. He has expanded lobbyist transparency rules to include parliamentary secretaries, members of parliament, and staff in the official opposition leader's office. He has brought a significant increase in ethical standards to Parliament, and this spring, the Prime Minister again did the right thing in his dealings with the former Minister of State. The record shows that in every circumstance, when presented with credible allegations of ethical impropriety, the Prime Minister has acted immediately and appropriately. In the case of the former Minister of State, serious allegations were brought to the Prime Minister's attention. Rather than sweep the issue under the rug, he did the right thing. He referred the matter to an independent third party. That is the high ethical standard our Prime Minister promised, and that is the high ethical standard he has lived up to.
So true.
The Prime Minister has set a high ethical standard for the conduct of his ministers and caucus. I know, Mr. Speaker, that the Liberal Party does not understand the concept of ethical standards for membership in its caucus. One Liberal member is pocketing tens of thousands of dollars for her taxpayer-subsidized home. Another one is being charged for refusing to take a breathalyzer test.
Oh, my goodness.
And now, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about ethics. How about this member from Malpeque promising to his constituents that he would vote against the gun registry, and then he flip-flops and breaks his word?
Shame.
How is that for ethics,
Shameful.
Mr. Speaker? On this side of the House, we take ethics seriously. Why can't the Liberals do the same?
Exactly.
The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
It's really interesting how the government member tries to reinvent history. Of course, we ask that the minister resign, and for valid reasons. But it's now been proven that the charges that the Prime Minister laid against the member for Simcoe Grey were not fact, they were invented. And Mr. Speaker, you know, the Parliamentary Secretary talked about the Transparency and Accountability Act. The fact of the matter is, as we're learning more each and every day, there has never been a government in the history of Canada that we've seen such a level of secrecy and abuse of information laws as we're seeing from this Conservative government. It's unprecedented. They talk the talk, but they don't walk the walk. And when it comes to my riding of Malpeque, Mr. Speaker, I have never said that I would vote against the gun registry. I made it clear I would speak up for constituents, so don't try on that side of the House and falsify that argument too.
All right, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the member brought up freedom of information. This government's record speaks for itself. We fought for Canadians' right to know how their government operates, and our record is clear. We made 70 new Crown corporations and institutions accountable to Canadians, something the Liberals refused to do. Right. We increased the Information Commissioner's budget by 26%. This government has worked hard to improve transparency since the Liberal years. Our rules with respect to access requests are clear. Political staff should not attempt to make access to information decisions. The record shows that transgressions in this regard have severe consequences. The Minister of Natural Resources, like our Prime Minister, acted appropriately with the highest ethical standards by having the issue referred to the Information Commissioner and accepting the former staff member's resignation. Thank you.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24.